sweated with the smell of lamb. He was like, I was like, it smells like my lunch yesterday, man.
I woke up at like 5 o'clock in the morning. I never felt so ill. Like really, really felt sick.
Well, like
went downstairs, had to like pace around to the point where I was thinking, right.
vomiting.
Like, yeah, but I wasn't. And I went back to sleep, and then when I woke up, I felt fine.
Oh, I didn't have any of that.
But I put it down to lunch because we had like staff health on. So that's 2 people having the same dinner.
Yeah, do you eat anything else yesterday?
No?
You have an out-of-date beer?
Pardon?
Out-of-date beer?
No, I don't do. Does beer go out of date?
Yeah, of course it does.
Does it?
Radio check.
It's good morning, Borridar, to our two-match umpires, Paul Baldwin and Jack Shantry. And good morning, Borridar, as well to the Glamorgan team led into the field by Captain Sam Northeast. And good morning, Borridar, as well to the two not-out batters from Middlesex, Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman. To resume the bowling this morning for Glamorgan at the river end, James Harris.
Very good morning and welcome to Sapphire Gardens from BBC Sport Online for this second day of the County Championship Division 2 match between Glamorgan and Middlesex, with the visitors well on top. The Middlesex are 62 without loss in their first innings, having bowled out Glamorgan for just 183 yesterday. The skies are overcast. It's fairly bright, but certainly isn't the weather of yesterday, and there's the possibility of some showers which could be thundery this afternoon. So Middlesex will want to make good progress while the going is fair. The crowd possibly in advance of that forecast bad weather is considerably less than yesterday. Hope a few more will come in during the course of the morning, and it'll be James Harris to bowl the first ball of the morning to the left-handed Mark Stoneman, who's 43 not out, and he plays that out onto the offside. I'm Nick Webb, and it's a very good morning to Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London. A good day for the visitors all round yesterday.
Well, it was, and they're in a very strong position in this match, but 121 runs, they've still got to be scored, haven't they, and then build whatever lead that Middlesex would like to, because they are the side that will have to bat last, and we all know what that means. You know, a chase comes with its own pressure, and a final innings, what state the pitch may be in. But the overheads are interesting this morning, though, aren't they, Webby?
See if it produces a bit more swing as Harris bowls, and Stoneman clips it off his legs on the leg side, and there's no run.
What was the reflection from your camp overnight on what the ball did and what the pitch did yesterday?
Just enough was the phrase from Zain Ul Hassan. Just enough to cause problems with a little bit of movement off the pitch and in the air.
Oh, that's how I surmised it. Good. Yeah, we saw a little bit off the surface in that first half an hour, didn't we? But then the swing came into it.
Harris is in, bowls to Stoneman, and he's squared up by that one, but it's edged away for 4 runs down to third man. Involuntary shot from Mark Stoneman. Went flying wide of slip and away to the short-ish third man boundary. It was not a shot that would have carried had there been a third slip, but it certainly wasn't under too much control. So 66 without loss. Stoneman moves to 47 not out off 72 deliveries. And Harris from the River Taff end is in and bowling to him, and he's turned that on the leg side for a single. And Middlesex pushing on already this morning.
Yeah, I mean, Stoneman's faced 73 of the deliveries, Robson 57. But it's a new day, isn't it? You've got to get yourself back in. And again, the overheads, we talked about pretty much 11 o'clock yesterday morning and all the way through until about 5:30 last night, just when those shadows started to stretch. But otherwise, 11 o'clock yesterday morning till 5 o'clock last night, you couldn't have told a different at all. But slightly hazier cloud this morning. Might thicken up a little.
As Harris is in to bowl, and that's driven by Robson to mid-off, no run.
And you know, does that mean it swings more? Well, it swung enough, didn't it? And
yep.
just enough is usually what you want as a bowler.
Yep.
You don't want it doing too much. You want it doing just enough. And actually, at times, it did a lot yesterday, I thought. And that perhaps got into the minds of the batters. I don't know. There were some soft dismissals, weren't there? But because you kind of look at a dismissal, but then you got to look at what's happened in the hour that's led up to it, or the balls around it. And it was doing a bit.
Here's Harris into Robson, who allows that one to go through low outside off stump. There were just 2 slips in place for that first over of the day. Colin Ingram and Marnus Labuschagne. Stoneman nears his second half century of the season.
To resume the bowling at the...
So yeah, at the moment we've got a bit of away to behind the pavilion to our left. It's quite overcast, and away over the city there's patches of blue, isn't there? And the forecast is for a little bit of thundery showers later on. Oh, Welsh cake, lovely. Thank you, Bevan. Thank you, Sandra. Sandra's sausage rolls made it onto one of the commentary highlights yesterday. Getting carried away.
Well, they're a highlight of our day anyway.
Indeed.
67 without loss, and Gorvin to open up from the Cathedral Road end, Kevin.
Yeah, and oh, there you go. Harris up into the 80s with his bowling. Gorvin's just below, isn't he? But had a good week last week. Glamorgan need him to have a good week this week. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman, and on the back foot the Middlesex opener works a single out to deep square. 69 for no wicket, and Stoneman moves to 49. 68 for no wicket, sorry, it's ahead of me, the scoreboard.
Yeah, you suspect Gorvin will, as last week, be looking to bowl very straight, wicket to wicket, take advantage of any movement that's still there, and frustrate the batters. He's just got one slip in the gully and two on the drive.
Here's Gorvin again, bowls, Robson back and across, played it as though it didn't get up.
Yeah, I was going to say, did that keep a little bit low?
Could he have been on the front foot? He certainly got across, but he didn't get forward, did he? Settling in behind. There's no great pace in this pitch, so I guess playing it late is in the mind of the batters.
Yes, I mean, there's no huge pace in this Glamorgan attack, so they probably did their best to prepare a pitch accordingly.
Yeah, although Helm got a fair bit of life out of it, he just seems to bowl well here, Helm, doesn't he? Gorvin bowls, and Robson looks to cut at a very wide delivery. It gets through the gloves. That's the umpire going to signal on that. Buys, perhaps a little unkindly. I don't know if it swung as well, but it certainly pitched barely on the cut track.
That was not great cricket all round, was it? Poor shot. And a rare mistake from Chris Cook.
It was one of those, it was so far wide he was stretching for it where he almost felt as though he was pulling his back out to try and get there, didn't he? Left-handed Stoneman back onto strike. One slip in the gully still, as here's Gorvin bowls. Leg side worked, in fact it's just going to be leg bias. I think any bat on it. And down to fine leg, long leg cuts it off. A tap of the knee from umpire Baldwin. And a single more to the total.
Anyone setting off for club cricket in South Wales this afternoon, take your brolly with you. There is a chance of rain early afternoon and then again at tea time.
Gorvin, real sprint, kicks up those heels behind him as he runs in, bowls, and that's punched beautifully by Robson. Glorious shot. Classic Sam Robson, and he's into the 20s. Middlesex at 74 without loss. Just a little short, just a little wide, just perfect for Robson.
Yeah, really can't afford to be giving the batter any width at a pace in the low 70s. And Robson taking full advantage, a rare attacking shot from him, who's very much content to play the support role to Stoneman last night.
Gorvin, last ball of his sixth, bowls, and a solid forward defence from Robson. Gets a long way forward to that, doesn't he? Ends up down on one knee. Having played the forward defence, 74 without loss. Robson 22, Stoneman 49. They trail by just 109, and Stoneman a single away from a 50. And a fine one as well. He's played it relatively untroubled, hasn't he, so far? I think Robson as well hasn't really been...
Yes, haven't got any chances noted down against either batter, to be honest.
Probably that one this morning that Harris just turned him around slightly and he got the thick edge down to deep third. That's about the only one, really, only full stroke I can think of.
The only positive note for Glamorgan on that scoreboard is the over rate, which is in the green at +2. So at least that's one thing they don't have to worry about. Harris from the River Taff end at 74 for naught is in to bowl. Oh, that's clipped eerily for a moment on the leg side by Stoneman, but it brings him the runs that bring up his half century. So well batted to Mark Stoneman, who acknowledges the ripple of applause around the crowd. 76 deliveries it's taken him.
It's a very modest acknowledgement of the half-century from Stoneman. And in some ways I was watching him closely because I was almost expecting that. I'd imagine he's desperately got his mind set on something considerably bigger.
8 fours in that half-century. Harris bowls, and that's another thick edge, and it's another boundary down to third man, this time slightly more under control than the one in the last over, but nothing much going James Harris's way. There have been 1 or 2 hints of half false shots, if you like, but that one flew away quite safely past the slips and down to third man. Glamorgan have already got fine leg and square leg back on the ropes, and now they're going to have a third man back on the ropes, having conceded 2 boundaries there, with Labuschagne moving out from second slip to gully, leaving Colin Ingram as a slip and a half, something around that. A wide-ish first slip as Harris bowls, and Stoneman plays that one back up the pitch to mid-on. 80 without loss. Stoneman has 55 of them. Robson 22 and 3 sundries.
It's at 97 in the first innings at Lords. The only time he's passed 50 prior to that this season. 42 in the first innings against Yorkshire at Lords is a really good knock. First innings runs.
So enjoying himself against Glamorgan this season as he turns that one on the leg side, Mark Stoneman, and out to deep square. 81 without loss. Robson onto strike.
Yeah, he got a rough end to last season. 8 and 6 at Chelmsford, Norton 17 at Old Trafford, 13 and 32 at Lords against Warwickshire, and then 14 and 14 at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. So that 97 was welcome at the start of the season. He did desperately love those 3 extra runs.
Robson on strike on 22. Harris in. Bowls short, helped away on the leg side. Ball bouncing down to deep square. Ul Hassan on that shortish boundary on the leg side, but not aerial enough even for the token cry of catch it, which goes up at very little provocation in any cricket game anywhere, any standard anywhere in the world. The ball leaves the bat in the air for a fraction of a second and everyone yells catch it as if the nearest fielder didn't know what to do. 82 for naught. Round the wicket comes Harris, and that's slashed away down towards third man. So that's the first saving of third man. Mason Cranefield's on the boundary, and they go through for a single. It's all very simple for Middlesex at the moment.
It included 8 falls.
8 for 76 balls.
Confirmation of those details we gave you at the time, and for those of you watching on the stream, a lovely little wagon wheel.
Yeah, interesting, nothing down the ground, because we're an awful lot down the ground first thing yesterday morning, weren't they? But clearly Glamorgan have said to themselves, right, keep it on a length, nothing too full.
Yeah, does tend to suggest that there's been a little off target for him to hit square of the wicket.
Gorvin begins the new over on the back foot. Stoneman works to mid-wicket. There's no run. Just looking back who got him at Lords, it was Court Douthwaite, bowled Carlson, 97.
Cover.
Deliveries.
Caught at cover he was.
Yeah, I remember it now. Bowling from the nursery end. Pretty sure.
I haven't got that level of detail in my notes.
A slip and two short mid wickets. 2 Stoneman down the leg side. That darts through down the leg side, and a good take again behind the stumps.
Yeah, it was quite a decent grab by Douthwaite, as I remember. So Glamorgan have gone to the 2 men on the drive on the leg side already, which tells you about the lack of pace in the pitch. And Gorvin not able to engender quite the same accuracy as he did last week so far.
Sprints in once more, bowls. That's a decent one. Just full of a length. A little bit of shape back into the left-hander, watchfully steered to mid-wicket. There's no listen to that wind.
Yes, it's interesting on the effects, Mike.
Storm brewing, Webby.
I fear so. As I say, I think it's going to be the worst possible day of the week for club cricketers if it does arrive. Saw lots of pictures on social media of happy kids out and about last night for Dynamos and All-Stars, and various women's cricket groups meeting as well on a Friday night. But I think we're going to get interruptions today. Oh, there's a delay in the start at Hove.
Ah, no. Of all the places. Corvin's in, bowls, and that's down the leg side again, standing up now. Yeah. Keeper, Cook, as well to claim it.
Where Yorkshire, low-scoring first day, Yorkshire 176 for 7, leading by 26 runs. Joe Root hit 67. Everyone else struggled.
Who do you want to win that one, Webby? With an eye on Division 1 for Glamorgan. What's the best outcome at Hove for Glamorgan as his? Corvin bowls, and this is leg side and works way down to long leg, a single taken. 84 for no wicket. There's just a point separating these sides, bearing in mind, coming into this game. And Middlesex are very much hoping to try to return to Division 1.
It's a little too early in the season to start worrying about
no,
other
it isn't.
results,
Come on.
I think.
No, it isn't. Come on. I'm asking you. I'm not asking the coach. That's the response I expect from the coach, Webby, not from you. Come on, you're better than that. If you've beaten Sussex.
Yeah.
So,
but they are 10 points clear of everyone else.
It was a draw against Yorkshire, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Gorvin in bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside by Robson. There's no run.
Depends what Yorkshire team is going to turn up, because they had
well, they're not going to have
Root and Brook when they played Glamorgan.
Well, exactly, and they did when they had Middlesex, and Middlesex still beat them, but they're not going to have them all year, are they?
No.
That was the end of the over, and 84 without loss the score. Robson on 23, Stoneman 58. I would suggest from a Middlesex perspective, Middlesex would quite fancy a Yorkshire win down at Hove.
Okay.
And Sussex arrive at Lords next week. Middlesex have already beaten Yorkshire once. They go to Headingley last week of August. If they could, well, it's kind of in your own hands then, isn't it? You face Sussex at Lords next week and try and win the game, and all of a sudden the season's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's always better, I think, to face a side that's just been beaten. Harris is in. It's a bowl, down leg side, off the pads, runs away for 4. Buys. That's a bit harsh on Mr. Cook, I think.
Oh yes, I was with you. I thought leg
I would
buys,
have given a little tap of the knee as well, and made sure it's not debited to the keeper. I thought there was a little flick off the knee roll or thereabouts, but it's 4 more on the Middlesex total, and it's not a great start to the morning. These first few overs from the Glamorgan bowlers.
Shake of the head from Bones. I always think you're starstruck when I hear him called Bones. What are you calling him Bones for?
In comes Harris, and that one is better delivery and respectfully played by Stoneman up to mid-off. And there's no run.
I am right in thinking he was called Bones because he was all skin and bones at 16 years of age when he broke into the side.
Presume so. Presume so.
I think that's what it was, wasn't it?
Yes.
Unless that's the story they tell us and then there's another one to do it. No bones in his closet, though. Good man, no. James Harris.
Family man, as that's turned away on the leg side, and Stoneman picks up another single down towards backward square, 89 without loss. The mad keen cyclist, not sure how much, whether he has quite the same time to dedicate to that now that he's got a new baby in the household.
Probably could have just put one word in front of cyclist there, mad. Mad cyclist. Bearing in mind he runs around all day for a living, then goes and cycles. Mad man.
You wouldn't, would you really?
Martin Emerson's another mad cyclist, isn't he?
89 for naught. Harris to Robson, leaves it through outside off stump. And there is no run. I haven't been on a bicycle in about 30 years. Had a slightly traumatic experience in the
In the valleys?
No, in Wells for the Royal Welsh show.
Oh, what?
Where we were staying on one side of town and the show was on the other, and to get to work in the morning, the traffic was such that it wasn't worth using a car. Harris bowls and Robson defends back to the bowler, not being a very proficient cyclist anyway, and of course the roads were full of tractors and agricultural vehicles of various sorts that occupied large chunks of said roads, and there was me wobbling along on the bicycle, and after the first day I thought, oh, blow this, I don't feel safe, so I went on the river path, which was the long way round, but at least the hazards were slightly more under control. Harris bowls and beaten outside off stump. Robson fishing rather flat-footed at one that he didn't need to play, and if he did want to play it, should have got a foot somewhere towards the pitch of the ball. Little bit of away movement as well from Harris.
I was trying to see, was it late swing or more seam, wasn't it? And then swung after beating the bat.
So that was the last time I rode a bike, I'm afraid. 30 years ago in...
so that the experience along the river was traumatic enough, so that as well.
Well, I just didn't enjoy it. I wasn't very good at the bike anyway. I'm not, as those of you who know me or have seen me out and about will know, I'm not exactly aerodynamically shaped for a bike.
I quite fancy it. I haven't got... But yeah. Quite 10 years, I'd imagine, but a long while. Living in London, it doesn't really help. So here's Corvin in, bowls to Stoneman, and this is pushed back up the track. There's no, I quite fancy though, not quite to the James Harris levels though.
Well, my younger daughters, much to our concern, started cycling into work in the centre of London.
Ooh. How far?
I'm not quite sure how long it takes, to be honest. Up from Brixton into the centre of London.
Was she Hammersmith before, or have I got that totally wrong? Is that your other daughter?
That was the other one.
Excuse me. Here's Corvin in bowls, and this ball's pushed into the onside.
Actually, no, you're right. They have both lived on Hammersmith way at times.
I seem to remember you coming into Lords.
Yes.
Saving the BBC a pretty penny as you did.
It's easy Hammersmith because you get the M4 and the M4, and you just stop really. You don't have to worry much about navigating through London, and I never particularly enjoy driving in London.
Yeah, Hammersmith's where the trouble begins. Once you go over the flyover there, it gets difficult from there. Corvin bowls, and this is tickled. Backward a square on the leg side for a single by Stoneman. He's on to 60, 90 without loss.
Up at Grace Road, which is where Glamorgan had on Friday, Leicestershire, well, they've claimed a third wicket this morning for 1 bonus point, but Gloucestershire going well at 392 for 3, thanks to a treble century opening stand from Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth. So Leicestershire in with a shout of getting maximum bonus points if they put their foot down a little bit in the next 10 overs.
Corvin past the umpire, bowls, and forward goes Robson. Drives back to the right hand of the bowler, outstretched by his boot, prevents even a single. Just 71 miles an hour from Corvin. I mean, he really does sprint in as though it's going to be Mark Wood 90 mile an hour, doesn't it? It's just his heels kick up extraordinarily behind
certainly
him.
Maximum effort.
Yeah,
he's quite a slight figure, so he's certainly giving his all he's got.
Off he goes. And this one's leg side and clipped in the air to square leg. The cry was catch. The disappointment doesn't seem too great, which suggests it didn't carry. Square leg low to his right. Just trying to get something on it, see if the replays can pick up at all.
I don't think it carried. Sprawling effort by Eddie Byram next to the umpire.
Single for Robson. He's on to 24 from 70. Stoneman back on to strike on 60. Last ball of the over from Corvin. His 8th. And it's a length ball onto the legs. Deep square setback. Just a single. Corvin none for 25 from his 8. Stoneman has 61. Will keep the strike. Robson 24. 92 without loss. Here at Sapphire Gardens. They trail by 91 now. They just nudged past the halfway point as... yes, it's... A good start, this, isn't it, for Middlesex, and an ominous one perhaps for Glamorgan at this stage, you must say.
Yeah, Middlesex will be looking to build a big lead and put the famous scoreboard pressure on the home side in return. I mean, I would hope from the Welsh point of view that they can't bat as badly here second time round without taking any credit away from Tom Helm for putting them, and the others for putting them under pressure in the first place. Harrison bowls, appeal for LBW, no response from umpire Chantry. They go through for a leg bye. Stoneman seemed to play across that one a little bit.
He did. It'd be interesting. I mean, first thought was it's got a chance. It wasn't ridiculous. Right time around, he's very wide on the crease, and actually where it strikes him, he falls across afterwards, doesn't he? So he's done well to stay leg side of that, Stoneman.
It's going down, isn't it?
Yep.
It's doing too much.
He's very wide on the crease on release, Harris. And generally, right arm around to a left-hander, you've got to get it to really straighten, haven't you?
93 for naught. Just the one slip. 5 saving the single. It's meant to be a frustrating field set by Glamorgan as Harris bowls to Robson through outside off stump. Ball swinging away late again, and Cook with a good tumbling stop. Up at Derby, Northants are still ticking along really at just over 3 and over. 319 for 5. They were 121 for 4, so it's been a gradual rebuilding since then. .93 for naught as Harris is in from the river end. Bowls nice drive from Robson, beats Carlson at cover. Will it run away to the ropes? It's still being chased towards the boundary, and Sam Northeast has dragged it over the ropes with him. Rather symptomatic of Glamorgan's fortunes this morning. Things really haven't gone right for them. It's been a poor start in terms of bowling accuracy. They haven't put the same sort of pressure on as Middlesex did, and whatever the pitch is doing, cricket is quite often a simple game of bowling straight and giving yourself the maximum chance to take wickets. Harris on his way again at 97 for naught is into bowl, and Robson covering up there, playing it gently up to mid-on, and there is no run. So David Lloyd's troops at Derby suffering slightly. Northants 327 for 5 with Rob Keogh on 82 not out, and Justin Broad 47 not out, half centuries earlier from Vasconcelos and from Bartlett. As Harris is in again, bowls, and Robson plays that gently out on the offside, and there is no run. Reminder that you can get in contact with us via the medium of X/Twitter at NickWeb 2017 or Kevin Hand Sport. And if you want to drop me an email with any longer thoughts, or you're not on Twitter, then nickweb2017 at gmail.com. Harris on his way. Shorter ball lobbed up in the air, but caught! Labuschagne taking the ball, backpedaling frantically towards square leg. Robson has gone for 28. James Harris has the breakthrough, 97 for 1. Thought for a moment it was going to fall between the close-in fielder and the boundary man, but in the end Labuschagne made good ground backwards. Had to sprint initially, took the ball coming over his shoulder. Good catch, 97 for 1.
Well, there was a ball in the last over from Harris that, if you remember, Robson hooked out to deep square. It felt as though he played that ball as though it got big on him, bigger than he expected, and I'd suggest that's what's just happened with that one as well. So the ball in the last over, he was just looking for a gentle guide, and then it felt as though at the last minute he was just really having to get up and over the top of it to hook it away. But then in this over now, He's played instead the closed face shot on the back foot, just looking to steer, looking to turn, rather than getting over it with the hook. And when that got big on him, the leading edge is in play. Max Holden makes his way down the pavilion steps for Middlesex at number 3. A young batter. Huge promise. When I say young batter, he is in his mid-20s now. I often forget, really, though, that in the grand old scheme of cricket, players only ever really started to break through after university, didn't they? You go off to university and then you had to win your place into the side, didn't you? So, whereas Max has been England under-19 captain and...
Yeah, there's still a few go down the university route.
Yeah, but even still, they kind of get in, don't they? In the
Kieran Carlson did, and did well to hold down a first-team place while studying at the same time. Quite a few others have come through the Cardiff MCCU stroke UCCE. I can never quite remember which is which these days. But Gorvin, another
the universities,
local universities guy, although he is half Welsh, I was informed, albeit born in Hampshire. But certainly qualified to play for Wales.
Gorvin around the wicket, he bowls. Ooh. Mark Stoneman. He went to cut the ball, and never for a moment, having withdrawn the bat behind him, ready to go, he never actually, there was the slightest of wobbles. But he held that position the whole way, and the ball, it swung late, and it really did go, didn't it? Getting lovely angles here on the stream, the replays. It's so great to be able to see these replays nowadays, isn't it? Remember when we didn't have any of this? Here's Gorvin. Bowls, swings away again outside of the off stump, never remotely contemplated getting involved in that one, Stoneman.
Yes, is running through the scores. Rob Williams remarks on Twitter, really good knock by extras in the Leicestershire game, 55 already.
Having a good year. Gorvin turns again, slipping a short mid-wicket. The second of the two short mid-wickets retracted to an orthodox mid-wicket now. As this ball's full of a length and defended by Stoneman. Back to the bowler, there's no run.
Edward Cooper requests a mention of the Daffodil Tours, the Balconeers group, transport and accommodation, etc., to away matches.
Gorvin bowls, Stoneman leaves alone. Again, the shape away, isn't there? And
there's a bit of movement. You've got to keep it under control.
Well, he's fully resisting it at the moment, Stoneman. The field is set. There's a slip. Keeper standing up. Backward point's almost a deep gully, isn't he? Then there is a deep cover point for that cut shot, or indeed drive. The ball swinging away outside of the off stump. An extra cover actually being moved around now. He was more orthodox cover. He's now come to an extra cover, as well as the mid-off on the offside, and that mid-on. Short mid-wicket and long leg, the 5-4 field as forward goes. Stoneman defended back into the offside. It's fielded at cover and there's no run.
So the Balconeers are running a trip to Leicestershire next week. You can go on their website, thebalconeers.co.uk. They took about 3 dozen to Lords, I think. Didn't get enough interest for the Yorkshire and Northants game, but they're back on the bus at Leicester.
Gorvin bowls, swinging outside the off stump. It's just starting a little too wide at the moment, although it almost feels like it's the trap to Stoneman. Keep it wide. It's a maiden over for Gorvin. 97 for 1 after 29 overs.
So Glamorgan with 1 breakthrough, even though they haven't been quite as accurate as they would have wanted. And the Welsh point of view on the commentary for the next half hour will be represented by Mr. Edward Bevan.
Nick Webb, thank you very much. I briefly left him mid-over in that last Harris one because I was delivered a wonderful Welsh cake from Sandra via Ed Bevan, who brought it in. So I had to I realised I was going to try and resist another coffee. I'd already had, what did I had? Probably nearly 4 shots of espresso this morning already. So I was trying to stay off it, and then the Welsh cake was sucking me in, and I realised I need to go and get another coffee. Morning, Ed. How are you?
I'm very well, yes. Good morning, Kevin, and good morning, everybody.
Have you had your Welsh cake?
Of course. Here's Harris then, coming into the new batsman, Stoneman, and Holden bowls to him, and he pushes back down the pitch. Yeah, everybody, my friends up in Middlesex, and everybody listening around the world, because, as you say, Kev, a lot of expats around the world support Middlesex, of course, the huge city of London, and they do listen attentively.
Aye.
At different times of the day.
Aye. Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Good night. Harris with 2 slips in attendance for the new batsman. Comes in and bowls. Oh, and it's a stifled appeal for LBW. Always the same when bats a bowler who hasn't been bowling particularly well, gets a wicket, and then he's on song. He's buoyed, as the thing.
A bit like Tom Helm, when he the old inside edge there from Holden. I think they just felt that he'd almost come down around that one, didn't he? So they were thinking they might just find a little way through, a little gate to get through. But yeah, Harris,
Expensive,
like Helm,
he got the wicket.
Well, like Helm, I mean, when he's at an absolute best, he's in England. You know, he's always been. He was the Helm of his time, really, wasn't he? He was the next cub off the rank for so long.
Not consistent. Harris bowls. Holden is forward, plays it away onto the offside.
He arrived at Middlesex as an England lion, didn't he? You know, he well, he never did get an England full call up.
Very close, I'm told.
Yeah, he was.
Well,
when he was in the squad once.
Yeah.
Oh, T20, yes.
Nobody could quite understand that.
Yeah, which for well, they went through. I don't know whether it was that particular period, but there was a time for England that if you wanted to get into the Test team, you had to get into the white ball team first. You know, it was a different time, wasn't it?
There's Harris from the rear end again to the left-handed Holden, who plays it away onto the onside. Interesting field. You've got a square leg by the umpire, a man on the drive on the onside, and a mid-on. And I think that tells us that the ball is swinging just a little bit this morning.
Yeah. Just started to. Didn't see too much at the beginning.
I think Gorvin's been bowling a little bit too wide.
Yeah.
Whether he's trying to keep the batsman quiet. But it's Harris now. In over the wicket, bowls. Brings the batsman forward. Much better over this by James Harris. The score remains on 97 for 1. Excellent opening partnership.
Let's finish off on Harris and we'll move on to Max Holden in a minute. Last ball of the over coming up from Harris. When he arrived at Middlesex, remember Andrew Strauss saying that he reminded him of a young Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, he had a wonderful action, and he was one of the best bowlers in the country.
Seam, swing, you know, he arrived at Lords, all the promise in the world, but then we talked about it yesterday, didn't we? The change of action at Loughborough. And
anyway,
I don't know if we need to establish anything more.
Harris bowls and brings the batsman forward. It's a good maiden over by James Harris, so the score remains on 97 for 1, leading the way. Middlesex Mark Stoneman is on 62 in the last over. Robson just popped one up to short leg. Labuschagne was under it. Now Harris is bowling for 28 as the sun comes out. I have brought my brolly this morning.
I know.
I didn't like that forecast one bit.
But is it? Yeah, showers this afternoon.
I watched the breakfast programme and it showed horrendous floods in Germany, which were coming into France.
No.
And could encroach. On the east of England.
Oh dear.
So I was a little concerned.
Gorvin continues around the wicket to Stoneman, and there he is, right on the spot. That's where he wants to be.
Well said.
Right on that off stump. Well, he's got them swinging late, hasn't he? So just before pitching, just a little bit of swing, which then changes that line. So
normally he bowls wicket to wicket, keeper standing up, which he is now.
Well, he's that kind of pace, isn't he? Wicket to wicket.
I think he might run a little bit too far, but there we are. He's got his
rhythm
going.
It's an extraordinary. It's such a rapid approach. He's in bowls and pushes it right up there. As Nick said, he's getting every last bit of it that he can. But it's a huge amount of effort to deliver at just over 70 miles an hour, it appears. And
there's no doubt that Cook coming up has restricted Stoneman, because he was very fluent yesterday and fluent today.
But it's funny. Sorry, go ahead.
And it always does, doesn't it? When you've got your keeper up breathing down your neck, you're not going to push out, play forward or use your feet.
Gorvin in once more, he bowls, and there you go, lovely line and length again. It's just there, any little deviation from that line, and Stoneman has to be very, very careful. And he is being wary, especially with the fall of Robson now. That would have focused Stoneman even more. Not that he needed it, but he's been going along quite fluently. It might just rein him back slightly. That's a 9th dot ball from Gorvin to Stoneman.
5 for 40 is by far his best figures for Glamorgan in the last game.
9th consecutive, I should have said, as here he comes in bowls. And that one's given a little bit of width. It's a little bit short, and it's late cut down to the deep third, quite deliberately fine by Stoneman. There's a deep point in place and a deep gully who's quite wide, almost around to a backward point. So Stoneman goes at it late. It's the 100 up for Middlesex as well. 101 for 1.
I would rather see it. Everybody knows my feelings about third man, but I haven't seen a ball for 3 overs going on the onside. Yet he's got a man on the drive and a man at short mid wicket.
Well, he had 2 short
might as well have a
mid-wickets,
third
didn't he?
man.
Yeah. They had 2 short mid wickets a little while ago.
But he's bowling off stump line, basically.
Yeah. Here's Gorvin bowls. It's short and it's heaved over the short mid wicket for that sat up at his pace.
Yeah.
You can't really bowl there to Stoneman.
No, you can't bowl to anybody at that pace, really, when it's short. It's asking for trouble. So
I mean, he's a fraction quicker than Tim Murtagh was when he finished. And it's funny because the comparison I was going to make was where he's got this really rapid approach, Gorvin. It's a slightly shorter run-up than that which Murtagh would have had, actually. Murtagh had quite a long run-up for his pace, but it was never really a sprint into the crease. It was a flow into the crease for Murtagh. But Gorvin, look, there you go, and he's off. Bowls now full straight defenders.
It reminds me, Kev, a little of Ryan Higgins, who runs a long way, for also medium pace.
But then you say that Higgins is up towards 80.
Is he?
Yeah, he's quicker than people think. When you see the speed gun in this match, I mean, there we go, there's Gorvin's over 73, 72, 65, 72, 71, 68, I think it was at the end.
Yeah.
Whereas Higgins, pushes it up towards 80. I don't know if he quite tips 80. Bamber, similarly, so there's not a great deal between Bamber and Higgins in terms of pace. Bamber will be able to get it up into the 80s at times. Helm's the quickest on display in this one. Would have been interesting to see Henry Brooke play for Middlesex in this.
Is he injured?
No, I think Helm 4 for 44. He just performs here at Cardiff. He always does.
Yes, Harris is starting the over. He bowls, Holden flicks it away off the mark down towards fine leg. He'll get a single, as is collected there by Glamorgan's left arm seamer, who we have not seen yet. Jamie McElroy, and he will probably come on for one of these now. And I think we'll have a 4th seamer, as the ball is just doing a little bit. Although sometimes old Hassan will bowl you a good length, just keep around there. He hasn't taken the wicket this season, but he's just keeps the batsman quiet with just a slip normally. But it's Harris in, bowls, short, cut away, and that's going to go down for 4, is it? No, it's collected just inside the boundary by Crane. Good bit of fielding, collected and into the gloves immediately to Cook. Another single then to Stoneman, who has moved into the 70s with the 2 4s in the last over. He's 76. He got 97 against Glamorgan, the first game of the season. And as far as the Welsh county is concerned, looks in quite ominous form. James Harris, who's been bowling for 40 minutes from that far end, comes in again and bowls to Holden. Holden is forward. Better delivery, played away onto the offside. Not, you would call, a crowd here this morning. There are a few sit away to our left behind the bowler's arm. But it's Saturdays, it's shopping day, it's cricket day for clubs. And what I always used to do...
There you go, somebody's ringing. How you getting on at the shopping? Yeah, doing fine. The queues are big. Car park was a bit of a problem.
Yes.
Big celebration goes up in the background. What was that? Oh, yeah. There's an offer on the biscuits.
Next ball is played away past square leg up towards the boundary. It's a chase for McElroy, who will stop it just, will he? Yes, he does. Tosses it back inside Byram. And again, a good bit of fielding. I was just going to say, when I was playing club cricket years ago, I always used to go down to Swansea, where they used to play half a dozen games a season, watch the morning session and off to go and play. And a lot of people used to do that. But of course, nobody in West Wales, apart from 2 2 one-day matches in Neath in the 50-over competition. There's no cricket down there for, no first-class cricket for them to watch, which is quite sad. And nothing, of course, for the last 3 or 4 years up in North Wales. When that'll rectify, goodness knows. But I suppose if you've got a ground like this, you have got to give it all the cricket it has. Slip has moved, and there's 2 men now on that onside, on the drive. As Harris bowls, flick down the leg side, and that's going to run away for 4.
Nice. You'd have thought there was something on that, wouldn't you?
No chance for Cook whatsoever. And
well, harsh on the keeper because it's going to go down against him. But
exactly.
Same in the last over one went down there. We fancied there was a little bit of pad in it, but no, there's nothing on that at all. It was nowhere near the pads.
Just a 70 runs deficit now for Middlesex. They're in a very strong position. And apart from that wicket from Harris, it's been no problem for the batsman, basically.
No, it hasn't, has it? It's
wicket is good. Yes, Harris in again and bowls. And that's pitched up and driven up towards mid-off. That's the end of the over. Holden remains on 3. 75, or is that 77 now to Mark Stoneman. We're going to have a change of bowling.
It's a natter.
Has taken his cap. Well, he does take his cap, but I think North East might have had a quick word with him. There's going to be a little meeting, I think, between the senior pros.
A lot of chatter at the river end.
Yeah.
Good little gaggle of spectators in at the far end there.
Yeah.
Close to in line with the... as close as they can be with the netting over there. They're all enjoying their Saturday morning in for this one.
Corbyn is going to continue. This is the depleted Glamorgan attack because Tim van der Gooten, thankfully, is coming back into full fitness. Had a good game for the seconds this past week. And McIlroy is back into the side. He hasn't bowled this morning. And of course, in the next game, Mir Hamza will be back after being, inverted commas, rested.
Yeah, they got it slightly wrong, haven't they? In terms of, it's great they've got Labuschagne for this game, but if they could have delayed him a week or so, it almost would have forced the hand of Hamza to play this one. But then I guess they weren't to know that Van der Gooten would be injured, missing out on this. But
he hasn't played all season.
Well, indeed, yeah.
No, so,
they probably fancied that was the way it was going to do. They'd rotate through the end of it, but a couple of weeks overlap between the overseas. 3 of them in at the moment for Glamorgan. Middlesex without an overseas this year. But they have got Lias de Ploy, who's playing on a Hungarian passport, South African. Qualifies for England next April, maybe May. He's Gorvin continuing at the Cathedral Road end, right arm over and defended by Stoneman. Fielded at mid-on. Oh, Jack Chantry's changing sides. He was at square leg. He's off to point. What's upset him to go from...
I have no idea. You can see the lines over there. The man at square leg is backward. Backward in any brain, but he's backward of square.
Off goes Gorvin. Bowls. Oh, that's a big wide down the leg
wide,
side,
surely.
yeah. That gets away for 4 more buys, and they've got to tighten up here. If there's one thing you have to do, if you're not taking wickets, it's dry up the runs. And the run rate at the moment is 3.6, which isn't...
I thought Paul Baldwin was very kind there with him. Because I think that might have been 4 wides.
Yeah. But, and this was the great thing about Mercer, wasn't it? At Mercer's pace, it was that ability just to keep the ball relentlessly on the spot, and that's what Gorvin's got to go to. He's in now, over the wicket to Stoneman, which is an adjustment of line for him, which, partly why he's pushed that one down. He's been around the wicket for a while. Stoneman defends that one into the offside. But that's where Gorvin's now trying to attack with that late swing back into the left-hander. He's right to come left arm over. He was getting some away swing as well, though, wasn't he? So
yes,
away swing to a left-hander.
Bowling that line, of course. He's not happy when he grabs the ball as it's tossed to him.
He's into the crease now, bowls, and it's leg side again. It comes off the heel of Stoneman. It's going to be 4 more leg bites. He's a little unlucky on that one. That one looks all the worse because of the one earlier in the over, but that has swung onto the heel of Stoneman. He tries to clip it fine. It just collects his boot, and right on the heel it appeared, maybe just low on the pad then, but away it goes, fine for 4. And 4 more buys, 121.
But there's such a difference in the Middlesex attack and the Glamorgan attack.
And you consider who's missing from the Middlesex attack as well. You've got young Blake Cullen, they've got a plethora of bowling options at the moment. Corvin, 5th ball of the over, top of middle and off, that's where he wants to keep it. Stoneman stands up tall on the back foot to defend to mid-on. But yes, we mentioned those missing in this game for Middlesex, or was it yourself or Nick that was asking about Henry Brooks, whether he was injured? But no, Tom Helm, well, actually we got distracted. But yeah, Tom Helm, somebody quoted it back to me yesterday evening. He's got an average of, it's either, I can't remember quite the way around, he's either got 15 wickets at 18 here or 18 wickets at 15. I can't remember which it is as Ford goes Stoneman. Either way, it's mightily impressive, is the point. And that's why there was no doubt Helm was going to play this game. And I said it from the first ball yesterday that he bowled. Just said, Helm.
He did bowl.
Helm looks
so well. And you look at Bamba's figures yesterday, 15 overs, 2 for 23.
Yeah.
I thought he was most impressive.
He was, yeah. He always is, Bamba. He's a kind of fellow that you'd never want to drop. He's just Mr. Reliable.
At the river end.
There we go. We've got our man McIlroy.
McIlroy to have his first bowl of the morning as the sun comes out. It really is a beautiful morning here at Sapphire Gardens. Even hotter tomorrow.
Goodness me, it was hot this morning.
Yeah.
Walked in from the hotel this morning.
Thundery probably later on.
Oh dear. Yeah, it was a hot one this morning. I thought, goodness me, this is going to be sweltering today. But hotter again tomorrow, eh?
Yes, and then I think there's a break, as it is normally. You get a couple of days in this country, and then where are you next week?
Lords against Sussex, mighty game. Let's hope the weather doesn't interfere with that one. Top of the table as they stand at the moment, Sussex, although Yorkshire may, and Middlesex, or Glamorgan here, may have that changed by the next round.
Yes, it was a spot of bother yesterday. Didn't often see many wickets, 17 going down in the day down at Tom.
Yeah.
Here's McIlroy then. And he's coming over the wicket and bowls the first ball. And that seemed to just move a little bit as Holden pushes forward and then it goes out into the cover region. Just the one slip. Ul Hassan, 4th seamer, is winding at cover. So he's probably going to have a bowl, a double change I suspect. Because the runs have been leaking this morning. It was 6. They've already added 60 runs, basically. What was it, 62 without loss last night? It's 121. In comes the next ball. That's on a length, pushed away into the offside, no run.
Good form this year, Max Holden. He started against Glamorgan with a 50, 53. Then against Northants, 211 unbeaten. Second Middlesex century for Max Holden. And at that point, he then had as many centuries for Middlesex as he had for Northamptonshire, where he was on loan. Scored 2 centuries at Wantage Road, and that was his 2nd century for Middlesex, a double ton, his highest score in first-class cricket. 12 and 35 against Yorkshire at Lords, then 1 and 111 at Bristol against Gloucestershire.
Yeah, he's in good nick because the next ball is left by him, by Holden. As they've adjusted the field, there's a gully now with the ball drifting down towards the offside. That man is Labuschagne, who no doubt has a few things to say to the captain. Advice, that is. And you always like advice from a player of his stature, I suppose. No runs off this over, as yet. And that's another good length ball, which is played into the covers, no run.
I think he was even chatting to Tom Helm when they was bowling at him yesterday. Helm, I think he said it on the interview, but even if it was not on the interview, it wouldn't have been something that Tom wouldn't want me to relay. But he said he did bowl, and then Labuschagne turned around and asked him a question. He said, "What are you asking me for?" Not my job to tell you. Something along those lines.
He's a funny man. Here's the next ball, which is left by Holden and goes through rather low down to Chris Cook, who's had a diver down this morning for some wayward bowling by Harris and by Corvin. Third man is back in, so we've had an extra slip and a gully. It started off just the one slip, so it appears that probably McIlroy's getting a bit of swing. Last ball of the over bowls, and that's beaten him outside the off stump. It was a very good over. And you just wonder why Gorvin was opening the bowling and not McIlroy, who generally does open the bowling. But he's bowled a good over. They're probably one of the best overs of the day. 121 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 183. The deficit is coming down now. Just
there's a change of bowling as well at the Cathedral Road end, because coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is Zain-ul-Hassan.
Zain-ul-Hassan on the Cathedral Road end, replacing Gorvin. Stoneman's got a problem with his helmet here, and Josh de Carey's, who is the subfielder, has run out something for Stoneman to fix on the helmets. Maybe it's just that little sweatband inside at the front.
Or a screw at the side.
Yeah, something was wrong with it. But sorted now and resolved. He's good to go again. Yeah, 97 already this season. Now another 50. He'll be desperate to make sure that this is the first 3-figure score.
Yeah, hasn't looked in any sort of trouble.
Well, serious cricketer, isn't he? Mark Stoneman did well on that England tour of Australia, but just wasn't able to convert some of the scores. But his durability on that tour impressed everybody.
Yeah, he was cast aside quite quickly, wasn't he?
As was Robson. Robson was no doubt the most harshly treated of the England Openers alongside Cook. Ul-Hassan is in, right arm over, he bowls, leg side, it's through to the keeper. Cook, who's standing back now, he takes that one. He's got a little bit more zip about him, I think, Ul-Hassan than Gorvin.
Well, I suppose this is the reason we're watching Ul-Hassan bowling, is that Billy Root was left out. A lot of questions. I mean, round the ground asked why. They do ask me, and they ask you probably. Why what do you think? Why? I'm sorry, I don't select the team.
It's a bit like Tom Helm back to Labuschagne. What are you asking me for? I don't know. Here's Ul-Hassan bowls, leg side to Stoneman. He gets away with it. Cook with a tumbling stop again. Stoneman just trying to help it on its way. A little bit of shake back in.
So who asked the question?
Labuschagne of Helm.
Was it?
Yeah. What did it do? I don't know. What are you asking me for?
He talks to himself as well.
Yeah.
He would hit one in the covers. No manners. Things like that.
Hassan bowls, and this is clipped backward a square. Oh, through square indeed. Just in front of square, actually. Oh, he's deceived me completely. Deep square on the ropes, short boundary below the pavilion, just in front of square, collects, and a single more. Stoneman moves to 72, Holden moves to 3. But yeah, going back to Harris and his arrival at Middlesex, it was that obsession with speed, which is what they're back to now, isn't it? Which is why we've got the Kookaburra experiments. We need 90-mile-an-hour bowlers, and Harris, at 80 miles an hour as he was deemed not quick enough for international cricket.
How quick is Jimmy Anderson?
Oh, precisely. And Tim Mercer didn't do too bad, did he? His Ul-Hassan bowls and beats Holden. Forward he goes. Angled across through to the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, good delivery.
Yep,
put
really
it there, young man, every ball, if you can.
Well, that's the challenge now for Glamorgan, isn't it? They're not as threatening as Middlesex were with the ball. No, and again, if anybody looks back at the highlights, you see a few bad shots, don't you? And a few, three shouldering arms. But as I said to Nick, sometimes it's as much about what's happening around the deliveries as the delivery itself, the wicket delivery. Ul-Hassan in bowls, full and straight, and carefully defended to mid-wicket by Holden. He gets the bat down on that one.
Going back to that, and Stuart Broad was a fine bowler, as we all know, but he wasn't express pace. He wasn't as quick as Matthew Wood, and of course Matthew Wood can't play so many tests
Mark Wood,
Mark Wood, because he's injury prone.
Yeah,
and I suspect something to do with his action, because he really runs in and strains himself. So why this obsession with speed, I really don't know. There's been terrific bowlers for England who are nowhere near that speed that they want.
Ul-Hassan bowls, line and length, it's offended to backward point. Keeper standing up. I remember I was a kid, all the captains used to say to me, you need to try and slow down. How things have changed. You need to try and slow down. Just put it on a line and length. You need to try and slow down. Stop focusing on speed. And which is the last thing you should say to a kid. You say to a kid, run and bowl it as fast as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll build up and we'll work on the accuracy as it comes. But yeah, slow down and try and put it on a line of length first. Endlessly told it, but anyway. And now, of course, the obsession is speed, speed, speed. 1, 2, 2 for 1.
You wouldn't call Helm, he's quick enough.
Yeah, again, he'll get it up to 85.
Yeah, but I think the England selectors want it quicker than that, don't they?
Well, I mean, look, if Helm could bag up yesterday and take it with him every week, he'd be in the England side, wouldn't he? I don't think there's a problem. If you're 6'5" as Helm is, very high release, and gets the ball to do all sorts, seam, swing. He's got great control, as we've seen in white ball cricket. Brilliant variations, slower balls, Yorkers. He's a real master of it all.
Here's McEnroe to start another over. McElroy, and then no runs off his first over. The first ball is pushed back there by Stoneman. He's on 77, 122 for 1. Very, very good position for Middlesex here with today, weather permitting, and 2 more days to go. We'll be thinking, yes, we could win this. McElroy is in and bowls on a full length, which is played back down to mid-off.
But yeah, I asked Helm as well, about his form at the moment, and he said, yeah, it does feel like, his trajectory at the moment is in really good form. Enjoying bowling, coming out nicely, and it would be interesting. Broad and Anderson now gone. A couple of injuries. Then it kind of throws the field open, doesn't it?
There were 6 names named the other day on one of the papers.
Yeah. To replace Anderson.
Yeah. As the next ball again pushed up to mid-off, and again there's no run. Of course, Josh Tongue is out for a couple of weeks. Yeah. Apparently he's injured. Pennington's name was mentioned.
Yeah.
Who else? The Stone, possibly. But anyhow, I didn't see many second division players in there. Atkinson. Here's the next ball, off the back foot, and again it's good bowling this by McElroy, keeping batsmen quiet. So it'll be interesting to see who they will pick. Well, I suppose it'll be a speedster, won't they? Coming, what selectors have said. Well, McElroy in bowls, and this is dabbed away down towards third man for a single. First run this morning off McElroy in his second over.
Well, if Helm can keep this form going, he's been in the England side squads for so long that there or thereabouts that there's certainly no doubt he's got the potential, he's got the ability. Not the only potential, he's got the ability, but it's just form and consistency really for Helm. And if he keeps it going, keeps bowling like that, then you never know, there could be a late rush to that England debut for him.
Yeah, and then they'll say, second division, isn't it?
Well,
I think a few bowlers. There's McElroy in bowls. Good that move, because Holden had to just move a little quickly as that ball came down and change what he was going to play. That's the end of the over. Just the run off it. 123 for the loss of just 1 wicket.
And to me as well, Ed.
And there is a change here. Kevin has just gone and replaced at the Cathedral Road end by Nick Webb.
Yeah, good afternoon. Still out there. Still the threat of showers maybe in a couple of hours, 2-3 o'clock possibility. Certainly, a few people in the area who'll be hoping that's not the case. But forecast of thundery showers as Zain Ul Hassan runs away from us, and Stoneman withdraws. He is not ready. And umpire Baldwin.
Well, what happened? It's I think his Lavisher in there moved at the very last moment, and you can't do that, of course. And the bowler has started his run up. So Stoneman quickly moved away.
Ul Hassan is in. Bowls this time, clipped off his legs by Stoneman down towards mid-wicket. They're through for a single. Glamorgan's bowling has not been consistently accurate enough, and 19 extras on the board doesn't really help. If you have gone down leg side, either off pad or beaten the keeper standing up.
Yeah, it's not been good bowling, you have to admit.
Has to be absolutely accurate on this slowish pitch with these medium pacers as Holden drives to mid-off.
Just saying, Nick, before you came in, that watching Ul Hassan will tell us the reason. Don't know if you've been asked by spectators. They seem to think we know everything. Why isn't Root playing? And this will answer your question, I suspect.
Well, it's just the balance of the side, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought they might risk having one seamer fewer, but they didn't want to. As that is off a thick edge from Holden, and it may fly down to the third man boundary. It's being pursued by Colin Ingram, who just knocks it back inside the ropes as he slides over the ropes himself, and he has saved probably just the one run there as Holden moves on to 6. 3 were taken. Controlled edge, if you like, all along the ground, even if it wasn't quite where he was meant to be playing it. Hassan here flopping is into bowl, cut hard but straight to Carlson at gully, and there's no run. Haven't seen Carlson at gully for a couple of years. Stoneman 74 not out off 122 balls, so a decent run rate without having to take too many chances. Quietish start from Holden. Ul Hassan wearing 27, red number, bowls, and that's knocked away on the leg side by Stoneman up to mid-wicket for a single. He's let his hair grow a little bit this year, so wearing a headband to bowl in. Zain Ul Hassan started the season opening bat, but he did say last night that the role that he's in for this match, batting at 7 and operating as a change seamer, is more what he's been used to in his short career, as he put it. That's driven on the leg side by Holden, but fielded by North East at mid-on. And there is no run as McIlroy gives his cap to the umpire and marches up towards the River Taff end, which is usually the sunniest spot to watch cricket from. You get more consistent sun at that end of the ground, the way the sun moves round Sapphire Gardens, the stand that we're in, and indeed the little members area down to our left often dips into shade, but you're pretty much in the sun all day at that River Taff end of the ground.
And who can blame them after the winter we've had? McIlroy starts another over. Bowls, brings the batsman forward. Stoneman very watchful on 75, not out. The batsman out this morning was Robson, who popped up a catch to Labuschagne at short leg of Harris for 28. McIlroy bowling a very steady length here. 0 for 15. And again he comes, puts it on the spot, played away onto the onside. There's no run. $128 for the loss of Robson's wicket. Plenty of batting to come, so Glamorgan can have a very long day and a half in the field. Nobody really has troubled the batsman this morning. This McIlroy comes in and bowls, and this is driven but not timed, and there is no run, although it looked when you left the bat as it might be piercing the cover region.
Well, this attack is, you'd have to say, a little slower on average than Middlesex's seam attack.
You must be reading my mind, Nick, because I was looking down at Helm, Roland Jones,
yes,
even Higgins, who can bowl in low 80s,
yes,
and they're nowhere near it. I'm surprised Nick Cook is not standing up even to McIlroy. Chris Cook. McIlroy bowls down the leg side, flicks the pad through to wicketkeeper Cook. This is the sort of bowling you want. If, keep the batsman quiet, try and tie them down. They might make a mistake. And he has been by far the most accurate bowler on show this morning. And he comes again and bowls. And this is another gun barrel straight delivery, which is played by Stoneman. Determined to get his first 100 by the looks of him of this season. 97 against Glamorgan Lords in that first game. And the weather rather different than it was in that first week of April than it is today, where temperatures, I'm told, are above average. Completing the over now is McIlroy as he comes in, bowls short this time, and that's going to run away down to third man, and there will be a single. So they move on to Middlesex to 128 for 1. Stoneman retains strike. He is on 76. Holden is on 6. And at the moment, things looking ominous, Nick, for Glamorgan.
Yes. On the screen, the Glamorgan coach, Grant Bradburn, with his ever-present clipboard and notes. And
he's scoring.
How much? Doesn't take too long to write bold straighter. Al Hassan will be trying to do just that. In Division 2, they are playing at Hove now after a delayed start. Yorkshire 187 for 8, 37 ahead of Sussex on low-scoring first innings. There's Al Hassan in to bowl, and Stoneman defends on the offside. And although, strangely, Robson was the slower scoring of the two by some way, Stoneman seems to have slowed down since his departure.
Yeah, I think they bowled a little bit straighter since he was out, Robson. Certainly McIlroy has tied them down.
There's Al Hassan bowls and a swing, and is there some sort of edge on that one as it goes down leg side? No. Stoneman just rubbing his thigh. There was obviously something that clipped on his way through to Chris Cook, going down leg side, but Stoneman remains not out. Actually, it wasn't.
Offside.
It was. He was looking to play on the leg side, which deceived me.
Thigh.
And it's flicked the thigh pad on the way through to Chris Cook.
It was the top. Yeah, the top of the pad, as you say, Nick.
Somewhere around there.
Thigh pad. I'll have a look at it again.
As the replay shows, I think it was contact with the trouser around about the pocket.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. 129 for 1. Correct decision anyway from Mr. Baldwin. As forward comes Stoneman and defends to cover Byron Field's no run. Gloucestershire missed out on the maximum batting points, but they're 440 for 3 against Leicestershire, where Glamorgan
that's always
heading.
A good batting pitch, isn't it, Leicester?
Has been for Glamorgan in recent years. Lots of runs scored. Lots of records. Al Hassan bowls cut away nicely by Stoneman. Nice shot running out towards the point boundary. It will be picked up by Mason Crane, and through for a couple of runs. 131 for 1. So up at Derby, Northants are 365 for 5. A century now for Rob Keogh, and still accompanied by Justin Broad on 65 not out. So the Derbyshire attack only claimed the one bowling bonus point there, but Northants missed out on batting points as well. Al Hassan bowls, cut again, away, and this time it's beaten. The dive of Crane at point, and it will race away for 4. And Stoneman moves on into the 80s. He has 82. It's 135 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online.
Yes, you can't bowl sort of short at that pace because it's asking for trouble.
Looks like they're rattling towards an early result at the Oval, where Surrey were dismissed for 213 but have shot Worcestershire out for just 128. Al Hassan bowls down leg side. Stoneman makes no contact. There were 6 wickets there for Dan Worrell, the Aussie who I believe is about to be England qualified next year, is it? Okay.
Gloucestershire, of course.
Yeah. Well, he never seemed to be playing for them when Glamorgan faced them.
Seems to be injured a lot, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, they're looking for their 4th win. They probably won the championship by now. Such a good all-round side.
And good attendances as well there.
Excellent yesterday, apparently.
Nice to see 4-day cricket getting decent crowds.
Big place, London, though, isn't it?
Well, quite.
Yeah. In comes McIlroy and bowls a new over, or starts a new over, and that's going to be stopped just inside. Al Hassan has picked it up in one fair swoop, and that's a good bit of fielding, but way down the leg side.
This is getting a bit sloppy, isn't it? Chris Cook is diving around all over the place, poor chap.
It's not good bowling, it has to be said. McIlroy has been okay, but the number of balls that have gone down the leg side this morning, as you mentioned when you came on the air.
Either creditors buys or leg buys, but it's still the bowler's fault. I
sympathise greatly with Cook. Got a ball straight. 4 balls in the last over from Hassan were wide of either off or leg stump. In comes McIlroy, bowls again, and it's a better delivery and brings Holden forward. He's making steady, slowish starts. He's on 6, but they know they got, unless the weather intervenes, all the time in the world to try and put Glamorgan under a lot of pressure. Deficit now is 46.
9 wickets in hand. That's a big first innings lead unless something dramatic happens.
Here's the next ball, pulled away, short delivery, and that's going to be fielded just in front of square and just in front of the ropes by Crane. 2 more runs.
It's about time we saw Crane bowling, isn't it?
I think so.
I mean,
anybody.
he's being a leg spinner, he's never going to be the tightest, but might bring a bit more attacking threat and at least a bit of variety.
Well, last night, didn't we? Robson nearly played on to him. He's going on to the wickets and then kicked away. In comes McIlroy, bowls, clipped away on the onside. There'll be a single. Crane again will field. And Glamorgan must, Mir Hamza is a good bowler, there's no doubt about it, especially as he showed in the last over. But I think Glamorgan will have to, they've got 7 more games after next week, try and look for a strike bowler somewhere. Here's the next delivery down the leg side as it's hit him on the pad.
Yes, I suspect that the 2 games in the middle of the summer, they might try and get away without a different overseas signing because they'll have Labuschagne and Ingram available, the 2 batters, and
you've got to take 20 wickets, Nick, haven't you?
You also got to balance the books, and can they afford it to sign someone extra?
In comes the next ball, and that's a better delivery, a big appeal, not out. This is umpire Mr. Chantry. Nip back at the ball at the batsman. That's the end of the over. They take a leg by.
Without any inside knowledge, I would have suspected that they'll possibly look to sign a fast bowler for the last 5 matches. In other words, August, September, rather than.
In the last 2 years, they've appointed slow left arm spinner and a leg spinner. Swept and lost.
Yeah, so they didn't have a second overseas for the final block last year, did they? Anyway,
We shall see.
we shall see in due course, but there are matters to be addressed by Mr. Bradburn on his clipboard.
Yes.
At Chelmsford in Division 1, Warwickshire 374 for 9, quite the comeback, having been 64 for 5. Ed Barnard is still going on 144 not out.
What a
And Michael Burgess, the keeper, hit a century batting at 8. At Blackpool, Lancashire were dismissed for 357. Zul Hassan's on his way. Keeper standing up and Holden off the back foot defending back to the bowler. So Ben Stokes' final figures, 2 for 71 in 18 overs. On his return to county cricket, there were 3 apiece for the opening bowlers, Rain and Potts. Durham, in reply, have lost both their openers early. They're 40 for 2 in reply to 357 posted by Lancashire. Ul Hassan in bowls. Holden drives gently to Gorvin at wide mid-off, no run. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 235 all out, despite a century from Lyndon James batting at 7. 4 wickets for Mohammed Abbas. 3 for Kyle Abbott. Ul Hassan in to bowl, driven straight by Holden, but intercepted at mid-on, and there's no run. And at Taunton, Somerset 488 for 8, so they've got maximum points. They're still in the 110 overs there against Kent. Centuries for Tom Banton and for the very promising young keeper James Rue, of whom great things are forecast. Ul Hassan charges in, but then doesn't bowl when he gets there. He'd lost his run slightly, I'm not sure. And his 4th over now. Glamorgan have got, of course, plenty of backup spin options. 2 Mason Crane as Ul Hassan bowls outside off stump. Holden plays no shot, with Labuschagne able to bowl leg breaks and off breaks. Kieran Carlson off breaks. Colin Ingram's taken a couple of wickets this season with leg breaks.
But you haven't named those last 3 as frontline bowlers, would you?
No. Well, you never know with Labuschagne. I wouldn't tell him he wasn't a frontline bowler, but hasn't bowled much for Australia, certainly in recent months, or indeed in the couple of matches he played for Queensland. Ul Hassan round the wicket. Holden drives to cover. No run.
In the winter, when they're playing test matches, look in the paper and you see Labuschagne 1 over for 5, or sort of talking over at lunch. He's never 15 overs.
No, he's bowled that sort of the odd 20 over day here, isn't he?
He does take wickets, there's no doubt about it. But who knows?
Ul Hassan to Holden, who plays it again firmly off the back foot up to Gorvin at mid-off. Again, there was no run. Ul Hassan in the low 70s in that over. 140 for 1 are Middlesex, just 43 runs in arrears. The partnership is worth 43 as well for this second wicket, but the game slightly drifting along at the moment, but that's the Middlesex's advantage really, because under the blue skies here this morning they can afford, they've got plenty of time left in the match, even if we do get a little bit of rain later on.
Yeah, and the run rate is just under 3.5, perfectly good. As McIlroy prepares to bowl 0 for 12 in his 6 overs. And he is going to bowl to Mark Stoneman. In he comes, bowls the first ball, and Stoneman dabs down to that. Gorvin comes in like a sprinter from cover. Didn't Gorvin? Yes, it did, yeah.
Bizarre prep for Jofra Archer, who's likely to be playing for England in the T20 series next week, just popping into a second 11 match, bowling 6 overs and then departing again.
He took 3 wickets in no time, apparently. Here's the next ball, which is again nips back into the batsman, played away onto the onside. Can you imagine now if a lot of people are not available at university exams at this time of year. You're a club player in Sussex, they come and help us out. Come, we got a 3-day. Yeah, sure. Then you go in, open the innings, take guard, and see Geoffrey Archer about 50 yards away. No thanks very much.
Yes, he did whack someone on the helmet apparently, so thank goodness for the strong helmets these days.
In comes the next ball, and played defensively.
Well, Middlesex at the moment, now Glamorgan have managed to bowl a bit straighter, experiencing the same difficulties in pushing along the scoring rate that Glamorgan did around either side of the lunch interval yesterday.
If you do bowl straight and on a length,
batters have to work hard for their runs. They have to play proper shots.
Common cricket sense, but if you're throwing things down the leg side and wide and all that. McIlroy bowls, plays it away onto the onside, intercepted at short mid-wicket, and no run again.
Plenty of batting to come. Laius Duploy in top form, 500 runs at 84. Ryan Higgins, ditto, 455 at 91. Fernandez, Davis, Roland Jones, Holman, Bamber and Helm.
Next ball is left outside the off stump, goes through rather low down to Chris Cook.
Holman probably a bit further up the order than I named, but it was just because he was coming into the side for this game that he got noted at the bottom. McIlroy's been tidy, hasn't he? Just short of 12 overs for 19.
Yeah, and he's been economical, I think, without being threatening. And he comes. Ball was a little bit shorter, down to third man, though, for a single. Stoneman likes that shot. He's played a lot of it, and anything that's marginally wide. That's the end of the over. 141 for 1. And a snapshot of people sitting in their straw boaters in front of the pavilion there. It's that sort of day. And, we have a change of bowling. It's going to be Kieran Carlson, not Mason Crane, to bowl at this, the Cathedral Road end. So it'll be the 6th bowler employed by Glamorgan.
To bowl at the
Strange, you'd have thought, with two left-handers at the wicket, you might be more inclined to bowl a leg spinner to hit the rough outside their off stump.
Yeah, unless they think that Carlson can do that and move it away and get an edge. But I don't think there's much turn there, Nick, to be honest. Good pitch by the looks of it. Which Glamorgan did not make full use.
Indeed. Carlson then will bowl around the wicket. And his first delivery is on target and is blocked by Stoneman. Just the one slip here, with man on the drive either side of the wicket, fairly close, but walking in rather than crouching. That little bit of gentle turn from Carlson, way outside to off stump.
Holman bowled 10, one ball short of 11 overs and took 2 for 17.
Yeah, it can be done. Crane just bowled the 2 overs last night. I'm sure we'll see him before too long as Carlson bowls, cut by Stoneman to backward point, fielded by the aforementioned Crane, and there's no run. 141 for 1. Carlson in Turned around the corner gently by Stoneman, but Glamorgan have got a man at a short-ish fine leg come backward square position. Umpire remains at point at the moment.
Yeah, I thought he did.
Not quite sure why. There's Carlson bowls. Forward comes Stoneman. Nice accurate start from Kieran Carlson, who's got 3 wickets this season in Championship cricket, but you don't want to inquire too hard about his average.
He got Stoneman out. I thought that, and I had a quick look.
Yes.
I remember chipping it at Douthwaite at mid-on.
As Carlson bowls, back on his stumps goes Stoneman, plays it on the offside, and Kieran Carlson begins with a maiden 141 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online, and we have just over half an hour to go until a lunch, as the stream camera picks up a group of chaps with fezzes on. Tommy Cooper style or Madness style?
Probably just finished their exams, which you would know all about, Nick, and they're not partaking of ale here, but there's a hostelry just outside the ground, which they may well visit.
Time to get Crane on, says James Lumber on Twitter.
Yeah, Carlson bowled a tidy over maiden, but there was no threat of any sort of turn there. And it'll be McIlroy to continue from the river end, and he will be bowling to Max Holden. He comes, bowls to him, and he guides that off his pads down towards deep mid-wicket for a easy single that aforementioned Crane fields.
They're into the second half of the match at Hove then. Yorkshire made 195 all out, 45 ahead of Sussex. Sean Hunt got 4 wickets, 3 for 25 for Ollie Robinson, the enfant terrible of the England setup.
McIlroy bowls, and this time Stoneman pushes it out towards mid-on.
Obviously a lot of natural talent. Whether it's all quite brought to bear at any time is not entirely guaranteed.
No. Hunt, the left arm seamer for Sussex.
She left arm. I can't remember. I don't think he played here, did he?
Did he play? No, he didn't play here, but I think we saw him down at Hove a couple of years ago. Here is another left arm seamer, McIlroy bowling, and it's left outside the off stump.
Hunt, yeah, right left armour from Guildford.
Yeah.
22 years
big
old.
lad. Bowled quite well too. Useful chap to have on loan, because you're not often in the Sussex side.
Lots of young talent, Sussex, but trouble in sort of turning it into results, really, until this season when they won 2 out of the first 4.
In comes McIlroy from the river end, bowls, and Stoneman flicks that away down towards fine leg. It'll be 4 runs. Anything offline is harshly dealt with. And the Glamorgan field is all very quiet out there at the moment.
This is getting irritating, the amount that's going down leg side, isn't it? That was turned off his legs, but we've seen leg byes going for 4. We've seen byes going for 4 that the keeper didn't have much chance with, and it just indicates that the bowling lines of attack are not accurate enough, and possibly fine leg needs to be a bit finer rather than trying to cover the pull shot as well.
Score has moved on to 146 for 1. As McIlroy bowls to Stoneman again, he plays it away onto the offside, and there's no run. 62 overnight, so that's what, 84 runs added this morning, and half an hour to go. That's good going. As you say, it has been. They've been kept quiet for a while, but they've hit in 4s when they're there, and they moved along quickly. Yeah, is McIlroy and bowls. An appeal for LBW, and Jack Chantry isn't at all interested. He himself was a left arm seamer, but he reaches for the cap. Time for me to reach for something. I'm going to have a break now and welcome back Kevin Hand to accompany Nick.
Thank you, Edward. Edward will be off to investigate luncheon or a spell in the sunshine, as Kevin and I will steer you through till 1 o'clock.
Luncheon, he's confirmed it. He's off to investigate.
Luncheon will be inspected.
It's like the Roman Emperor next door, isn't he? We'll get a thumbs up or thumbs down. We got a thumbs up yesterday. It was good, wasn't it?
It was. Plenty of it. Carlson is in to bowl to Holden, who drives, but only as far as Byram at mid-on. No run.
Good position this for Middlesex. They'll be looking at batting all day today.
As the next delivery is played back to Carlson.
And getting themselves into, you couldn't say unassailable, but near unassailable position in the match.
Well, position from which they shouldn't lose.
Yes.
Carlson bowls, and a big appeal for LBW. No,
I mean, it's got to
died
straighten
away
a
a
lot.
little bit.
It's got to straighten a lot. And was there an inside edge?
We'll see a replay on our screens which showed
yes.
there was an inside edge, and therefore it can't be out. Carlson into Holden. That one turns away and no shot is played outside off stump.
He was dropped down to number 5 or 6 last year, Max, with the theory that, well, it's not a theory, he's a very good player of playing spin, so perhaps the best chance of giving him the opportunity to succeed.
Down the wicket comes Holden and goes big. Where's that one pitched? Over the boundary is the answer to that one. Thudding into the advertising hoardings somewhere around long on, and well, that was out of the blue. 6 runs for Holden.
It's great when the players make the commentators look like they know what they're talking about, isn't it? But he was dropped down to 5 or 6, and the theory that he's brilliant at playing spin, and very next ball, over it goes for 6. But back up the order now. So yeah, he won't mind this. Carlson now, Crane. If they're to bowl a lot, this is an opportunity for Holden for sure. 50 partnership, eh?
Unobtrusive as Holden blocks the next ball. I think it was he who took over a BBC commentary, well, didn't he, at Radlett in the closing stages of
Did he kick us off?
A game? I think he and Nathan Souter, who's now up at Durham, of course, actually did a few overs on their own.
They've zoomed in on the Middlesex balcony. Mercer's got his phone out. They're all looking at it. What do you reckon Mercer's got on there? Do you reckon it's the highlight clip from yesterday of me talking about Sandra's sausage rolls? Where can we get some of them?
Returning to bowl at the river end, Mason Crane.
Mason Crane.
Yeah.
Spin at both ends.
Good.
And this is, going to be an opportunity for Max Holden against spin, because he loves playing spin and he's a fine player. For Tweakers, so yeah, opportunity for Stoneman, 13 shy of that century. First of the summer he's looking for. So Crane, I interviewed out in Abu Dhabi. He played against Middlesex in the Champions Trophy match in 2017. Champions Trophy, it's not what it's called, the Champion County match.
Oh yes, that's pre-season thing. Because
he'd just been the first overseas player in the Sheffield Shield for however many years, hadn't he? At that point. Here he comes, right arm over the wicket, bowling to Stoneman, who's forward defending, and there's no run.
Yeah, he didn't play in the opening game at Lord's, did he? But he's bowled quite a lot since. With the distinction of becoming the first leggy in 40-odd years to get a 5 for Glamorgan.
Bowls now, and Stoneman's forward, clipping to mid-on, who's deep, but they don't take the single.
Albeit a slightly bizarre 5 for having been whacked all round Headingley for a couple of hours, and then came back Took a few wickets the next day. Good character.
And again, Crane bowls and Stoneman backs up to this in late cuts. Late dabs down to deep third. He'll pick up 2. He's on to 89. 154 for 1. Middlesex trail by 29 in their first innings. And the position of strength continues to grow for the visitors here at Cardiff.
Yeah, it would be quite the achievement, wouldn't it be, to get ahead by lunchtime on the second day with plenty of wickets still standing.
Crane, a lot of flight, driven away to extra cover, and there's no run. Mark Stoneman has passed 14,000 runs in first-class cricket. He did so when he was on 62. Holden, I believe I'm right in saying, thank you to Ollie Thorpe back in the Middlesex office for that one. Holden, I believe I'm right in saying, has now passed 4,000 first-class runs. But I can't tell you exactly which moment he did it. Crane bowls, and Stoneman digs out the single to... no, he doesn't. They changed their mind to mid-on, and there's no run. Max Holden is... I've slipped onto Andy Murter on Twitter, which on Crick Info, which I'll tell you why in a moment.
Andy Murter?
Yeah. Uncle of Tim, and a link to this game as well. As forward goes Stoneman, pushing away into the offsides, extra cover, and there's no run. But let me give you quickly... Max Holden, yes, he was on 3,991 first-class runs coming into this innings, I believe. I don't think it updates as it goes along, so 7 runs ago he went to 4,000 first-class Max. On Andy Murter, we have had a message from... I know the surname, but I need to make sure I get the first name right. Dave Gorvin. Who says, "Hi Kevin, listening to the stream and the occasional comparison between Andy and Tim Murter, Andy Gorvin and Tim Murter, and thought you'd be interested to know that Tim's uncle was Andy's first Catholic parish priest." Now what I do need to check, actually, I should have.
As Carlson starts an over, and they'll take a quick single up to mid-on here, but they'll go through as Holden made his ground well, and Gorvin didn't try the shy at the stumps.
Father Mercer sadly passed away a couple of years ago, but was a presence in Andy and our family's lives for many years, and passed away whilst living at our family nursing home.
Well, as that's down leg side from Carlson, swept with a little bit of bat, or just pad? Just pad. Just one going on to total, but not onto Mark Stoneman's total, and he remains rather on 89, not out.
And I was just checking to see whether it's the same uncle that was Andy Murter, who played for Hampshire.
Slapped away on the offside by Holden, and they'll take a single out to deep cover, where Tom Bevan, the substitute fielder, is in the action. 157 for 1.
But no, I don't think it is. Andy Murter was a different uncle of Tim Murter's. So Andy Murter, 75 years of age, played 27 first-class games, but Father Murter, who has sadly passed away.
Carlson bowls, and a full toss, big appeal for LBW, not given by Paul Baldwin. Mark Stoneman looking for the sweep shot. I think that might have hit him on the full, or just on the ankle. Carlson would have needed to turn it quite a long way, I think, to get the nod there. Outside off stump, Stoneman cuts and misses, so Carlson is causing a few headaches here. It's been a good start, despite being whacked for 6 by Holden. And here's the last ball of Carlson's over, and forward comes Stoneman and punches it into the ground, bouncing out on the offside, no run. 157 for 1 at the end of the over. Holden 18, Stoneman has 89, and the deficit is a mere 26, and I'm thoroughly confused by what you've been going through there.
Right, let me start
Kevin.
again. So, Dave Gorvin tells me...
Andy's dad, potentially?
Yep. Tells me that Andy Gorvin and Tim Murter have a link, in that Tim's uncle was Andy's first Catholic parish priest, played a big role in Andy's life.
Okay.
Sadly passed away a couple of years ago. But also that because this is then where the plot thickened for me, and I'm inquiring now, because Andy Mercer, who I don't think was Father Mercer, because Andy Mercer does still appear to be alive, according to Cricinfo, played for Hampshire, who is Tim's other uncle.
So there are two Uncle Andys?
Not necessarily. There are two uncles in this story, but I'm just checking to see if it's one and the same. As here is a bit of flight on this from Crane to Holden. He defends into the offside. Andy Mercer, who it does appear is alive, so we think there is a separation between the two uncles.
Okay.
75 now. He played 27 first-class games for Hampshire and 48 List A. And young Andy Gorvin here, as Crane bowls again to Holden. Oh, now that turns down the leg side. Goodness me, he must have got something on that. That cannot have turned from virtually outside off by signals. That's turned right arm over from nearly outside off stump, I reckon. Down the leg side, and the disbelief of Crane. Let's have a look. I mean, that's not far off ball of the century stuff. Look at this. Turn down the leg side. Now, it was pitching probably on the off stump, looking at the replay from behind. Here's the replay from in front, and it just, it's probably pitched on middle and off. Turned away down the leg side. That was a big turner. And now this is swatted up into the air, into some space. A bit of a percentage shot from Stoneman. It gets him 4 and gets him into the 90s. He goes to 93, playing with the spin. And it was almost a sweep, wasn't it? It was a flick over mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, well, things are happening now. After a quiet period in the game, bring a leg spinner on, that always makes something happen.
He's none for 11 from 3.3. Crane just adjusts. Is it deep or backward square? It is, as he bowls now to Stoneman. He pushes this to mid-on and there's no run. Furthermore, he was Hampshire growing up, Andy Gorvin.
Yes.
And played with Mason Crane since they were 10 or 11 years of age, the pair of them.
Oh, right. Didn't know that.
And then he moved to Cardiff University.
Makes sense, yeah.
And just confirmation, as we suspected, thank you, Dave, that it wasn't the same Andy Mercer that played for Hampshire, as forward goes. Stoneman defended back up the track. Father Cyril Mercer. So there was Father Cyril Mercer, who played a big part in the early years of Andy Gorvin, but not to be confused with another man of Hampshire, Andy Mercer, who did indeed play for the county. But all related, as this ball's outside of the off-stump and cut away by Stoneman down to deep backward point. They'll pick up a single as Stoneman moves to 94, 163 for 1, end of the 48. So thank you, Dave Gorvin, for your messages and filling us in. But there you go, the Crane and Gorvin link. Now you know.
Yes, they're the same age now, aren't they? 27 years old, Gorvin and Crane, so that makes sense. There are a few birthdays around this week in the Glamorgan camp. Gorvin turned 27, James Harris turned 34, and Kieran Carlson turned 26. So belated happy birthday wishes to all of those. 163 for 1 is the figure on the scoreboard that will concern Glamorgan at the moment. Just 20 runs in arrears, and still the 9 wickets in hand. Carlson in to bowl. Forward comes Stoneman and defends. Now Stoneman is 6 short of his century. Kevin, do you want to commentate in case he bats a 6?
Here comes Carlson to bowl to him. We have seen Holden go downtown already for 6, haven't we? As Carlson bowls, it's short and it's cuts, but only as far as backward point. There's no run. Trail by 20. Now Middlesex. We're going to do batter by batter rather than over here. You're Holden and I'm Stoneman.
Hokey cokey.
If only, eh? If only. Carlson around the wicket, bowls and floats on up into the block hole. Stoneman resists and turns to northeast at mid-wicket.
Yeah, Holden's got 4,000 first-class runs more than I'll ever score, that's for sure.
What did we say? Stoneman was how many? 14,000 now, is it? Here's a lot of flight, and this ball's eased back. With the forward defence, just trickles away into the offside, in fact. Yeah, Stoneman 14,000. And confirmation it was indeed when he was on 9 that Max reached 4,000 first-class runs. As here is a forward defence from Stoneman, pushing back into the onside.
Given my total of runs last season was 7, he's not under any immediate threat.
All run?
Um,
Is there a boundary in there to save your legs?
I think there might have been, yeah.
Inside edge? Carlson bowls, forward goes Stoneman, pushing into the offside and a run.
It was not a glorious season.
Under the over, 163 for 1.
Yeah, but I didn't play that much. Partly due to the weather, partly due to my lack of cricketing skills and the presence of other people who could be selected ahead of me. 163 for 1. No sign of Edward demonstrating luncheon as yet.
We can hear him. We can hear the cutlery next door, can't we?
Yes. There's clearly tucking in. And at 10 to 1, it's time for... Is it a ball inspection?
Oh. Slow things down before lunch. Keep Stoneman in the 90s.
A little wave from Stoneman towards the dressing room. The umpires, Messrs Baldwin, the shorter of the two, and Shantry, the taller of the two, are making progress towards the dressing room area. And I suspect that means that we need a box of balls.
A reminder that lunch is being taken today at 1 o'clock.
Oh, I thought he was going to tell us something unexpected there. It is 1 o'clock. I thought we were going to be made to wait.
Now, out comes the box of balls with the S&C man.
A brand new display celebrating the match.
So, yes, they're going to make Stoneman wait here, aren't they? He's not going to get his century before lunch now. We're doing our batter by batter rather than over by over.
Yes.
But how long have we got? 10 minutes.
So, change of ball in the after 49 overs. So, although obviously it's meant to be a ball of similar age, sometimes it can help the bowling side. Just doing something a little different with the unpredictability of the cricket ball. Providing this time they've got the right sort of cow to provide it.
That's no way to speak about that lady that just brought out the box of balls. Who is a wonderful lady? Does she still do it down at Hove? Who walks
I
out?
believe so.
Is it? I want to say Betty, but maybe it isn't.
Betty, Brenda.
Brenda?
Something begin with B, I think. Something old-fashioned sounding.
Was it Gladys?
No, that doesn't. I think it's a B.
Here's it's you, because Holden's on strike.
Crane to bowl to Holden, who drives to mid-on and will remain on strike.
Yes, Andrew Harms. He's always delighted to announce this, isn't he, when the lovely lady brings down the box of balls.
Yeah, Adrian the man at Sussex in charge. 163 for 1 Middlesex. Glamorgan bowling with a different ball as opposed to a new ball. Being propelled by Mason Crane, and forward stretches Holden. Takes a single down towards backward square. 164 for 1. Holden on to 19, and Stoneman therefore on to strike. Potentially one blow short of reaching 3 figures for the first time this season. I have no idea what that accent was meant to be.
He's on 94, and here's Crane. Bowls to him now. A lot of flight, and this is driven to mid-on, and there's no run. He's already picked up the leggy over mid-wicket for 4. Would he pick him up over his head for 6?
Short straight boundaries here at Sapphire Gardens.
So a lovely overhead of Sapphire Gardens. I think it's on the floor below, isn't it? So here's Crane, gives it a bit of flight, and Stoneman eases back and eases it into the offside, and there's no one on the gantry below. There's a big overhead of
it's
this part of Cardiff.
Picturesque view with the playing fields to the north of us and the river and Butte Park ahead of us.
This one's wide and cut away by Stoneman, just a single. He moves to 95. 165 for 1.
The River Taff wending its way through the centre of the city, and in the distance the Cardiff Arms Park and the Principality Stadium within a short walk of here. Crane bowls to Holden, who knocks it away on the leg side for another single. Holden on to 20. 166 for 1. Holden playing the same sort of gentle support role that Robson did, really, to Stoneman, who's been the main scorer throughout.
Brenda Lower, I'm relatively reliably informed, is the Sussex lady with the box of balls.
Okie dokie. Ian Holmes on X alleges that our lunch looks promising. Well, I'm not sure how Ian knows.
Oh.
Because we don't know what it is. So unless there's been a shot somewhere on the camera of what's in store for lunch. Carlson to Holden, who's forward defending a little tentatively. Back down the wicket, and there is no run.
Oh, apparently it's in the first chapter of the book I'm reading at the moment. It says Ollie Thorpe in the Middlesex office, Batting for Time, the fight to keep English cricket alive by Ben Bloom. And Brenda Lower gets a mention in the first chapter.
Carlson bowls. Holden drives, half stopped at cover and deflected towards mid-off, and there is no run.
We're stringing it all together this morning, aren't we? The Galvins and the Mercers, the Cranes and Brenda Lower.
Carlson bowls. Holden forward, playing out on the offside. Labuschagne dashes as ever to his right to do the fielding.
I'm trying to think, is there a joke in it about a sister Brenda Hire, but I haven't quite come up with it yet.
Keep working on it. Mid-on is pushed back a few metres in case Holden fancies another blow over the top, just to tempt him. Holden does not fancy it at 12:54, with the potential afternoon's batting ahead of him unless rain intervenes, and that is a possibility according to the Met Office. Carlson in, bowls forward, comes Holden, defends back to the bowler. Apart from that 6, Carlson has been very tidy indeed. He's 0 for 8, and this is the last ball of his 5th over. In he comes, and forward presses Holden, defends on the onside. Sam Northeast may be wondering why he didn't bring on the spinners a little earlier, because they have been tight and caused just 1 or 2 moments of concern for this Middlesex pair. 166 for 1, so Stoneman will be on strike at the start of the new Crane over. 12:55, so he's probably got 2 more overs to get the 5 runs he needs for his century.
Your tablet device has just flashed into life down below. Don't worry, you're safe. It's Roland Butcher.
Oh.
He's not called you, but he's flashed up on Twitter with the Oman head coach Julip Mendes in Barbados at the Team World Cup training camp. Delighted to be working with the Oman team. From working with you and I, Webby, to working on the World Cup for Roland Butcher. I mean, it's a little bit of a demise for Butcher, no, but I'm sure he'll manage. Here's Stoneman on strike, and it's Crane from the river end. He's got a leg slip as well as a slip, and his right arm over. Left-hander, chips! A low full toss, very nearly back to a retreated mid-on. Had he been an orthodox, he's only marginally retreated, isn't he? But I think his eyes lit up and he decided not to do it. It was no, just pushed it back in the end. Fortunately, he survives. He's on 95. Fortunately for him, of course. Unfortunately for Hampshire, for former Hampshire spinner, just push back. Quick save from there. Quick rescue from me. Here it is again. Oh dear. Fairway shot on the bounce to mid-on. Here's Crane again. Bowls, and Stoneman's over the top of this, pushing into the offside. No run. He's going to be stuck on 90 in the 90s. Don't you know? Before lunch.
Could be. Probably needs a boundary now, doesn't he, with just 9 balls left of this session, in all probability. Leg slip brought in.
Here goes Crane. Bowls. A big hack at that from Stoneman, and a thick inside edge falls towards, or rolls towards, mid-wicket.
Yeah, his head's not quite right at the moment, Mark Stoneman, you suspect.
Nervous
a guy of his vast experience.
Well, 100's 100, isn't it? And he hasn't had one for a while. So Crane bowls and Stoneman leaves alone outside the off stump. And that is the 5th ball of the over. One more to come. And we'll still get one more in before lunch. And, well, I think Stoneman, that delay for the box of balls, I had a suspicion that it would delay Stoneman's century. He's doing a little bit of gardening down there. Seeing a little bit of dirt, flicks it away, which again does perhaps just betray him trying to refocus as his Crane bowls a low full toss, and it's swept fine for 4. He moves to 99. 170 for 1 Middlesex. It's the end of the 52nd over, and Crane gave him a couple of full bungers in that over. One of them nearly led to his demise. The other one has taken him to the verge of a century. Holden will have strike on 20.
Don't take your sausage rolls and drop them on a length. That's the gist of the message from Dr. Hignell. It's nice to see pardon?
The good doctor.
Yes, indeed. Nice to see lots of children out there from Barry yesterday in the outfield or beyond the boundary, playing a bit of quick cricket yesterday lunchtime. No kids in today, of course, at the weekend, or no school groups. Carlson bowls to Holden, who plays the first ball to Labuschagne at cover, and there's no run. Holden on 99, twitching gently at the non-striker's end. There's a short leg and a slip for Carlson. As forward comes Holden and drives to Gorvin at mid-on, and there is no run.
Can Holden find this single for Stoneman?
Well, it's only 2 obvious ones. Always edged that one just short of slippers, Holden.
Not a single there, Max.
Not a chance. Fell short of Ingram, but it was a false shot. Thick edge bounced a good metre in front of Ingram. Carlson bowls. Forward comes Holden. Defends on the offside. 4 balls bowled of the Carlson over.
Pure entertainment of it. We all want a Holden single now, don't we? Just so Stoneman has 1 ball before lunch on 99.
Clock reaches 1300. And Stoneman won't get a chance unless there's a no ball, because Holden has played the 5th ball back to the bowler. 170 for 1 then. Stoneman 99 not out. Holden on 20. 1 wicket fallen this morning. That of Robson. Caught Labuschagne, bowled Harris for 28. Carlson with the last ball of the morning session here on BBC Sport Online, and Holden punches it off the back foot straight to cover. It is another Carlson maiden, the 4th he's bowled in 6 overs, so a fine containing start from Kieran Carlson, but Middlesex's session again moving from 62 without loss to 170 for 1. They've added 108 runs for the loss of Sam Robson's wicket, and Mark Stoneman is poised 1 short of his first century of the season. We'll be back with full commentary on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Middlesex live streams at 20 to 2. Speak to you then.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games in the Vitality County Championship elsewhere in the country. We'll start at Taunton, where despite some rain this morning, Somerset have moved on to 538 for 9. That's against Kent. Today's starters well at home because of rain, where Yorkshire have been dismissed by Sussex for 190.
Harris is in, bowls to Stoneman, and he's squared up by that one, but it's edged away for 4 runs down.
Real sprint, kicks up those heels behind him as he runs in, bowls, and that's punched beautifully by Robson. Glorious shot.
River Townend at 74 for naught is in to bowl. That's clipped eerily for a moment on the leg side by Stoneman, but in that half century. Harris bowls, and that's another thick edge, and there's another boundary down to third in. From the river end bowls, nice drive from Robson, beats Carlson at cover, email.com. Harris on his way, shorter ball, lobbed up in the air, but caught!
I should have said as here he comes in bowls, and that one's given a little bit of width. It's a little bit short, and it's late cut down to the deep third. Here's Galvin bowls. It's short and it's heaved over the short mid wicket for that sat up.
Oh. Al Hassan bowls, cut again away, and this time it's beaten the dive of Crane.
In comes McIlroy from the river end, bowls, and Stoneman flicks that away down towards fine leg. It'll be 4 runs.
Opportunity to succeed.
Down the wicket comes Holden and goes big. Where's that one pitch?
Turned away down the leg side. That was a big turner. Oh, now this is swatted up into the air, into some space. A bit of a percentage shot from Steps, just betray him trying to refocus as his Crane bowls a low full toss, and it's swept fine for 4. He moves to 99. 174.
Replica clothing, as well as a range of recently published cricket books. Don't forget, if you're looking for second-hand cricket books or old Glamorgan yearbooks, as well as other books about Glamorgan County Cricket Club, they're on sale in the museum situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and sales of these items will help to raise funds for the running of the museum. If you're seeking refreshments, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion and opposite reception. It's a brand new initiative for 2024, and as a result, the Lewis Lounge on the top floor of the National Cricket Centre is now a viewing area for members only, without any bar facilities. Snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium, and you can obtain snacks from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting, in strictest confidence, your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Sapphire Gardens here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Middlesex video streams, where Middlesex are well in charge as we resume after lunch on 170 for 1. That's just 13 runs in arrears. And Mark Stoneman is on 99 not out. He will be on strike for the first delivery after the interval. And it'll be McIlroy back on after a few overs from Mason Crane just before lunch. Kieran Carlson is bowling tight off spin at the Cathedral Road end, or he was in the period before lunch. McIlroy doing a few warm-up exercises then. Stoneman on strike on 199. On 99 rather. In comes McIlroy and bowls, and Stoneman pushes that one on the leg side and decides not to risk the single to get him through to the magic 3 figures. I'm Nick Webb, alongside me is Kevin Hand, and Kevin, I think you'd better steer Stoneman to his century.
I was wondering why you were looking at me like that, and then I've just realised I've just come out of a deep and serious conversation. Stoneman, he's on 99. Thank you, Webby. And here comes McIlroy to bowl from the river end. He's in, bowls, and Stoneman works him away down to long leg. And the former England opener, Durham Surrey, there's a smile on his face. He has his first century since September 2022, which was against Glamorgan. 97 against Glamorgan at Lord's earlier this year, but he has 100 from the 185 and a big smile, which we can see from up here on Mark Stoneman's face. Wonderful innings.
185 balls, 15 fours.
Thank you, Webby. I was wondering why you were looking at me like, oh yeah, Stoneman's on strike, isn't he?
Here's McIlroy in there to bowl then to Max Holden, who plays it defensively on the offside, and there is no run.
They're not long enough, these lunch intervals, are they? Although there was me talking about.
Well, if you will insist on tackling the entire state of the British county game in 40 minutes or less, 40 hours or less, 40 days, 40 weeks. It'll take longer than all those, I think, to put things right. McIlroy is in to bowl to Holden, who defends back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Oh, am I meant to be on? Is it? Yeah. I don't know who went first this morning. I can never keep up with our rotors. As you probably can notice.
That's because the rotor doesn't actually exist. Yeah. It's mere matter of touch and timing.
Yeah.
As in comes McIlroy again to bowl, and Holden plays that defensively to mid-on. McIlroy has generally been tight. He's going for fewer than 2 runs and over, but hasn't quite had the threat. Bowling speed of 75 miles an hour. And that's last delivery as North East works furiously on the ball to try and keep any life in it. 54th over thereof. Well, theoretically, though, it was changed after 49 for a different ball. As that's down leg side for McIlroy. Has he been caught behind? Yes, he has. Holden has been strangled down leg side. And Glamorgan have their second wicket of the day. Holden departs for 20. As he poked at that one, going down leg side. Wasn't great delivery, but it produced the result, and McIlroy was confident that would be given as he continued down the wicket, and a clear deflection is shown on the replay. And Chris Cook, who's had some awkward moments today, had a relatively simple chance to snap up 171 for 2.
Yeah, it's the second one where an extra bit of bounce has picked up a wicket. Robson, now
The
Holden.
incoming batter for Middlesex is Leas Deploy.
Yeah, perhaps just lifted on a little more down the leg side, did it maybe? I went through a good carry through to...
It was just a little bit indeterminate, wasn't it, from Holden, who probably would have made a firmer effort to dispatch it.
It's always difficult, isn't it, the strangle down the leg side, because bowlers don't like it being called a strangle. It's an edge down the leg side. We've got an edge. All right, that wasn't the edge we were looking for, but we got it. Batters call it a strangle. But Leas Deploy comes in.
20 off
To resume the bowling
64 deliveries, I believe.
Cathedral Road end.
Dr.
Kieran Carlson.
As loud as ever on the PA. Kieran Carlson. Pardon? Holden hit 1 6 and no 4s in his 64 ball stay, which is quite unusual.
This is well, it's a great time. I mean, this happened somewhat yesterday, didn't it? In terms of when they got Ingram out, I think it was 2 down at lunch.
Yes.
And then could they get Ingram out there just before they got him out, just after the interval? And they got him out to the middle, that is, and then got him out. Here's Carlson around the wicket. He bowls to Stoneman, who plays back to a ball that doesn't particularly get up. It's just got a little overcast here as well. Could those thundery showers be about to hit? For the first time, it feels a little gloomy out there. Only a little.
It is a possibility, isn't it? It was a reasonably strong possibility, according to the weather forecasts I looked at lunchtime.
Carlson floats on up outside the off stump and rocking back, the left-handed Stoneman cuts the off-spinner out to deep cover for a single.
Met Office at the moment says 30% chance of rain at 2, 50% at 3, and 60% at 6. BBC forecast is rather more pessimistic than that. For several hours this afternoon, suggesting that it is probable that we will have a thunderstorm.
Deploy awaits. Carlson bowls. Goodness me, backs up outside the off stump, leg stump, and looks to punch him off middle stump. First ball. Leas Deploy, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no, it's quite usual. It's not. It hasn't alarmed me at all to see that from Deploy. He is a very positive, aggressive batter. And there he goes again. This time he does get it away off stump, gets a single, hits it hard at Ul Hassan. I think there was a groan from the crowd at the misfield from Ul Hassan, but that was the point. He hit it that hard that he immediately called the single. I'll pick this up and throw it.
Did, but the ball was going very fast. Had Ul Hassan managed to pick up and throw, then one of the batters might be struggling.
Carlson to Stoneman, and it's a tickle back square on the leg side. Both of these are big on turning the strike and running the single fast. So we could be in some fun. I'm not sure I've particularly had the opportunity to watch these two bat together just yet, because Stoneman's obviously had to wait a while for his first century. He got that 97, as we mentioned, at Lord's. How much of that he may or may not have batted with Deploy? Let's have a look back and see. As his Carlson bowls, and this is pushed back into the onside. Now that he's reached the milestone, so his last century was against Glamorgan. He also got 97 in the first match of the season, and he got a 50 in that 2020 season against Glamorgan as well. I think Ollie Thorpe, who's passed that one on of the 50.
Yeah, surprised to see really that his top score last season, having played in all the games, was 76. And
yeah, that was the problem for Middlesex.
It's first division for you, isn't it? It's just that.
Well, Robson and Stoneman, you'd have fancied one of them would have a good year, and both of them failed to get the runs they would have liked. And for two ex-England openers, you think, well, all right, one of them might not do it, but one of them will. And Robson ended the season, he got a century towards the end of the season, but yeah, runs were few and far between for Middlesex batters last year.
Here's McIlroy on his way to bowl, and Stoneman dead bats the first delivery. Felt as though that stung his hand on the bat a little bit.
That's, I mean, again, you look at the dismissals. Harris got that one to bounce on Robson, didn't he? And similarly, a few the previous over indeed to Robson, he'd done the same, but Robson was hooking on that occasion and managed to just get up over the top of it. And Holden, well, I don't know whether it was the bounce down the leg side, but that one certainly hit the splice.
McIlroy in, bowls. Stoneman runs it down to third man. There is a third man in the form of Edward Byram, and they're through for the single.
And if you think Middlesex's most successful bowler was the man with the highest release, and not just on the height, but he has a high release as well, Tom Helm, he was the one who would extract. He extracted the most from this surface, didn't he?
Yep, took advantage. There was a bit of nibble, wasn't there?
Yeah, I mean, we saw swing from Higgins, didn't we, and swing from Bamber.
A little bit off the pitch, a little bit in the air.
But Helm was the one who carried the most threat. Perhaps McIlroy here, like Harris earlier. Harris will find a little bit of bounce if it's there, but not quite the 6'5", 6'6" Tom Helm.
He's around my height. McIlroy 6'2". As third man is brought up to gully temporarily for Duploy, the new batter, and Duploy works it on the leg side, and Gorvin galloping in from mid-wicket into Saps and dashes over the stumps just in case anyone was tempted to try and pinch one of those quick singles. Little bit of breeze we're picking up now, not too much. The trees are hardly moving, but light levels have dipped a little bit, and you get the feeling that yes, a thunderstorm could happen at some point this afternoon. McIlroy bowls. Duploy plays that one comfortably enough up to mid-on, and there's no run. Plenty of cricket, of course, going on in the park areas surrounding this, with about 7 or 8 grounds within a mile or so of here, at a rough guess. Duploy is in, bowls, and driven by Duploy, off McIlroy's bowling rather, to mid-off, and there is no run. I tell you, these park surrounds, all right, there are some beautiful tree-lined areas, but they're the facilities are somewhat rudimentary, and they are harsh places to play, either when it's cold and windy or when it's baking hot and you're struggling. McIlroy into bowl. Duploy works it away on the leg side and will take a single as Crane goes scrambling round just behind the umpire. 176 for 2 at the end of McIlroy's over that cost him just a couple of runs, so the wind has got up just a little bit. That Glamorgan flag is billowing out. The Middlesex one and the Wales one either side are not. Wrapped around the flagpoles maybe. It just feels...
there it goes, the Middlesex one that's off now.
Oh, there we are.
Unravelled. It's unravelled, the Middlesex flag. Hopefully the innings does not.
Just feels as though there's a little bit of threat in the air, doesn't there? As there was indeed last Sunday when we did have a thunderstorm that forced a 90-minute delay.
Yeah, I don't think Middlesex would particularly welcome it. Things are going well at the moment. You never know, you have a thunderstorm, covers, sweats a little. And it is that kind of day. It's a warm day here, isn't it? Carlson around the wicket bowls to Deploy. Forward he goes, pushing back.
But on the other hand, the ground staff are not particularly poised on the hover cover. There's no one anywhere near that, I don't think, unless they're squatting down.
Carlson bowls, and down the track comes Deploy and works him just fine at the mid-wicket. This will be fun. If Deploy gets in, he gets a single, and he moves to 2 from 8, or indeed is that now 3 from 9? It is. But you've seen the intent already from Lewis Deploy. Middlesex trail by 6. The ball's in its 57th over, so this is the period now, over 60 to 80, where batters look to score. Carlson bowls, Stoneman forward, dabs into the onside, and likewise Stoneman's on 100. If he hangs around and Deploy gets in, then Middlesex will really look to go through the gears here, so that's another reason why they won't particularly want any sort of rain delay coming anytime soon. Get these two in and get going. Carlson bowls, Stoneman pushes back. Well, Stoneman's in already, of course, but in again after lunch, get this partnership going. And if they can, then they'll feel the next 20 overs there'll be runs to be had, and that's where Holden will be disappointed. As we said, a good player of spinners, he showed, got out, strangled down the leg side. He'll be massively disappointed As forward goes Stoneman, pushing back, no run, because he'll have seen it against Crane and Carlton as an opportunity today to score runs. Bowled a fair bit at Lords, didn't he, Carlton? There was no Crane in that game, and similarly no Holman, which in hindsight was a mistake for both counties, wasn't it?
Yep.
Having the wrist spinner would have helped with the Kookaburra at Lords. What are you chuckling about? Here's Carlton, he's in, bowls, a little bit of flight, it's pushed to point, no run.
I don't think with the combination of the ball and the wicket, and I'm not critical of any ground staff for preparing any sort of surface in early April, given the rubbish weather we had in March. But given the flat wicket and the boring ball,
well, the problem was it was underneath. It's still a damp wicket because it's first week of April, and that was why the Kookaburra failure happened. Whereas we all thought, all right, well, let's give it a go. Maybe we need to play with the Kookaburra in April. Makes it more difficult for the bowlers. But the fact, in hindsight, in review of the Kookaburra, is that it needs hard, abrasive surface. And you're not going to get those in April in England.
No. Or Wales. McIlroy bowls, deploy drives, mid-off fields. Dot ball.
Well done, Webby. I was doing Andrew Hignall's job at Lords one day, the MCC, and at the bottom of the bit, it was the MCC versus Wales actually that time.
All right.
Actually, I think I messaged you in
yes,
didn't I?
Yes, you sent us.
Said you need an interview or anything from yet. Paul Sterling was playing for the MCC that day. He battered some of the chairs in the stands down the track. Down the track comes deploy to McIlroy and turns a single into the onside. Apologies, Nick. Yeah, and then at the end of it, and actually I was sat that day not in the scorer's box, but right next to the ground control in the Warner stand, and the big boss runs the ground, and match day operations, Welshman, former policeman. And at the bottom of the scripts, and you can buy this from the shop and that from the shop, and international shipping is also available, as it is to Wales. Yeah, that was pretty much his reaction as well.
McIlroy and to bowl to Stoneman, and he's driven that to mid-on. And there's no... You can get over the 7 crossing without paying these days. We've opened up Wales to you foreigners.
Actually, I don't even think I got a ha-ha from him. I think I got a sideways glance and not even a smirk at that point. But it was so rowdy by that point because it was right at the end of the day.
All right.
And the crowd in front of us, there was one chap who had taken off his top and was swinging it around in the air. I don't know whether he was MCC or Welsh fan, I don't know.
As that beats Stoneman. Well, a rare example of the ball beating the bat outside the off stump, as it didn't quite look in place there. As we'll be doing an update for the news in about 5 minutes' time, but no need to worry about that as yet. 178 for 2.
Yeah, at that stage of the day, I think he had greater things to worry about, apart from me being mischievous with the script on where things could be shipped from. Free international shipping. Actually, I don't know if it was free, actually.
As that's defended by Stoneman out in the offside. And there is no run. Well, especially now we've left the EU, you never know. I ordered a T-shirt that was delivered from America, and I had to pay an extra 10 quid for it.
I mean, the question is, why did you order a T-shirt from America, Nick? I'm going to assume it was one of your daughters and a birthday present as opposed to yourself.
No, it was for me.
Was it?
Yeah. In comes McIlroy and bowls, and Stoneman drives to mid-off. And there is no run.
I mean, I know you had that stint as an Abercrombie and Fitch model for a while, but you're still wearing it all.
It was... I can't get into Abercrombie and Fitch. It's not cut for the larger gentleman. It was a T-shirt from the singer Lloyd Cole, who is based these days in New York State. Lives out there. And I sent in a mild message saying it would be nice if we didn't have to pay 10 quid on top of the charge for the T-shirt, and I got refunded the said tenner by Lloyd Cole's wife.
Really?
Who is running his shipping.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, well.
Fair play.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
although you've probably
service.
Just done them now, because everybody will be right. Why didn't I get my tenner back? Carlson's around the wicket. beginning the new over, and again Deploy punches off the top of middle and off for a single out to deep cover. He does like to open up, Deploy. Matches earlier this season where the two guards that he'd take either over the wicket or around the wicket. You couldn't imagine a more contrasting approach if the bowling was over the wicket to the most open stance as his. Flighted ball to Stoneman, he defends it back into the offside and there's no run. If the bowling was around the wicket then he was almost off stump and completely closed off the stumps. But as we've seen here, quite happy to back away and punch off the stumps. Stoneman are waiting at the moment though as Carlson bowls, and he drives at a ball on a length just outside off and picks up a single to deep cover. Sand does the fielding on 180 for 2. Middlesex trail by 3. Carlson, his 9th over, he bowls and Deploy dances to him, pushes that single. There you go. Stump's thrown down, and I mean they're sharp, these two between the wickets. They really are. That was McElroy throwing down the stumps there at the non-striker's end. He hit middle, but absolutely no doubt about it. Stoneman scampering through as well. I tell you what, he only just about got his bat down there on that replay, didn't he? He barely grounded it.
Good throw from McElroy.
Yeah, but they've made their intent clear, these two, haven't they, with the running between the wickets. Slipping a short leg crouching down as Carlson continues around the wicket to Stoneman. Tickles just in front of the short leg to mid-wicket, no run.
There are still showers around in the South Wales area. None has hit us as yet.
Carlson bowls and looking to sweep. Stoneman is struck on the pads. Going down leg though, umpire Baldwin decides a leg bye is taken. Around the wicket it's difficult, you've really got to get it straight, and it was a leg side delivery. 182 for 2. Here's the replay again.
Getting a little bit of turn, Carlson.
Let's have a look at pitches. Yeah,
didn't straighten enough.
You know, it's one of those, if you go upstairs you might be surprised and it's just clipping the outside of the top of leg.
Take the coat of varnish maybe off the leg stump, but hey, at the county championship it is always umpire's call. Everything's umpire's call. And it's a difficult job now that we've got quite a lot of replays coming into the streaming of the county game. Here's McElroy then on his way to bowl to Stoneman, who chops the first ball out into the covers. 182 for 2. A cloudy afternoon now, but Middlesex poised to move in front with 8 wickets left, and well set to get a significant first innings advantage here in Cardiff. As that is played out on the offside by Stoneman, fielded by Carlson, dashing round from Kelly. Update for BBC Radio Wales listeners to come very shortly. Middlesex are 182 for 2, just 1 run behind Glamorgan on first innings, with 8 wickets still in hand, and there's another boundary for Middlesex's main man Mark Stoneman to take them into the lead. Stoneman on 108 not out, Glamorgan with just 2 wickets today. Harris got rid of Robson for 28 and McElroy dismissed Holden for 20, but Middlesex firmly in control, 186 for 2, leading by 3 runs. As McElroy is in to bowl, and that is defended by Stoneman up to mid-on, and there is no run. 186 for 2. Middlesex into the lead, and into the lead with a nice boundary Stoneman piercing the offside on the shorter side of the ground. The pitch for this match is set towards the pavilion. And Glamorgan don't have a sweeper on that side of the ground at the moment. McIlroy in bowls. Stoneman plays another one vaguely in the same direction, but it's intercepted by Labuschagne on the bounce at cover, and always looking to get into the game. Labuschagne pivoted and had a look at the non-striker's end just in case he could have a throw at the wickets. And Glamorgan players, when Labuschagne makes his first appearance of the season, always have to remind yourself that Labuschagne's always likely to have a shy at the wicket in the field and always liable to try and pinch a quick single when batting. McIlroy bowls. Stoneman plays that one gently up to mid-off. There's no run. End the McIlroy over. 186 for 2. Duploi is 6. Stoneman is 108. And about the only good thing on that scoreboard for Glamorgan is that the over rate is +4. So they've got on with their business, even if not entirely successful. Middlesex going at 3 runs and over, so they're not out of control in terms of the run rate. Control the scoreboard, as they say these days. In other words, keep the run rate down.
We can barely control ourselves, can we, Nick?
Particularly when we're full of lasagna.
Oh, goodness me, stop. If we thought we needed a snooze yesterday after the beef. Carlson around the wickety bowls, cut by Deploy to cover. Yeah, the skies at the moment, we've got a few grey clouds around, haven't we? I was just trying to think of it in terms of if this were 10:30 on the first morning and you looked up now, would you think, we better have a bowl in this, or would you bat? Carlson's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. And I don't think it's of a level at the moment overhead that it would particularly affect your decision at the toss, if that can help relay the scene above us for listeners at home or in the car or wherever you are, at the beach. Where else could you be listening to us? Carlson. Bowls. Deploy uses his feet, pushes to mid-off, and he's through with a tumble and a dive and nearly a forward roll from, virtually a forward roll from Deploy. Whether the bat jarred in his hand, we've seen it on many occasions, and Glamorgan will be sharp to it now. Here he goes, and we're just watching the replay. The bat goes down, and he would have been, tight, but he ended up doing a forward roll.
I'm wondering, and yes, it's another run on his tally, but when you've got 2.5 days of the match left, you're in control. Yeah. Why do you need to try and pinch that sort of run?
Yeah. How's his heart rate right now? Nervous energy. Oh, Stoneman. What's happened there? Was it maybe a fly or something? Because he's ended up apologising. He kind of put his hand to his... He looks as though he was looking towards leg slip at first, but I think maybe that was just to get away from the flyers. Carlson bowls and Stoneman pushes 2 points, and there's no run.
A few remarks on X. Rodri Mears, thankfully Van der Hoogten's on his way back. Indeed, I would be surprised if he is not in the lineup next week at Leicester.
Carlson. Bit of flight. This was pushed away to extra cover, no run.
Bowling again going to be our weakness, says Liam 94 on Twitter. Afternoon to Adrian Snellgrove. Afternoon sun and ice cold beer where he's listening. A little bit further north from here.
Carlson bowls. It's cut by Stoneman, 2 point. There's no run.
And sorry to Kevin Higgins that I didn't get round to your email about the match situation. Asking about an hour or so ago whether he thought that Glamorgan would settle for getting Middlesex out for about 330, 340. I think they might not admit it, but I think they privately settled for that.
James Harris.
As James Harris is going to have another blast after a nice tight spell from McIlroy. Didn't give much away. James Harris a little bit on the expensive side, 13 overs, but he does have one of the wickets to fall at a cost of 50 runs, and that was his 13th victim of the season in the first class game. 187 for 2. If you're missing the Van der Hoogten reference, he made a successful comeback for the second 11, got 4 wickets yesterday and a couple in the first innings. at Abergavenny in the drawn game against Lancashire, so you would very much expect Van der Hoogten to be back in this 11 at Grace Road. Here is Harris then to bowl to Lewis Deploy.
Oh.
And Lewis Deploy is not ready because he's still scratching away at his crease. Harris has to put the brakes on.
All that effort.
In my own time, please, James. Probably not in that accent.
Hungarian.
Deploy faces up then to James Harris, who's round the wicket, and Deploy driving through the offside elegantly, slightly over-pitched outside off, cracked away to the backward point boundary to go into double figures.
He's got the bit between his teeth here, hasn't he? I mean, goodness me, look at that. One knee, open face, hold the pose, check the drive. He looks in the mood, Deploy. He's 11 from 17. Glamorgan will be well advised if he offers a chance any time soon, take it.
Kevin is salivating.
Oh, yeah,
he's put away his lasagna.
Oh, well, I haven't quite.
You've still got a bit of it somewhere.
Seconds.
Oh. Harris into Deploy, leaves through outside off stump to Chris Cook. They've had a slight rain delay at Taunton, but they're back on, which occasionally we get the weather from Taunton half an hour later.
Which way is that from here then? It's behind our right shoulder, is it?
Yes. Somewhere down over Cardiff Bay.
Oh, we've got a Mexican wave going on. It's happening down below.
Harrison bowls Deployed down the wicket and hits it to backward points. Byram defends, fails. You spot it there. Do well to get a Mexican wave going, given that we've
got something building up down there, wasn't there?
A 15,000 capacity ground and
about 500 in.
About 500 in. Be doing well to get a Mexican wave, particularly as the grandstand is closed and part of this stand is closed at the moment. Anyway, Harris is on his way again and bowls, and Deploy drives into the offside. Takes a single out towards Carlson, who's in a sweeping cover position given Deploy's attacking intent. Deploy to 12, 192 for 2. Middlesex lead by 9 runs. The bad weather continues, thankfully for Middlesex, to skirt Sapphire Gardens.
Are you praying for rain, Nick? Thankfully for Middlesex.
Oh, well, Middlesex be more thankful than Glamorgan that the rain stays away. I don't think there's any doubt there. As that's chopped nicely by Stoneman down towards backward point. Oh dear, misfield. As Kieran Carlson got the slide in, got down on his knees and somehow found the ball trickling past him and over the ropes. How did that happen? Oh, he's tried to get up too quickly there, Kieran Carlson, rather than...
Yeah, it was dynamic, wasn't it?
It was too dynamic, a little too ambitious.
Are you still as dynamic as that when you get down on your knees, Nick?
It takes me 10 minutes to get back up again. 196 for 2. Stoneman to 112, not out. That being his 17th boundary. As Harris bowls, and he's almost played on there. Off the inside edge, bouncing up past the leg stump. Didn't have a Scooby. Stoneman looking to drive big, thick inside edge. Ball cannoned up and almost over the stumps, I think.
First real full stroke from Stoneman in this innings. I can't think it's too many.
Yeah, I haven't got
chance
any,
for a century, wasn't it? Which you know, again, is a rarity. He nearly had that one from Crane, didn't he? Low full toss, and he nearly dotted up. All painkillers. Are they painkillers he's taking on? See a replay again of that bounced over middle.
Yeah, it's a very similar one to the one that Colin Ingram dragged onto his stumps from wide of off stump, isn't it? Anyway, you can have Edward Bevan to talk to for half an hour.
Oh, thank you. I reckon he's still dynamic, don't you, Ed, when he's in the field? Here's Carlson, slip in place. Comes in, bowls, and down the track comes Deploy, turns to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 196 for 2. 63rd over of the innings. And again, this is the period where they will want to score.
Yeah.
Which Deploy has clearly come out with that in mind. Carlson bowls, deploys down the track, pushes back, and there's no run. They'll have felt, welcome back Ed, they'll have felt Middlesex that they've lost a couple of opportunities to win matches this year because of the rain.
Oh, right.
So they'll look at this, I'm sure, when they're leading by 13 in the first innings with 8 wickets standing and saying, right, come on.
Let's get a move on.
Yeah, well, they're not going to let it tickle along, are they, as Deploy backs away and looks to cut only as far, or punch only as far as cover. Yeah, I think if Deploy is there for an hour or so, we could be in for some real fun. If he's in for 2 hours, well, Glamorgan could have a problem on their hands. Carlson bowls and Deploy dabs to mid-wicket, no run. 196 for 2. Deploy on 12, Stoneman on 112. 213 deliveries for Stoneman. Deploy is actually going at a strike rate of 50 at the moment, despite his aggression, his positive intent. He backs away outside leg and punches this back to the bowler. Very distinctive technique, which it's distinctive in that it looks as though it borders on the side of reckless, in that he's so positive, he's so determined in his shot. But it's basically a clear mind. It appears to me. It appears that his clear mind is lay bat on ball, which was very Kevin Peterson-esque, wasn't it? As his a full delivery, which he defends back up the track, and there's no run. 63 overs done, 196 for 2. You know, you got a bat, use it, was basically Peterson's approach, wasn't it? I seem to remember him talking about playing spin as well, where
Trouble with Peterson, he was telling everybody else how to play.
Well, but that's also always been the way, hasn't it? You know, in most sports, when somebody's so good at what they do, and there's no doubt about it, Peterson was brilliant, wasn't he? You know, as a player, he was outstanding. But when you're that good, it's very difficult to kind of understand why others can't do it like you.
He's looking at Carlson now. That was a maiden. 11 overs for 16 is pretty good bowling for a part-time spinner. And
He bowled well at Lord's, didn't he?
Keep these two quiet, and he'll be doing a good job. But it's Harris from the River End to bowl to Stoneman on 112. He's in and bowls, and Stoneman drives up to mid-off. The scoring rate is 3.12. So it's not extravagant, but it's solid. 3.10 now. Yes, as you say, they want to try and get a move on, especially as you never know with the weather.
It's a bit like us three after lunch each day, isn't it? It's not extravagant, but solid. It feels solid right now after that lasagna. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah. Harris in, close to the stumps, bowls. And he turns right round in front of his stumps. And I think he might have just got a pad on it, and it goes down to fine leg, yeah, for a leg by. So there's been a wicket apiece for Harris and McIlroy. As Lewis Deploy, former Derbyshire player, Derbyshire captain last year, moved down to the city to join Middlesex. And he is facing James Harris, who's coming round the wicket, and bowls to him, is driven firmly but to back the point, and there's no run.
You ever been to Hungary, Ed? Deploy's passport is Hungarian, which is why he's a non-overseas.
No, I haven't actually.
One of the great places they say to go, the architecture, the history. I haven't been myself yet.
A place I'd like to go is Prague. Have you been there?
No, that's the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, talk about architecture. Oh.
Yeah, Prague I'm desperate to go to.
You say I'm going, and then you never get around to it.
Indeed.
Harris bowls to Deploy. Deploy plays it again, and it's half stopped, and they go through for a single.
Budapest and Prague, they've got to be a top two, haven't they? I've not been to either, they've got to get there.
So many places to go, but they just, as I said, just The weather we get in this country, when you get your holiday, you think, right, I'm going abroad in the sun.
Yeah, it's a slight problem with Europe, especially if you're a cricket commentator. You don't really go away in the summer. So you don't get to go and
I
see
always
Europe.
go in October, which is a blistering hot
that's
month
not a
in the
bad time.
Canaries. Stoneman faces and tries to force it away, but gets a thick inside edge, just drops inside the crease.
That'd be a good time to go and see Europe in October, wouldn't it? The sweltering heat of the summer's just died down. Not a good time to see cities, is it, in the summer?
Oh, the traipsing round. No wonder the people dip into the pool in Venice and all these places. Toss the coin. Where do they toss the coin in? 3 coins.
In, a few, isn't there?
Yeah. In comes Harris and bowls a bouncer. Just taking low down the leg side back. Good take. End of the over, and it's 198 for 2.
He saw me Googling it from behind. Fontana di Trevi in Rome.
There are 2 people in the stand here on the screen. A very sparse crowd, and there was a list on the paper yesterday or the day before or somewhere on social media of the crowds that attended county matches. I think it was 2 years ago or last year, whatever. And Glamorgan, I'm afraid, were 3rd from bottom.
Yeah, it's something that needs to be worked on, isn't it? I mean, it's a great spot here. That's the other thing. Everybody talks about Bristol. It's hard to get to. And
No, I don't.
but here at Cardiff, you're right across the road from the park.
Yeah, in the centre.
Carlson bowls. Down the track comes Deploy and pushes back, and there's no one. I mean, it's the most wonderful walk into the ground from the hotel and back.
Yeah.
Through the park, through the castle, or skirting the castle through the park.
Especially in the mornings, it's beautiful.
It was lovely this morning. Sneezing a bit going through the park. I was worried you boys might have had to prop me up for hay fever today. Deploy doesn't move the front foot and drives at that ball. He was caught in 2 minds, I think, having had this positive intent. There's a beautiful length that left him betwixt and between as that beat the outside edge.
Yeah, he's bowling very, very well, is Carlson. He's into his 12th over and off for 16.
Carlson bowls, deploys down the track and checks
Saw him coming in.
his advance. Yeah, pushes it out to deep cover. 199 for 2. Lead of 16.
Good battle this between Deploy and Carlson.
Well, the second new ball's 15 overs away, so Middlesex and Deploy will be looking at this as the time where they don't want to wait for the second new ball to start scoring runs. They'll want to do it now. Pick up on the good foundations that have been laid as Carlson bowls and forward goes Stoneman, pushing back into the offside and the stone. Just notice, just on release there, Carlson's head seems to jerk quite almost exaggerated. I'm going to watch it again now. It's almost like the old Paul Adams as he releases the ball there. I suppose it just dips down.
Yeah, it puts a bit into it.
It's ball's pushed down to deep cover for a single. That's 200 up. 200 for 2. Stoneman moves to 113 with the single. Deploy back onto strike. Yeah, because you used to see that dip forward of Paul Adams' head, didn't you? The frog in the blender.
Exaggerated, yeah.
But no, it's not quite that with Carlson. It's just his head at the last. He gets quite a high arm action, but to do so, his head tilts to one side, and the arm, as you say, he puts it through at a fair old rate. Big broad shoulders on him. Watch it again as he comes in now. Last ball of the over. Deploy awaits. There's a short mid-off in place as this ball is pushed up under the nose of Deploy, who dances, shuffles to the pitch to defend, and there's no run. 200 for 2, and our friends in the Fez.
The Fez.
Fezzes? Fez?
Fez.
Fezzes?
I don't know.
What's the plural? Fezzes? Just like that.
Sun peeps through the clouds, and interesting passage of play. Just the 2 runs again off that Carlson over and off for 18 of 12.
You'd have been a Tommy Cooper fan, Ed.
Yeah, I enjoy Tommy Cooper.
Great man, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Absolute genius.
I feel that the comedians of today have got nowhere to touch the boys of old, I'm afraid.
Oh, I don't know. Peter Kay?
Peter Kay is one, but he stands out. You know, when you think
Most
of
successful
Morecambe
stand-up
and
in
Wise,
history, isn't he? Oh, I know, yeah.
magnificent pair.
Yeah.
But Peter Kay, as you say, is...
Well, a lot of comedy now, I guess,
yeah.
probably goes to TV instead, doesn't it?
And it's so
Rather-
political and things like that, you know. Don't want that, really. Some of them are dreadful. Here's James Harris coming in from that far end. He's coming over the wicket and bowls, and I feel for Chris Cook.
Yeah.
You know, Nick feels the same way. He's watching him diving everywhere here. He's had a torrid time, but he's kept superbly well. And he's got nobody to chat to because there's not a slip or a gully or a short leg in sight. It's a defensive field. And Glamorgan, conscious of the fact that, as Kevin says, quick runs are needed by Middlesex, trying to stifle them. Here's Harris. Runs in towards us. Pulls. Stoneman pulls. It could be a catch. No, it's going to drop just short. Mistimed shot there from Stoneman. He tried to pull it hard and pull it down, but I think he caught it on the top of the bat. And if the fielder had Mason Crane had been in some 20 yards, he would have in business. So it brings Deploy up to the receiving end. He's on 40. As Harris comes round the wicket to Deploy. And bowls to him now. Oh, beats him outside the off stump. Deploy's feet went nowhere then. Just tried to play him from the crease without any movement and beat him outside the off stump.
Oh, is it? They're picking up. There's somebody in the crowd there. There are effects, Mark. There's a rowdy bunch somewhere enjoying their Saturday, and good on them.
Well, I remember, was it last year or the year before, around this time, I mentioned it to Nick before lunch, that it's post-exam time in the university, as Harris is in and bowls, and this is a straight delivery, played back to mid-on. And they would come here for the final, I can't say the words I was going to say, lemonades of the term, or perhaps their education. And they tend to come and sit here and cheer and sometimes jeer.
We've got a sleeper in the crowd to our right, Ed.
Oh, lovely. Having a nod off. Oh, and that beats... having a torrid time here, Deploy against Harris. He's beaten twice now outside the off stump as it goes through. To his credit, Harris is not pitching it up. He's just bowling that a little bit short, and Stoneman goes to Deploy and says, "Now, hang about. You don't have to try and score off every ball."
There's a challenge for us.
Spotted them.
There's a challenge for our stream colleagues. Find the sleeper at the Cathedral Road end.
Good for him. Round the wicket this time, Harris bowls, and that's a good over from James Harris. He beat Deploy twice outside the off stump. The score is 201 for 2. The lead is 18.
There's no nodding either. He's deep. He's gone.
Has he gone?
Deep sleep down there. He's had the lasagna as well, clearly.
Where is he?
You'll have to crank your neck out the window there to see him right along the way. Nobody's sleeping in the sun over there. They might do.
The boys have got the camera out. Anyhow,
although top tech, is that Sherlock up the top? Look at that hat. Middlesex fan as well. Oh no, he's awake.
Right.
Is it a Sherlock Holmes? Can't quite tell. It looks warm. It looks too warm for a cap. Maybe it's just the angle it's at. It's a baseball cap shielding the eyes.
It's that time of day, isn't it? The nap of nothing much going on.
Oh look, there's a sleeper at the bottom. There we go. Look, we've got two sleepers in the ground.
Boys have got him.
How many sleepers can we find? Post-lunch snooze at the cricket.
Yes.
Here's Carlson. Bowls. This is cut away. Tobacco point, no run.
Quiet period of play at the moment.
Yeah.
Stoneman going on serenely and Deploy trying to accelerate, but he has been pinned down by some accurate bowling.
Carlson bowls. This is pushed away to cover. No run. 201 for 2. You a boxing fan, Ed?
I'm not a fan, but I an interest. I
big one tonight, isn't it?
See that one tonight. pay all that money to watch it on terrestrial television, though.
Carlson bowls, and this was pushed into the offside in the zone. Go down to your local pub, it'd be on in the pub, won't it? I walked in today and look at all the adverts on all the pubs. Watch the boxing live tonight here. And they have the big free beer.
Where are they? Out in the middle, out in Dubai or wherever it is?
Saudi Arabia, I think it is, this one, isn't it? So here's Carlson. Bowls, and forward goes
In time.
Stoneman.
Are they behind us or in front of us? I don't know.
In front, so yeah, the fight I think is 10 o'clock
Ideal.
our time. But for them, that's going to be about 1 or 2 in the morning, I think, in Saudi Arabia, isn't it? So here's Carlson. Short mid off in place. This is cut out to deep. Cover for a single. One's come with the 67th. Stoneman onto 115. They calling it fight of the century or something, are they? Or the biggest fight in
So they
goodness
say.
knows how long.
100 million Furies, I think. So if you believe the papers.
Carlton in bowls, and this ball's worked out to deep backward square for a single. 203 for 2. I'm not the biggest boxing fan, and I haven't really kept up with any of it, but every time I've kind of seen, unless I'm confusing two boxers, but he seems quite a gentle chap when he's interviewed, Tyson Fury. He seems quite a nice fellow.
Every time
But
I
you look
see
at him
him,
and you think...
when I've seen him the way, and he wants to hit the other fellow.
Well, yeah,
I think that's all an act, isn't it?
Well, that is, yeah, but yeah, it seems...
But
quite a nice chap.
two big lads.
Who was the last great Welsh boxer head?
Kazaki, I would have thought.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And you had, when I was younger, Howard Winston, marvellous flyweight, I think he was. In comes Harris to start a new over, is guided away, and there's Deploy asking for a run, but that's the sun shining on the bottom floodlight, must be.
Yes, glinting off, isn't it? I just saw a shot on the stream, actually, I think of over the back of the Cathedral Road end, where it looked pretty gloomy, but actually, thinking of it, looking out over the park at the moment, that's got to be a bit of rain falling in front of that blue sky in front of us there, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if it's
Oh, look
coming
at that, there you go.
towards us.
Look at that. Perfect, even better view than we've got.
Harris in to deploy, balls to him, he brings him forward. It's much better post-lunch session from James Harris, and also from Carlson's bowling, as well as I've seen him all summer, all spring.
Yeah, all winter. There's rain in them there tower blocks, Ed. You can see the blue sky in front of us there. It's got a veil of rain falling down from that
Last
thicker
week, when we had this sort of weather, the ground staff were hovering. They're not hovering today, they know. Harris around the wicket, comes in, bowls, and he's gone. A little bit too ambitious there, trying to charge Harris was Deploy, and he paid for it. So he's gone, bowled by Harris for 15, and Glamorgan get the first bonus point. Yeah, middle stump goes back. Harris saw him coming, I think, there.
He did, and you know, again, that's the third wicket where Glamorgan have hit the deck hard and picked up a wicket. You know, yeah, look at that, banged him.
Why charging though?
Well, that's his style, Ed. He charged De Lange at Gloucestershire last 2 weeks ago and hit him back over his head for 6. Yeah, he's an extraordinarily talented cricketer, Elias Deploy, absolutely outstanding player. Not going to see the best of him today, though. 15 from 40. His intent was clear. Wanted to up this scoring rate, and fair play to Glamorgan, Ed. One thing I think we do need to touch on is that run rate. Bearing in mind we're in the 68th over, and this is just the third wicket to fall. The run rate is only 3. So that means Glamorgan have kept this tight. But you know, look at the start of the Middlesex or the Glamorgan innings, they got away, didn't they, early?
I think they didn't bowl particularly well, I think we all agree, before lunch. And I think the coaching staff may have had a word, this is how we want you to bowl, or whatever. And Harris and Carlson are both very well. McIlroy got his wickets, so they're very slowly getting back into the game, but they still have this lead and 7 wickets in hand. As Brian Higgins walks to the crease at number 5.
Yep. And again, 68th over. Middlesex want to push on here for the second new ball, but 3 down. Stoneman's still there. Is there almost an element if you think, well, hold on a minute, second new ball's around the corner, we've got ourselves into a good position, maybe we don't want to charge too much and lose another one. Second new ball comes, you lose another couple to the second new ball, and a lot of the good work is undone. So
I think Harris then, that was showed his experience, because he was coming down the pitch just about everything, and he thought, right, if we're going to come down the pitch and try and drive, we're going to pitch it short, and it was a little bit quick on to him. Always an unlucky way to get out, of course, but good bit of thinking. Ryan Higgins then has come in and got a double century at Lords against Glamorgan earlier on in the season, and that was it an enjoyable game? You never like 600 playing 600, but there we are. And a slip comes in.
the key performer last year, Higgins for Middlesex at the bat.
In he comes, Harris bowls to Higgins. Oh, Higgins gets a short delivery that flies through to Cook. We've got a slip. Colin Ingram has gone in there. And the scoring rate, as you rightly say, is 3. Just 3.00.
But that's credit the bowlers, isn't it? You know, if they had a couple of quiet overs here and you're bringing that down below 3, in the 68th over of the innings, the third wicket's only just fallen. They're doing something right, aren't they?
Yes. Oh, yeah. They bowl much better than they did. I said earlier on that I was impressed by Carlson's bowling. He's been very economical. Harris has picked up 2. He's been expensive, though, 2 for 63 as he comes charging in past the umpire. Bowls the right-handed Higgins, who guides that away. Beats the diving Gorvin at mid-wicket, and he'll get off the mark with a couple. And these 2 umpires are not doing what every umpire I've seen doing this season. What is that?
Checking the ball?
Always 4 balls gone, they go 2 fingers
to go.
And these have said, yeah, we know, we don't need that. Harris bowls to Higgins. Higgins plays it, and Stoneman has to scamper back into his crease then.
Yeah, Chantry knows his game, doesn't he? Jack Chantry.
Played enough, hasn't he? The ball off the wrong foot, remember?
Yeah.
Brother was here, Jack Chantry, for a couple of seasons. He was a cricketer. This to complete the over. Higgins guides that away, and it's a misfield at mid-wicket, and he's run away for 4. Hit one of the practice wickets. Not that I'm making any excuse, but it was drifting on the leg side. 4 more to the score. Higgins has come up with a positive intent now. He's off the mark with a 4 and a 2. He's on 615 to Stoneman. And the score is 211 for 3, and the lead is 28.
There's that view again we can see on the stream, which just gives us a slightly better view of what's overhead of us. Pretty grey, pretty dark. The rain that was falling, that blue sky, it still feels as though it's a...
They know they've got the radar.
Well, the flags are suggesting that's Misters. It's gone across behind the pavilion.
Yeah, and they were there like a shot behind. But this time, and they're absolutely spot on. And they went off because there was a flash of lightning. You've never seen people move so quickly. I don't blame them.
Oh, when was that?
Last week.
Oh.
It was on the 3rd day, but fortunately for Glamorgan, the ground staff cleaned it up, and it was a glorious evening. They took the last 2 wickets, knocked off the 50 runs, and just as well, because on Monday it didn't stop raining all day. Carlson, very impressive, is going to continue. And he is bowling to the left-handed Stoneman with a slip and a leg slip. In he comes and bowls. Stoneman gets a good length ball, which he dabs out into the offside. No run.
Well, it's my end, isn't it? Sorry, Ed. I got distracted there. Forgot it was my end, this one, didn't I? Thank you. for picking that one up for me. I was scrolling through maths elsewhere. Oh, it's just got a bit gloomy again, hasn't it? As Carlson bowls, this is pushed back and there's no run. I thought there were folk on the move in the
That's where you want to
pavilion.
look.
Yeah, they're not. They were just well, they were on the move because they were welcoming. Actually, they've been on the stream a few times. My granddad's there in a yellow jumper. He's been on the stream a few times so far today. And picked him out. This ball's pushed back up the track and there's no run. They've got someone else with them now has come to sit down. Is that members' areas there? Or?
Over there,
Yeah. Oh, look, there are a few shirts going on now, though. It's just got a bit blustery, hasn't it? You can hear it on the effects mic. It could well be that storm brewing. Carlson is in, bowls, and outside the off-stump.
Is John Shelley still scoring?
He is.
Because wasn't he going to retire a couple of years ago? Or?
Well, he was thinking about it because the Foot Rugby World Cup was colliding with the summer.
Big rugby fan.
There you go. Look, everybody's putting jackets on at the moment. There's an umbrella up on the far side of the ground.
Boys are moving too.
Right, there's an umbrella up.
Bang on focus. It's got.
Carlson bowls, defended by Stoneman again. It's got that feel, like I say, you can hear the winds picked up. There you go. Oh, they're on the move. Youngsters. There goes the umbrella.
They're not on the move as they were last week.
Oh, they were running, were they? Where are they off to then? Where are they on the move to? Right. Carlson comes in, bowls, and this is tickled away to deep square by Stoneman for a single onto 116. The ground staff are on the move as well. But where are they all going to take cover, though? Where are they off to?
The ground staff?
No, those who are just on the stream, sorry, the young chaps who were on the move.
Go underneath or into the indoor
stands.
school.
Umpires are coming together to have a chat.
I think we might.
I mean, it's not heavy enough at the moment, but they're probably just on the look for any lightning. We've been told thundery showers.
And the light is not great. And there's no floodlights here you can use.
Of course, yeah. Oh, there we go. They're getting ready. They're getting ready to... ground staff are removing one of the advertising boards.
It might skirt it, so it might give it everything.
Yeah, I'm guessing that just that bit over our head that we've been looking at on the wide shot on the stream is about to deposit something. I mean, certainly a good number of people have moved. The fact that there are one or two umbrellas up is very, very light, though. But
Harris will continue around the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Stoneman, who with back on his stumps cracks it away to deep extra cover in front of the pavilion, and they will go through for a single.
Yeah, it's just to the north of us, apparently, the bad weather at the moment, or one bout of bad weather up in the Pontypridd area, according to Dowlais Tup, who sent me a up-to-date weather map a couple of moments ago. Thunder and lightning around Ponty, which is about 12 miles north of here.
Fair to the weather people, they bang on. Higgins to face as Harris comes in, bowls to him, drives, but doesn't really time it to conviction.
Strange breaks have come on, isn't it? Carlson's bowled well, obviously, but Morgan went through a period like this, only they were losing wickets as well, Middlesex, by and large.
I'm just saying Nick Carlson's bowled as well, he's bowled all season.
Certainly this is his tightest spell of the season,
Very
isn't it? Going for just a 1.5 per over.
Harris has taken 2 wickets, but he's been expensive. As he comes in now. Bowls, Higgins drives nicely, but straight to cover. And there's no run. 213 for 3. 30 the lead. 7 wickets in hand. But Glamorgan have got a point.
Grateful for small mercies. Can they somehow scramble another 8 draw points out of this game, or another point or 2 with the ball? We've got 40 overs to go to get bonus points.
In comes Harris bowls. This is shy at the wickets, but Higgins is safely home.
Yeah, Deploy seemed to be a little bit too anxious to get on with it, didn't he? I know Kevin said that he plays like that anyway, but...
I think Harris saw him coming and he thought, right, I'm going to pitch it short now. You're not going to drive me and coming down the pitch. And pay dividends. Stoneman looked very solid there on 117. 214 for 3 as Harris bowls. It's pulled down, and goes up to mid-wicket for a single as Crane fields.
Yes, living up to his almost inevitable nickname of Rocky, I suppose. Solid as a. 2:15 for 3. Middlesex already 32 in the lead with just the 3 wickets down, and we are halfway through the second day of this game. Just trying to work out whether we're halfway in terms of overs as well as time.
Harris bowls, just met with a straight back from Higgins. That completes the over. Harris has bowled 18 overs, taking 2 for 72. Stoneman is 116. And some people just walking from the ground, possibly walking to the hostelry.
Well, they're probably alcohol for sale here and there around the ground. They might be off in search of it.
Looking for the cheapest pint.
The Fez boys are still up in the pavilion, and 1 or 2 umbrellas
going down, man.
So going down the umbrella. Yeah, it's certainly a bit murky. There's certainly a bit of bad weather
to the left, to the north, as you say.
To the north of us, as Kieran Carlson will start his 15th over, and Stoneman trying to work on the leg side is whacked on the pads, and it's fielded by Byram, who at 26 is quite old for a short leg or leg slip under the lid, but Glamorgan a little short on the younger generations. As that's floated by Carlson, an edge pass slip. Ingram, I don't think, got a finger on it. It's running away towards the third man boundary, but that was the nearest possibly that Stoneman's come to getting out, as that turned for Carlson quite sharply away from the bat and sliced just out of the despairing grab of Colin Ingram.
Had he taken that, it would have been a miraculous catch, and he did well to just dive and get close to it, but Carlson getting a bit of turn here.
4 runs, 122 to Stoneman. Carlson is in again, and that's dabbed defensively on the offside, and there's no run. Not too many dodgy moments noted for Stoneman, apart from his inside edge off Harris past the stumps, as he plays that one on the offside into a gap and knows that there is a single available out towards deep point. 219 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online. Remember, you can message me on X, NickWeb2017, NickWeb2017@gmail.com if you want to drop me an email. Carlson will come over the wickets to the right-handed Higgins, who tries the reverse sweep. That must be close. No.
That is just outside, I think.
Higgins going for the reverse straight away.
Yes, he looks as if he's on a mission as well. Higgins, he's come, hit his second ball. Wasn't far off. I don't know where it might have just pitched.
As in comes the next delivery. Reverse sweep comes out, and it's nailed this time. Down towards third man, and it'll run away for 4 runs. So Higgins into double figures. Middlesex onto 224 for 3. Email coming in from a sunny South African farm from Clive Ingram. Let's see whether I think we'll have to wait for a little gap in play to go through this story, because it is quite a lengthy one. But thank you, Clive Ingram, for sending it in.
Would that be Colin's family?
Colin's father, yes.
Colin's father, I thought it was, yeah.
Maybe wait until we have a little break. But thank you for your kind words about our coverage here.
I can tell you, Clive, that your son is playing as well as ever. Which will please you. You probably know that, but there we are. Got to change the bowling, as you probably heard over the public address system. It's Mason Crane coming back to have a bowl. There's a good spell from Harris. Got the wicket to deploy, and it'll be Crane bowling from the river end, and he will be bowling at Stoneman on 123 with a slip and a leg slip. Here he is then. Comes in at an angle, bowls, checked away for a single by the batsman, and they cross for a single. Higgins is quickly on to 11. He's right-handed, of course, Stoneman left. .225.3. Crane in, bowls. Oh, it's a poor shot. He's lucky to get away with that. Very short delivery, pulled by Higgins. But there's a man backward of square, and it's just a single.
So double spin, and we shouldn't have to wait around too long for the conclusion of play tonight with Glamorgan's over 8. So positive.
Good to hear. Here's Crane again, bowls. That's a bit of delivery, pushed up into near the block hole and punched away. There's no run, there's a man fielding there. Glamorgan attacking with a slip and a leg slip. Spinners in tandem. There's the reverse sweep coming up, and it's a single down to that man at backward square. People are positive enough to play the reverse sweep as much as they play the drive these days. So Stoneman employing it to good effect. 227 for 3. Run rate just over 3.17. In comes, that's short, that's 4 runs, got the treatment I'm afraid it deserved. It was a rank long hop from a leg spinner, which you can pick up your bat, think about it, and just whack it for 4.
Higgins, of course, with the double century against Glamorgan at Lords. Seizing onto that one and smashing it away.
7 off the over already. As in comes the next ball. An appeal for LBW. No, I didn't think that would be given.
Didn't look right, did it?
No. It was high, I think, for a start. And past the googly. Yeah, high.
It's pitched outside leg as well. It might have just clipped the top of leg stump. Clive Ingram says he knew Andy Murtagh, uncle of Tim, whom we were discussing earlier, and
well, he played for Middlesex, didn't he?
Hampshire, Andy Murtagh.
No,
Tim Murtagh.
Colin?
What?
No, it wasn't Colin. I'm getting confused.
This is Clive. This is from Clive Ingram, who's Colin's dad. Okay.
Yeah.
Knew Andy Murtagh at a club in South Africa in Port Elizabeth called Union. Apparently, Andy Murtagh now doing a bit of writing after retiring from teaching, as that one smashed away on the leg side by Stoneman, and that's 4 runs down towards square leg. A rare blow in anger against Kieran Carlson. Also played for Eastern Province, did Andy Murtagh, a couple of times as well. And Clive tells us about his most embarrassing cricket moment, followed by a personal highlight. As Carlson is in to bowl to Stoneman on 129 not out, and plays that one defensively. Clive says he turned up late on the second morning of a Needle Club match when he got the time wrong, and he was meant to be keeping wicket. And at the time, one of his colleagues was keeping wicket with batting gloves on because they didn't have a spare pair on the ground. A big smite from Stoneman, and he's gone. He's drilled that one to mid-on, and Kieran Carlson picks up the prize wicket for Glamorgan. A magnificent innings from Mark Stoneman. 129 off 244 deliveries, but he went to hit over the top, opened his shoulders, didn't get all of it, and drilled a low catch to Gorvin at mid-on.
Stoneman was caught by Andy
So well batted Mark Stoneman. He really has put his side in the driving seat. He's got more than half their runs on the board, in what has not been a game of big scores apart from him.
No, indeed, and Carlson deserved that wicket. Got his revenge. The first ball of the over went for 4, and he hasn't accelerated so much as the other batsman, but he was looking to get on with it now and hit it straight head high to Govin, and looks down in despair at the ground.
18 boundaries in his knock for Mark Stoneman. Continues his fine form against Glamorgan in recent years, but Glamorgan doing their best to limit the damage, but Middlesex still 52 in the lead with 6 wickets in hand. Carlson has 1 for 34.
Weather-wise, if you want to go in about, was that the story?
The story was not only did he turn up late, but thankfully, after a frosty reception from my teammates, says Clive, Andy Murtagh came on to bowl to Graham Pollock a couple of overs later.
Good
Andy
luck.
Murtagh standing up the wicket, and Clive Ingram standing up the wicket, and Graham Pollock was dismissed cheaply shortly afterwards, caught Ingram bowled Murtagh.
But what a man to catch, one of the most destructive players I saw.
Yeah, Graham Pollock.
When I was growing up, a fantastic left-handed batsman, brother of Peter, and uncle, of course, of Sean.
And these two, Chris Cook and Colin Ingram, the two experienced men of the Glamorgan side, apparently played against each other in a schools match aged around 12, so they go back a long way one way or another.
Chris, of course, is from the Cape Town boy, I think.
His dad was a headmaster, apparently. As Carlson will bowl to Nathan Fernandez, the teenager in at 6, and that's oohs and ahs as he left it outside off stump and it turned away. So thank you very much indeed for your
Nice tale,
email,
that.
Clive, who apparently still does the odd stint behind the stumps himself.
Wise old wicket-keeper.
Colin has kept for Glamorgan on occasion. As back on his stumps goes Fernandez and defends that back to the bowler. So thank you for that, Clive. About 3 tails for the price of 1, and
Yes.
keep tuning in and enjoying the exploits of your son and others. As forward comes Fernandez and plays that one towards mid-wicket. So a successful over for Kieran Carlson. Getting another breakthrough for Glamorgan. 2:35 for 4 as thankfully for the time being the rain continues to keep away from Sapphire Gardens.
They done well, the Glamorgan bowlers, much better than they did before lunch. They taken 3 wickets, 1 to Harris, 1 to McIlroy and 1 to Carlson. And they got 2 new batsmen at the crease, and what they want to try and do is to keep it tight now, obviously take the odd wicket, and not let them get a huge lead, Middlesex. And it will be Crane to continue, and he'll bowling to Higgins, and this is played away on the onside for a single. And Carlson will be quite happy to see Fernandez, a left-hander, coming in with the ball moving away from the bat, because without any doubt he has had some turn. There's Carlson, the off-spinner. .236 for 5. You get a bulletin just after 3 coming up?
Yeah, you'll hear the news bulletin, so don't worry.
There's somebody having a chat in the background. Fernandez gets his first ball. Up goes Crane's arms, thinking I might have got through there. Young left-handed batsman, all-rounder, of course. You saw him bowl a couple of overs. So talented young cricketer, so Kevin says. As Crane is in and bowls. Gets him on the back foot this time, and he plays it up towards mid-on. Just 15 runs away from a batting point, more than 2 wickets away from their second bowling point. As here's the next ball, that's too short, and clobbered away for 4 and gets the young man off the mark. But he's bowled a couple of short balls in these couple of overs, and Glamorgan really won't want that. They want to try and keep the acceleration down if they can. There's a couple more wickets and they'll be, well, not really back in the game, but have made an improvement. Crane bowls again. It's very wide again, and that's well fielded on the boundary. A bit of juggling, but in the end it was 2 runs. 242 for 4.
Yeah, Fernandez, like Duploi, has looked as though he's keen to come in and get on with it.
Last ball, Crane's over. Expensive one, 7 runs off it. In comes the next ball, and that's played defensively up towards mid-off. And there are, after that over, which is now completed, 7 overs left before the new ball. But I would be loath to take Carlson out, Nick, the way he's bowling. Although an off-spinner rather enjoys bowling with the new ball, I'm told.
Rich Muckey reports that his grandchildren have been released back to their parents for good behaviour. Doesn't say on whose part the good behaviour was. He's back at his Gower retreat and enjoying our commentary.
Sitting in the sun.
Hopefully.
I spoke to my wife in the interval, and she said there's been a couple of drops so far. So.
Right.
And that's how thunderstorms are. You miss them. What do they say? Or you might
be lucky.
You might not.
Philip Richards says the great Peter Walker would have taken that slip chance that we saw a few minutes ago.
I don't know about that. He was a magnificent fielder, Peter, but
it flew past Colin Ingram. 242 for 4 as Carlson bowls and Higgins is forward to defend.
Of course, Peter was a short leg fielder.
Yes.
Very rarely fielded it slip.
Graham Smith suggests that Henry Hurl might have been called in as standby from Cardiff. Chris Cook did take a banger, I think, during the morning, as that's swept away very firmly by Higgins. He's nailed that shot absolutely beautifully through mid-wicket for 4. The ball racing away miles beyond the boundary.
Henry Hurl,
the second 11 England under-19
where's the
batter keeper. Perhaps Hurl's just nearby.
Oh. Perhaps Cook's tired of diving around.
Well, he's had a lot of work to do today, Chris Cook, hasn't he?
Yes.
Here is Carlson in reverse sweep from Higgins, made a bit of a Orlicks of it, and the ball dribbles down towards
the aforementioned
slip.
Mr. Ingram, then.
Might as well give the teenager the experience if you've got to call in a sub. No doubt that Colin Ingram could do it. Another reverse sweep and nailed nicely from Higgins this time. It's gone away past short third man, who's up in a single saving position and raced down to the boundary. So Higgins looking to get after Kieran Carlson, who's a little bit more expensive now.
Yeah, he's got 25 off 18 balls, so whether he's had the message before coming in, look, we want quick runs.
We're in bonus points, 250 for 4. Do the sums for you. 35 overs to get another 200 for maximum points. That is the first point with that boundary.
Yeah, put a man back there, perhaps.
250 in the 75th. It's bonus points up to 110 overs. Carlson bowls, Higgins is forward defending, and there is no run. So Glamorgan with a reasonable fight back. Middlesex are 250 for 4. They're 67 runs into the lead already, but Glamorgan have made a reasonable fight back this afternoon and have at last got rid of the dangerous Mark Stoneman, who made 129 before he drilled Kieran Carlson to mid-on. So there have been 2 wickets as well for James Harris, 1 for Jamie McIlroy, but Middlesex dominant in this game so far. They're 250 for 4. As
You mentioned for a moment ago how dominant Stoneman had been, and when you look at the scoreboard, you've got 129, 28, 20, 15.
yeah, highest score apart from that is All Hassan's 34 in over the day and a half.
Yeah, otherwise it's been quite equal. Well, despite conceding some boundaries in the last over, it will be Mason Crane to continue, and bowls the first ball to Fernandez, who push it down the pitch. There's no run.
244 balls eventually faced by Stoneman. 19 boundaries.
That's down the leg side, and I'm just being a little quiet because that's 4 byes again down the leg side, my word.
Yeah, you wonder if Chris Cook has taken a knock
exactly
somewhere.
I was thinking.
He's had some nonsense to deal with, to be fair.
Oh.
And he's standing up, obviously, to a leg spinner. It's turned, and batsman pulling out of the shot at the last minute, and didn't really have much hope.
That's wide outside the off stump. That could run away for 4 as well, down towards third man. Looks cut off just inside. And comes the return. Yes, he's not as accurate today, Crane, as his spin partner is. He's gone for 35 halfway through the 9th.
That's now 5 lots of 4 byes, plus 9 leg byes.
Blame Cook, as you say. Blame the bowlers.
4 runs off no balls. 2 runs off no balls.
Crane bowls again. That's played back to him.
So no one else has got to 35 in the match apart from Mark Stoneman, who's got 129.
Yes, it's been quite even other than him. There's Crane in again. Bowled. And that's hammered through mid-off for 4 runs.
Overflighted. Managed to get on the front foot and drive it on the full. Nathan Fernandez, who's on to 12 very quickly indeed. But that's something of a gift offering from Mason Crane, who's 0 for 39 in his 9th over.
Here he is again then, trying to make amends, blowing to the left-handed Fernandez. And he makes room for himself and plays it backward and square on the offside. That's the end of the 76th over, so a couple of overs each from these 2 spinners, and probably see Harris and McIlroy back into the attack.
Yeah, McIlroy 1 for 33 off 17 overs, so his figures are respectable.
Yep. And it's a pleasant afternoon here in Cardiff. Look away to our
For the
right.
time being.
Beautiful. Look away to our left. Not quite so beautiful.
Threatening. The trouble is the weather tends to come from our left.
But how often do you see it, Nick, going down the left-hand side and going off down towards Bristol way?
Yeah, I think it's a slight northwesterly wind today, I get the feeling, so
We shall
maybe
see.
coming in from the valleys a bit more. Carlson then into his 18th over. Into bowl, reverse sweep, and a single down to a wide-ish third man. So Glamorgan anticipating that from Higgins. They had 1 up about 30 metres from the bat in the circle, as you'd say in one-day cricket, and a man back on the boundary on the pavilion side of the ground. 261 for 4, Middlesex just starting the motor a little bit again. Partnership is worth 26 already. Carlson bowls. Fernandez back on his stumps defensively, blocks it to Labuschagne. Why hasn't Labuschagne had a bowl as yet? Perhaps he's a little bit rusty, not having done more than a couple of overs this year.
Well, he did open the bat in, so he probably had his own way there.
As that is defended by Fernandez. Back to Carlson. No run.
No, and Marlis, coach might have said, "You fancy opening?" Yeah, I'll open. You want fancy opening the ball in? Yeah.
Keeping wicket? Yeah, I'll do that as well. Carlson bowls and Fernandez defends. So he's been quite selective, Nathan Fernandez. He's had a couple of loose deliveries from Crane that he's managed to put away, but taking fewer liberties to the off-spin of Carlson, whereas Higgins is reverse sweeping for his life as Fernandez plays no shot, and it goes through to Chris Cook, standing up to the wicket. 261 for 4. We have got 8 overs until the tea interval.
Oh, good.
As on the back foot goes Fernandez, hits it hard to Al Hassan at point. No run.
We need, Nick, in the second innings, one of Clive Ingram's sons back-to-back innings, defying the opposition for 5 or 6 hours and getting runs as well. But the other one who stays there, northeast, and possibly Cook, well, you'll never know.
Yeah, I mean, there are guys in that lineup who have batted for long times, but one or perhaps two of them will need to do so tomorrow. 40 overs left today. Will Glamorgan work their way through this Middlesex lineup, or will they manage to bag more bonus points?
As we rush with these two spinners towards the 80 overs, and that's a square driven out to deep extra cover for a single by Higgins, who really has put his foot down.
Yeah, I mean, if there were any more of the spinners, we'd actually have extra overs and go to tea on time, but I suspect the introduction of the new ball will slow things down a little.
Fernandez has moved into double figures. He's got the round dozen as this next ball comes, and it's driven back by young Nathan Fernandez. Here's Crane again, tosses this one up, and it's mistimed, this one, and comes out onto the onside.
Timing has been a little bit of an issue, hasn't it, for some batters in the course of this match?
This season.
But on this pitch.
That's a good looking shot, but straight to mid off, and there's no run. Rushing through the overs. 3:10, and all's well in the world. I hope.
We wish.
This is Tickle around the corner. Well, not absolutely around the corner. It's Tickle square. Carlson feels he'll be bowling at the moment as they take a single. Kevin is prowling behind me, so I shall vacate at the end of this over, which is 1 ball away. Crane bowls. This is mistimed by Higgins as it dribbles up to mid-on. That's the end of the over. 263 for 4. The lead for Middlesex is now 80. 27 to Higgins. Fernandez on 13. And we have, how many overs have we got? 6 or 7.
7 till tea.
7 till tea. As Kevin comes back into the chair.
Thank you, Edward. .263 for 4. Carlson bowls. Fernandez pushes forward. Defensively.
He's got off singing ABBA. Fernandez. Mamma mia.
So you hear the drums. No drums. Carlson to Fernandez, who is forward, defending on the offside. No run. There's a short leg back in now for the relatively new batter. Kieran Carlson fancying his chances of getting one to pop off the pad. Higgins has been aggressive against Carlson. Fernandez plays that one quite late off the pitch and dabs it down to the gully, and there is no run. As Still slightly sultry tinge in the air as Carlson bowls, and no shot played by Fernandez as the ball goes through lowish outside off stump. 2-6-3 for 4. Carlson bowls short, flat outside off stump, punched away, and Fernandez missed out there really because he hit that one very hard, but straight at Zain ul Hassan, who blocked it. Didn't know where the ball had gone for a moment, but managed to make it a dot ball. Now he's retreated to the boundary, but Fernandez is blocking the last ball of the Carlson over, so that's 79 bowled, 1 until the new ball is available. Edwards on the cake, and it's only 3:15.
What's he got? Oh, where's that come
Victoria
from?
Sponge, by the look of it.
Ooh.
It's a Vicky Sponge.
Oh, that's what's been brought for our tea, I see. Yeah, it was donuts yesterday. Think there'd be anything left today by the time we only saw what was left yesterday, which was the the hybrid of a donut and an eclair. It's the best way I could describe it. I still haven't come up with it.
A declare?
A declare.
No chance of a declaration here.
Eco-nut would sound like you're decrying a climate change activist.
Very good.
Here's Crane from the river end. Nice bit of fly to that. Bumped back by Higgins and no run.
That's his reverse sweeps, Higgins, doesn't he?
He does. He does. Well, they all do nowadays, and they. It's a proper shot. Here's Crane in bowls, and Higgins works this one out to deep square for a single. Moves to 28. Fernandez on to strike. McIlroy's warming up at backward point. 4 overs until the second new ball becomes available, then 5 overs till tea. As Crane bowls, it's a low full toss and wristily worked out to deep mid wicket by Fernandez. I think he was trying to steer it a little finer, but he gets a single. Goodness me, tea's going to be on time, may even be early.
No, it won't be
well,
early.
It won't be early, but
they play till 3:40.
We may have fewer than 32 overs remaining when tea is taken. This is Higgins on the back foot, pushes back into the offside, no run. Extraordinary scenes. When was the last time that happened?
I don't think it's happened this season for a Glamorgan match, as far as I can remember. Crane
bowls, and this is short, pulled away powerfully by Higgins. Deep mid wicket won't stop it. It's like a goalkeeper lunging low to his left, scrambling to try and make up the ground. Couldn't get there, couldn't reach it. It went powerfully past him, just out of reach. A bit like a penalty kick, really, wasn't it? Because he was there, he was right, he was nearly there, just couldn't. Raced past him. He went the right way. 269 for 4.
It's little consolation.
Yes, Crane. He'd have been in a lot of trouble with his skipper if he went the wrong way. That's left alone by Higgins, last ball of the over. 269 for 4, 80 overs bowled. Higgins 32, Fernandez 14. Who are we spotting in the crowd now? Anybody? Cold beer, no umbrella. Short sleeve shirts. The umbrellas have gone down, haven't they? That nasty stuff's blown on and left us all alone. Ah, Max Holden, there he goes in the crowd. That's the crowd. They were jumping back to that area of the crowd a few times today. It was Max who's gone and sat down in the middle of them over there. Well, we said there was a whole load of... Yeah. It's got to be family members, isn't it? Which one's Dad? Dad on the left in the pink shirt?
I have no idea. I don't know the Holden family.
I'm being careful not to say Grandad on the right. I quickly drew that one back. Uncle, maybe, Uncle.
So, 80 overs are bowled, and Andy Gorvin will look to propel the new ball at 269 for 4 after 80. Now, how mindful are Middlesex going to be of the batting points? as Gorvin is in to bowl, and it's played defensively by Fernandez.
Maybe that's what was on Deploy's mind. Batting points.
As, they've got 30 overs.
New ball has been taken.
Oh,
What a surprise. 30 overs to get, up to 181 for maximum batting points, but that is something of a rarity these days in the Championship, since they put it up from 400 to 450 with inflation. Just a bit of cloud passing overhead, and now back in sunlight as Gorvin races in, bowls through low outside off stump, taken by Cook. Low down. 269 for 4, so they need to score 6 and over to get maximum bonus points. You'd thought more realistically probably to up the scoring rate to 4 and a bit. 4. Maths on the radio never works. 4.33 approximately to get to 4 batting points would be a realistic target, as forward comes Fernandez. Glamorgan, of course, will be hoping to take those calculations out of Middlesex's hands and knock over a few more poles. The use of poles spreading into the county cricketers' vernacular, I suspect, from the Southern Hemisphere over the last few years.
any polls for you yet this year, Nick?
I haven't got on the pitch myself. Gorvin in, bowls knocked away on the leg side, but well fielded at mid wicket, and there's no run for Fernandez there. And with a lot of weekend commentary duties,
Well, yeah.
I think the playing fields of South Wales will be saved from my presence for a good few weeks yet. Gorvin in to Fernandez, down leg side, a little bit scruffy, taken by Cook on the second bounce. My most regular selection is in August, when everyone else is on holiday and they're looking to get 11 bodies together of any variety. It's quietened down a bit this afternoon, hasn't it? Middlesex's progress.
It has. Well, that's what I was saying. They did well. I mean, the run rate was down to 3 at one point.
Gorvin bowls, played nicely into the offside, half fielded by Crane at point and mopped up by Ul Hassan at cover. No run, 1 run. Just looking back to check what the lunchtime score was. 170 for 1. So I put it on social media, but forgot to write it down myself.
Speaking of lunchtime, there's Ian Salisbury rubbing his belly. What's he just had? Or is he hungry? Check Davies padded up on the balcony. Next in.
So it's McIlroy to accompany Gorvin with the new ball. Harris, of course, I suppose, was bowling relatively recently, so the others have had a bit more of a rest. And McIlroy will see if he can get any movement or life or any sort of the new cherry.
Sun shining again at Sapphire Gardens.
Yeah, we've been fortunate so far.
Is this the first time since the rain passed? I mean, look at it all in the distance now. It's heavy in the distance again, isn't it? We're very lucky.
Yeah, raining over the east of the city, or over Newport somewhere, I think.
McIlroy is left arm over the wicket. He bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-off by Fernandez. No run, 2 slips, backward point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and long leg. Ul Hassan down below us, patrolling the ropes. McIlroy turns again. Keeper goes down, so do the 2 slips. Fernandez poised. Forward he goes, a little edgy. Back got a point. They're going to pick up 4 down to the vacant deep third. Fernandez will tick along. to 19, 274 for 4. Quite where he's intended it. Looking to drive outside off. Prods away at the surface. Fernandez, the first batter in the history of Middlesex to score a century in the first innings of his first-class debut.
Ooh.
While batting for Middlesex.
Got you.
2 slips and a gully. Now, with following that edge as McElroy's in again, and he leaves alone a ball that picks up some bounce through to the left shoulder of Cook, and that's why it's picked up the excitement in the outfield as well. They enjoyed that one. We've been talking about the extra bit of bounce.
Not been quite consistent, has it?
No, I mean, we haven't seen any grubbers, and I think that's always what batters, as long as there's no grubbers, then everybody's happy, really, aren't they? If a bowler's able to extract a little bit more bounce, then so be it. But
yeah, the one or two have kept a little bit low, but nothing hugely alarming, I guess.
McElroy again bowls, and full and straight forward defence from Fernandez, and there's no run. The that Fernandez stat got a few people because David Milan scored a century on his Middlesex first-class debut, but he'd already played for Bowland in first-class cricket. But this was Fernandez's
I see, yeah.
maiden first-class match.
Yes.
And no other batter in the history of Middlesex in their maiden first-class match had scored a century in the first innings. 3 others had done so in the second innings, but he was the first to ever do so in the first, as he leaves alone outside the off-stump. Through it goes. This was at Northamptonshire. Andrew Radden, I stumbled upon it. We went through it. Rad is the great historian that he is, and statistician. And then suddenly it became apparent. I said, Rad, has anybody ever done it in the first innings, though? Double-checked the other 2, and nope. First to do it in the first innings. First attempt. He was replacing Sam Robson at the top of the order at the time. Robson was out with an injured thumb, so he and Stoneman were opening as McElroy's in past the umpire bowls, and Fernandez gets in behind. This one turns into the arm side, and there's no run. He seems to have an awful lot of time at the crease. He's poised just as the bowler's about to release. That's what impressed me greatly early on. 274 for 4. We have 15 minutes till tea. 3 overs. Get those in, and maybe one more before the tea interval.
You got Brolly with you for your way back to the hotel this evening?
No, I think I might be asking a friend for a lift.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Or a colleague, at least.
No, you can be a friend, Kevin. 274 for 4, Middlesex leading by 91.
Although it's Saturday night, you'd be able to park for free in the centre of Cardiff on a Saturday night, or is that wishful thinking? London's good for that. After 6:30 on Saturday evening, there's plenty of single yellows everywhere to park. Not so many in Cardiff, though.
Not. It's usually, some of them take payment until 8 o'clock, I think, at night. Gorvin is in to bowl to Ryan Higgins, who is prodding the first delivery to Gully, and there's no run. Just the one slip, even though we've got a new ball being propelled. 2 saving the single on the leg side, 3 on the offside. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. There's a sweeper on the deep square leg boundary, as well as a fine leg. So it's not too much of an attacking field, despite the new ball, as Gorvin bowls, driven by Higgins back to the bowler, and there's no run. The BBC weather forecast is still getting twitchy about thundery showers over the next couple of hours. The Met Office reckons that we could be safe till 6.
Safe till 6.
When we'll be around about closing play anyway, because going on time today.
We'll get drenched doing our interviews, but...
Gorvin in to bowl. Down the pitch comes Higgins, drives straight to cover, and there's no run. Higgins getting a little bit twitchy, a little bit impatient, keen to get that run rate going up. 3.32 at the moment, but in the greater scheme of things, Middlesex, I think, might be more concerned about building a bigger lead rather than worrying about a bonus point or two. Higgins, though, is keen to get on with it. Comes down the wicket, charges down to the medium pace of Gorvin and hits him to McIlroy at mid-on. No run. Gorvin might be a little miffed to see Higgins taking such liberties. But he is clearly 32 off 32 deliveries, taking the bull by the horns, taking things into his own hands. And Gorvin bowls and Higgins plays a more conventional drive to northeast at mid-off. No run.
Feeling pretty heavy after lunch, aren't you, Nick? That lasagna. Oh, dearie me.
Yes. You'd be heavier with a slice of Vicky sponge.
Oh. I've had Sandra's sausage rolls, Vicky's sponges.
I'm not sure if anyone called Victoria was involved in the creation of said sponge.
Well, was it not something to do with Queen Victoria, though? Was that not her favourite or something?
Oh, quite possibly. Gorvin bowls, smashed by Higgins, but into the covers. Labuschagne plunges and fields 274 for 4. Is that the origin of the name then?
We're going to look it up now, aren't we? I'm sure I've heard this.
Queen Victoria and her sponges.
Unless it was just a long afternoon at the cricket somewhere and one of our fellow commentators was winding me up. Likely, of course.
Yes, Prince Albert, of course, famous for something else entirely. 274 for 4. With 11 minutes to go till tea rather than 2 overs. They're going to get an extra one.
McIlroy from the river end. He bowls and forward goes Fernandez defending and there's no run. How are we going to find out? Victoria, you just put it in, it comes up with the Victoria Sponge Origin.
Origin.
This is what they do with Marvel now, isn't it? Origin stories.
The origin story.
The origin story of the Victoria Sponge. It's not quite going to make Hollywood, I don't think, but...
It's been a film or two about Queen Vic, hasn't it?
Oh, hold on a minute. Victoria Sponge Origin Italy. Here's a full ball. Oh, goodness me. Look at that from Fernandez. What a clip that is. Wide of mid-on. That's a huge boundary down there. It's going to stop, but flamboyance met nonchalance in that instance, I think, and 3 runs for Fernandez.
Yeah, worked away through mid-wicket, and a long chase for Sam northeast, just to save the single. 277 for 4, and another bit of dark cloud is just missing us and going over the city centre of Cardiff by the look of it. Well, it's fingers crossed. It's a little bit more northerly than usual, the wind direction, but dark indeed.
It was of the Victorian era, the Victoria Sponge, as here's a length ball driven on the up to cover by Higgins, and there's no run. This is on EnglishHeritage.org.uk, so we can quote this, can't we?
That sounds a reputable lot.
It is widely thought that the sponge cake, sandwiched together with raspberry jam and dusted on the top with castor sugar, was the Queen's favourite.
Right.
Originally, the Victoria Sponge may have started in the nursery. So here is another ball hit on the up, and that's even better. Goodness me, that's got to be the shot of the match, isn't it? Front foot driving in between points and cover from Higgins. That was an extraordinary shot.
Flamboyant, wasn't it, from Ryan Higgins? Slapped away.
Front foot cut almost, wasn't it?
And that went about 30 yards beyond the boundary ropes.
Yeah.
Almost reached the grandstand, which is a very long way from the playing arena for this game.
In the early Victorian period,
Right.
afternoon tea consisted of seed cake and fruit cake.
Uh-huh.
But Victoria Sponge then became the staple in the Victorian period and thought to be the favourite of the Queen. So,
All right. Any more on the Italian link?
well, yeah. Let's have a look at that. Round the wicket comes McIlroy, and Higgins throws the bat at that one, not so elegantly, and so it goes to the keeper.
Higgins is involving the kitchen sink on occasions, isn't he?
He certainly is. Well, as you say, batting point, match situation, drive home the advantage.
I think more the batting points, because there's no particular hurry in terms of the match situation. You wouldn't have thought.
But it's always good to be positive and on the front foot, isn't it? So here's McIlroy bowls, and Higgins drives one-handed to cover. Bottom hand comes off, and the bat rather twists in his hand.
It's now the second highest score of the match. Higgins is 36, as we'll turn the doctor down. Tea then in 7 minutes' time, so you lucky listener stroke viewer are going to get, in all probability, an extra over into your afternoon rations. And we'll only have 33 that need to be bowl in the evening session here at Sapphire Gardens. Weather permitting, as I put on virtually every social media notice that I post on behalf of my club these days. Weather permitting.
So the sponge cake originated in Italy with a Victorian sponge.
As Gorvin bowls, and Fernandez leaves a ball that's fairly close to the off stump, but doesn't quite do enough to strike the timbers.
There we go. There's a rabbit hole to be dived down here, but I think we've got. I think we can corroborate that it was to do with the Victorian era. If not to the Queen, maybe it was just rumour.
Gorvin into Fernandez, down leg side, taken by Chris Cook, diving away to his right, as he's had to do on a lot of occasions today. Got far too much down leg side early on, even if one of those was a catch to dismiss Max Holden. As Gorvin bustles in, bowls, Fernandez defensive. Out on the off side.
He does bustle, doesn't he? He's a bustler.
There's a lot of movement involved. 281 for 4. As the sky looks a little bit ominous. Clouds moving fairly slowly at the moment, so it's quite difficult to tell precisely what direction they're coming from. Gorvin in to bowl. Fernandez drives. Gorvin gets a hand to it and knocks the ball towards wide, bit off. Sam Northeast pretends to be wrong-footed, but is there to pick the ball up.
It's got blustery again, isn't it? Sorry, Nick.
2.2 overs remain as a maximum in the day's play. You can bowl more, and we did see that up at Yorkshire, where they were bowling a lot of spin. Moriarty, Bess, Root and Lythe, and we were actually getting through extra overs. As Gorvin bowls and Fernandez plays that one towards mid-on. There's an entirely unnecessary dive from Kieran Carlson from mid-wicket, just for the hell of it.
He's got that in his character, though, hasn't he, Carlson?
He likes bouncing around in the field. He and Andrew Salter together used to have personal races for the boundary when they were chasing the ball together, and very enjoyable. Carlson is in closer now at mid-wicket as Gorvin bowls, and Fernandez on the back foot plays to Ul Hassan at cover. That looks very much like a maiden over that's been completed by Andy Gorvin. And at 15:37, and the sky is grey around Cardiff, we have 32 overs remaining, and we'll get an extra one in before the tea interval.
What riches.
What delights. Bonus cricket for you.
Fair bet it's raining over the Millennium Stadium right now. Is it still called the Millennium Stadium, or has it been renamed?
It's renamed the Principality after the building society of that name.
Oh, not the Principality of Wales.
No, that is not something that would go down well, generally. As you know, Kevin, you're being mischievous now, aren't you? Yes, Yes, note to journalists, do not use principality unless referring to stadium or building society.
Did they think that through?
You will offend half of Wales.
Did they think that through?
It was probably named a long time ago, I guess.
Around the wicket goes McElroy, and this ball's eased away. Back on a point by Higgins. Yes, no, 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 no. They settle on eventually. 281 for 4. The lead is 98. Higgins 36. The partnership's 46. Fernandez 22. Played his part.
Yes, players' parents have had a fair bit of communication from various people's mums and dads over the years.
There's McElroy. Bowls onto the hip of Higgins. A cry of catch for a strangle. Brilliant take by Cook down the leg side. Left arm around to the right hander, and Cook's got across to stop that. Really, really good keeping.
And it's just a little reminder that you have to be accurate and not too fanciful with what you say on air, isn't it? When you hear from relatives of those involved, that any criticism has to be fair and well judged.
McElroy in, bowls, and forward goes Higgins, pushing back to mid-on. No run again. Deep backward square, long leg. Deep backward point for Higgins as a slip as well. Have we been critical or inaccurate?
No, I was just talking generally.
Ah.
My most embarrassing moment in that respect was when I was sounding off as to the inadequacies of or lack of input of a broadcasting colleague, and girl next to me in the newsroom said, "That's my boyfriend you're talking about."
Oh dear. Oh dear. McElroy around the wicket, bowls. Down the track comes Higgins, struck on the pad. He was a long, long way down. Left arm around to the right hander. You do well. Even Jack Shantry
here comes
is
the rain.
left armer.
Just pick it up on the screen there.
Oh. Yeah, I've just seen the replay of that one. You're not even going to... fellow left armer, Jack Shantry. Oh, they're going off. They're off.
They're off with...
4 balls remaining in the over. No, 2 balls remaining in the over.
2 balls remaining of the over. So
Perfect
it is
timing.
on time and at the tea interval, really.
Oh, wonderful timing.
15:40 exactly as the players leave the field. They would have bowled an extra 2 balls had it remained dry, but there are people all around the ground heading for cover. The covers will be brought on, so we'll see if we get a timely resumption after the tea interval. But at tea, Middlesex have progressed from 170 for 1 at lunch to 281 for 4. Higgins is doing his best to keep the initiative back with Middlesex after the departure of Mark Stoneman for 129, the biggest score in the match by a long way. James Harris has 2 wickets, 1 apiece to Carlson and McElroy. At tea, Middlesex 281 for 4, leading Glamorgan by 98 runs. And we will be back at 4 o'clock to tell you what is happening or not happening if the rain lasts any length of time. But maybe that we get away without losing any overs in this game.
I've got some tea time scores from around the country. All of these games, like here at Sapphire Gardens, are in the second day in the Vitality County Championship. It's raining at Taunton, where Kent are in for 1. That's in reply to Somerset's 554. At home, Sussex are 107 for 3, leading Yorkshire by 62 runs. At Chelmsford, Essex are 85 for 6, trailing Warwickshire by 312 runs. At Leicester, it's tea time there. with Gloucestershire having declared on 706 for 6. At Derby, Northamptonshire dismissed by Derbyshire for 422. Derbyshire are currently 78 for 1.
And Stoneman works him away.
Hampshire
Down
are
to long leg.
157 for
4-inch
5.
after 49.
Still trailing Nottingham.
As that's down leg side for McIlroy. Has been caught behind. Yes, he has. Holden has been just 1 run behind Glamorgan on first innings, with 8 wickets still in hand. And there's another boundary. Faces then to James Harris, who's around the wicket and deployed, driving through the offside elegantly. Slightly more thankful than Glamorgan that the rain stays away. I don't think there's any doubt there, as that's chopped nicely by Stoneman down towards backwards.
As he releases the ball there, I suppose it just dips down.
Yeah, puts a bit into it.
Yeah, it's pushed
Shoulder
down to
action.
deep cover for a single. That's two.
Today, they know. Harris around the wicket, comes in, balls, and he's gone. A little bit. This to complete the over. Higgins guides that away, and it's a misfield.
Generations. As that's floated by Carlson, an edged pass slip. Ingram, I don't. In comes the next delivery. Reverse sweep comes out, and it's nailed this time. Down towards.
In comes. It's short. It's 4 runs. Got the.
Now doing a bit of writing after retiring from teaching, as that one smashed away on the leg side by Stoneman, and gloves on because they didn't have a spare pair on the ground. A big smite from Stoneman, and he's gone. He's
here's the next ball. That's too short, and clobbered away for 4, and gets the young man off.
Cardiff. Chris Cook did take a banger, I think, during the morning, as that's swept away very firmly by Higgins. That Colin Ingram could do it. Another reverse sweep, and nailed nicely from Higgins this time.
There's Crane in again, bowled, and that's hammered through mid-off for 4 runs.
Overflighted.
Bowls, and this is short, pulled away powerfully by Higgins. Deep mid-wicket, won't stop it. It's like a Fernandez poised. Forward he goes, a little edgy, but got a point. They're going to pick up 4 down to the vacant deep in the nursery. So here is another ball hit on the up, and that's even better. Goodness me, that's got to be the shot of the match, hasn't it? Front foot driving in between points and cover from Higgins. That was an extraordinary shot.
resuming for a further 15.2 overs play this evening, with Middlesex on 281 for 498 runs in the lead, and therefore looking to build on that as far as possible this evening. We've still got bonus points to be played for a further 24 overs after this one. We went off for tea just a couple of balls early when the rain descended.
Proper tea interval, that, Nick.
Yeah, should be standard, shouldn't it? An hour and 50 minutes tea interval. It's just about all right to set the world to rights.
I think I've just about digested lunch.
Kevin Hand and Nick Webb with you. McIlroy bowling, and the first ball is cracked by Higgins into the covers, and there is no run. On this less than pacey pitch, as our colleague Edward Bevan will be back just after 6 when he's demolished a further pile of Welsh cakes.
Glamorgan, the pile's still there, I must say.
Glamorgan's catching fielders, 2 of them are in front of the bat on the drive on either side of the wicket, plus just the 1 slip. McIlroy bowls, and that's edged 2 slip. Didn't carry. Higgins very firmly of get on with it intent.
Get on with it.
As he's batting outside the crease like Labuschagne, and took a step or 2 further down the wicket, but only succeeded in edging it towards the slips into the ground.
James Harris.
Smattering no more of spectators still in the ground.
It's the Holden Gang, isn't it?
Well,
sounds like an Ealing comedy, the Holden Gang.
A bank heist caper.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Available from Ealing Studios.
Sir Alex Stewart playing every single character in it. What was that? Kind Hearts and Coronets, wasn't it? Didn't he play all the family members?
Sir Alex Stewart?
Did I say Sir Alex Stewart? Sir Alec Guinness. Obi-Wan Kenobi himself.
Well, he's a talented chap, the
Stewie.
Surrey of
Not much he
Supremo.
can't do. He put Surrey right. I mean, that takes some talent. And boy, oh boy, did he. What a turnaround it is since Stewart took over at Surrey, eh? They're a behemoth now. Nathan Fernandez awaits. James Harris runs in from the Cathedral Road end. He's right arm over the wicket and the left-hander defends into the onside mid-wicket fields. Slip, gully, point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and a long leg on this 5-4 field. The 4 on the onside protecting that short boundary to the pavilion.
So we've actually only lost effectively an hour's worth of play, haven't we?
Which will
And
make up 8 of tomorrow.
Half an hour of which will be added on tomorrow.
Right. Harris in bowls and short down the leg side to long leg and a single take, and 2-8-2 for 4. Here's now the score here at the county. Can you call it County Ground Cardiff? Does it get called that? No.
No, it's the county headquarters of Glamorgan, but
what is the? Do you know, I've never quite thought it through. I never asked myself or anybody else that question. What is the distinction between the County Ground Bristol, the County Ground Northampton, the County Ground? I mean, you wouldn't say the County Ground Lords, obviously, but
it's just the default name, I suppose, until sponsors are added.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
And this just known as the after the location.
Yeah. Here's Higgins on strike to Harris. Harris in, bowls, and that kept a fraction low on Higgins. Middlesex will not mind that one iota. One little bit. It's played on the back foot by Higgins, and yeah, it's not got up a great deal. That's hidden halfway up leg, isn't it? So well done, Higgins, for getting bat on it, but equally, that 99-run lead looks that little bit greater, although that comes with the caveat that should Glamorgan go out and somebody has a blinder in their innings, then Middlesex do indeed need to bat last, as here's Higgins awaiting Harris bowling, and it's a leg stump half volley, but deep square setbacks are just the single. 23 for 4, due to come of the 87th.
100 lead. Now, what's the optimum lead for Middlesex? Because if they bat on too long and take too much time out of the game, they might, even though they accumulate a a bigger lead if they have that option. They might leave Glamorgan less time to survive in the latter stages of the game.
The way that Higgins has gone about it so far and deployed it earlier. So Harris is in for the 5th time in this over. Bowls a bouncer, which Fernandez ducks underneath, and a proper duck as well, under sway, got right down, bent the knees, bent the hips, he was all the way down. I'd suggest, I don't think we'll get to the point in this innings where Middlesex are thinking about declaring, unless they are thinking, let's have 10 minutes at them before lunch or something like that, or whatever. I'd suggest the way that they've gone about it, possibly will still with 23 overs of bonus points remaining. Really and truly, with a 100 lead, you should just be thinking about the bonus points now, shouldn't you? As here's Harris in bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump. 87 done, so 23 remain with the bonus points in play, and Middlesex need another 167.
Maximum points.
167 in 23. It's
pushing towards 7s, isn't it?
Yeah, so if they went at 6s, let's say, and took 400, which would be a lead of 200 and something.
Slightly more feasible, yes.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if they're batting that long, you fancy they'll get it. So it's basically, are they bowled out before getting to 400? Otherwise, you'd fancy they'll get the 400 inside 110, wouldn't you?
400, yes. 450.
No, unless things go very well.
Yeah.
But I think it's a fair bet to say, in answer to your question, 400, Nick.
Here's McIlroy round the wicket, and Higgins working on the leg side to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Something of a sticky feel to the evening still. Just a few score spectators left in the ground after that 90-minute delay. And a few of those are the Holden entourage. As McIlroy bowls, up on his toes goes Higgins and plays it to Labuschagne in the covers, who of course, being Marnus, turns and threatens to shy at the wickets.
Good lad.
Always back up if you're a Glamorgan player with Labuschagne in the team. He's liable to hurl it at the slightest hint of a batter putting a toenail outside their crease. McIlroy bowls, run down towards slip, and well saved, well grabbed by Colin Ingram.
He's been well taught by his father, isn't he? A grabber behind the stumps.
Good evening, Clive, if you're still listening. We heard from Mr. Ingram Senior earlier on via email, nickweb2017@gmail.com.
Email. Who still uses email?
Well, not everyone has X. As Higgins drives into the covers, fielded by a backpedaling Byram, and there's no run.
You ever been tempted to delete your email? Say, no, that's it, I'm not doing emails anymore. We're just so accessible to everyone. I don't mean our lovely listeners. I just mean life in general. The insurance company, the phone company, everybody else.
Yes, but there's so much that is essential to your life on emails.
Well, you can't tell them to post it 'cause it's bad for the environment now, can you? So, okay, fair enough.
Post-it notes stuck around your house. McIlroy bowls. Higgins flicks this one through the leg side. There'll be runs here. Crane is on the chase. Crane won't catch it. Up towards the pavilion steps. The ball races, and Higgins has 4 more to add to his name. A wristy little whip through mid-wicket.
Whether an eco-friendly alternative to email, though, I think I'd take it. If paper grew on trees, then I'd say contact me by post, please, not email.
And you didn't need to chop down said tree to get the paper.
I was quite proud of that one. There's my one for the season.
McIlroy to finish his over. Is in to bowl, and driven by Higgins. Out on the offside is no run. 287 for 4 during the rain break. I've been compiling my guides to colleagues for T20 coverage and trying to think of all the things we do during the course of the day, which duties I'll be passing on for at least a fair proportion of the matches, and trying to write down everything so that whoever takes it over has a decent idea of what to do. Not to say that they'll do it the same way, but just as a nice base to work off.
Harris has the ball in hand from the Cathedral Road end, and he goes past the edge. Well, Fernandez on the back foot, who just makes that little sign to say that's shaped away. Boop.
A little bit of late movement, wasn't there, from Harris there. Elsewhere in Division 2, Northants totalled 422 all out at Derby, with a century from Rob Keogh, 75 from Justin Broad. Derbyshire in reply, 144 for 2. David Lloyd went cheaply for 8.
Harris hits the crease and hits the middle of Fernandez's bat, defending on the back foot, although he's played it down into his pad though. His bat face was just closing slightly, maybe the inside of the bat rather than the middle of it.
Brooke Guest, the keeper, is 63 not out. Oh, batting at
he's one of those,
3 again.
He's one of those names when Dave Fletcher says it. Brooke Guest. It's good. Never calls him Guest, always calls him Brooke Guest.
Yes, it's funny with some sports people's short names, they always get their full names used.
Harris is in, bowls, and Fernandez leaves alone outside of the off stump. I noticed I'd had a little tick the other week where Fernandez, who'd only made his first class debut this year, was every time I referred to him, he was young Fernandez, so I had to stop that.
Bizarrely, James Harris on the BBC scorecards always pops up as J Harris, even though there aren't any other Harrises in the Glamorgan squad. And
they just expect
been
it to
for
be.
some years. So I'm not quite sure why he gets an initial.
There he goes, Harris. Balls, and this is full bumped back by Fernandez, who gets out of the way just in case Harris wants to shy, but he doesn't.
We did need to watch our cooks for a couple of years when Chris was joined by Joe in some matches in the Glamorgan squad. At Leicester, where Gloucestershire racked up 706 for 6 declared centuries from Bancroft, Charlesworth, Van Buren, and 92 from Bracey, 72 from Ollie Price.
Harris bowls. This is left alone outside the off stump. Through it goes.
Who is O Price, because his brother Tom is in the squad as well.
And he's OJ Price. Oh, this led to a good one the other week. You'll like this, Webby, and all the Middlesex followers who are tuned into that game will be rolling their eyes right now. OJ Price. Well, what's his nickname? I said Ollie. Pricey.
Half.
Is it? Well, exactly. I mean, there's so much to be had, but equally, OJ Price, the price of orange juice. That was the plot of the Eddie Murphy film Trading Places. Harris is in, bowls outside of the off stump, 287 for 4, and I'm going to look to you, Nick Webb, now with great disappointment, mild horror.
Sorry,
if you're to tell me that you have never seen Trading Places.
You'd have to ask my better half on the
come
film
on.
front. She's the film aficionado, and I'm struggle to
you and Ed Seaborn
name an actor or actress if bumped into them in the next commentary box.
Just get Ed on. Ed will know Trading Places. It's a staple of Christmas movies. Well, it's on all time of the years. But
yeah, Ed only knows people his daughter has worked with.
Ah, yes, Thespian. Thespian Bevan.
Indeed. As seen in the film Starter for 10.
Really?
Yeah, she was in that.
What was I going to say? Aneurin Bevan.
Sorry.
Was it Aneurin Bevan who played?
Sorry. McIlroy is in to bowl, and that's driven to Labuschagne by Higgins, and there is no run.
Donald. What was Donald's first name?
Aneurin.
Aneurin Donald. But he was announced at Lord's as Aneurin Bevan.
Oh yes.
Coming out to bat. Which made it into Wisdom that year, quite rightly. And various jokes were then made about the health of the Glamorgan batting at that point. But I don't know if they made it into Wisdom or not. But there was a lot of puns that went into that one. I would imagine Wisdom probably took a fair few of them out. Aneurin, sorry.
Yes. McIlroy is into bowl, and that's driven on the offside by Higgins, and there's no run. Still 287 for 4. Relatively quiet resumption, barring one Higgins boundary. Speaking of whom, I'm going to see the play nigh at the Wales Millennium Centre down in the Bay on Friday night, starring Michael Sheen as Aneurin Bevan.
Should have gone and seen it this weekend, shouldn't I? Unless you're going to tell me it's opening night next weekend.
Yeah, I think it opens on Tuesday. McIlroy bowls, driven down the ground, handsome shot by Higgins through mid-off, northeast in pointless pursuit, and Higgins has his second boundary since coming back on, and that a very nicely timed one which went between the legs of his non-striking partner Nathan Fernandez, who had to make an arch for the ball to go through.
It's not a bad thing to be remembered for, is it? Establishing the National Health Service.
Indeed.
There are worse things to be remembered for, aren't there?
Right, so 291 for 4. I wonder what he'd make of it now.
What's I'm going to get his name wrong again now, and
Aneurin
Donald will be remembered for.
As that's played on the offside by Higgins, no run. Smashing 234 in no time at all off Derbyshire at Colwyn Bay will be...
I was just about to say, some big sixes I remember he hit against Middlesex.
A leading contribution.
Oh, you'll like this a little.
And of course his contributions in the BBC commentary box will go down in the annals. No, he's a good commentator. Hope we can get him for a couple of games this year.
People also searched for, it says below, Michael Foot, Ernest Bevan and Michael Sheen. There you go.
There we are.
Head of his...
McIlroy in, bowls, and a nice back foot punch into the offside. There was probably a single there, but Labuschagne got a good hand on it, and Byram mopped it up, and Higgins was possibly partially unsighted and decided against taking the run.
Ernest Bevan was the name of the school opposite the house that I grew up in.
All right.
Ernest Bevan Secondary School, and it was attended, nonetheless, by Frank Bruno and Jimmy White.
All right.
Well, I have to be careful, actually. Both have heard, were asked politely to leave, shall we say. One for...
McIlroy bowls, and Higgins shoulders arms. Ball goes through low to Cook outside off stump.
One for too much fighting, and the other one for practising snooker too much. Never knew Frank Bruno was such a good snooker player.
Oh, bum. He's here till Monday. Ladies and gentlemen,
unfortunately.
Mr. Kevin Hand at Grace Road, Leicestershire, 115 for 3 in reply to Gloucestershire's 706 for 6. Fancy going out to bat and being told, well, your immediate target, lad, is avoiding the follow-on at 557.
Well, it wasn't from that Glamorgan match earlier in the season. Do you remember that? It was 400.
471, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To avoid the follow-on, and Middlesex eventually got a first innings advantage.
Harris, 91st over of the innings, starts right arm over to the left-handed Fernandez, who defends.
At Chelmsford, Warwickshire very much on top. Warwickshire 397 and 10 for 1. Essex 162 all out. Warwickshire lead by 245. Chief Warwickshire bowlers, Yates and Simmons with 3 wickets each. I saw a stat from the Warwickshire press office.
As Harris, he bowls outside of the off stump, through to the keeper it goes. Fernandez swishing hard at that one, and there's no run.
That the Warwickshire opening attack is collectively 13'4", I think it was, tall.
Just basking in my own glory. Sorry, folks. That's no good.
So, yes, Michael Ray and Ollie Hannon-Dolby are very tall men who'd be happy playing in the second row of a rugby team, I think. So they were to be a bit wider as well as tall.
Harris is in. Oh, lifts one past the edge of Fernandez, who I think we have to credit with dropping the hands on that, don't we? Lovely delivery by Harris, and after the stroke, well, we did say, will it sweat a little under the covers? This ball lifts and bounces and swerves, swings after passing Fernandez through to the keeper, and
he just withdrew his gloves in time.
I think we have to give him the benefit there, don't we?
I think he did. He did bring his hands in towards his body.
He does seem to play as though he's got a fair bit of time about him, as Harris is in, bowls outside of the off stump, and composed as you like, he lifts the bat up in the air, offers his front pad and allows it through to the keeper.
At the Seaside at Blackpool, Lancashire 41 for 1 in their second innings, leading Durham by 162. Durham were 236 all out. How many did Ben Stokes score, I hear you ask? 2 is the answer to that. Of 16 deliveries, dismissed by Nathan Lyon, bowled Gary.
Harris bowls, and this is driven to mid-off, and there's no run.
So Nathan Lyon getting one up on Ben Stokes early on. The Australian spinner twirling his stuff for Lancashire at the moment. At Trent Bridge, Hampshire took first innings lead of 41 runs. Hampshire 276 all out against Notts.
Harris is in again. Bowls, and this is defended up to mid-off. 291 for 4.
Liam Dawson 95 and Keith Barker 74. The principal and only significant real contributions on the Hampshire side. Notts in their second innings are 4 for 1. Hamid, who got loads and loads of runs the other day, 200 double century anyway, stayed on the match throughout. Out second ball, so rooster, feather duster, etc. Magnificent sporting phrase, which I first heard off Australian rugby coach Alan Jones.
Gordon.
Sport one day the rooster, the next year feather duster. Heroes to zeros, in other words. McIlroy in to bowl, cut nicely by Higgins, will pick up runs. He'll pick up a couple of them as Zain Ul Hassan skids round the third man boundary and managed to prevent himself going over the ropes at the same time. 2 runs taken, Higgins to 47 not out. At Taunton, where they've had a couple of rain interruptions, Somerset made 554 all out. Centuries from Banton and Rue. Kent in reply, struggling slightly, 65 for 3, a couple early on to Craig Overton. McIlroy bowls and Higgins defends to cover. There's no run. 293 for 4, so Middlesex advancing on the second batting bonus point rather more quickly than Glamorgan are advancing on the second bowling bonus point. There are further 18 overs after this in which bonus points may be scored. The Middlesex lead is 110 already. Higgins on 47. McIlroy bowls, played to mid-wicket, and there is no run. There are a few spectators enjoying themselves noisily among the sparse numbers still in the ground. At the Oval, Surrey, a second innings recovery. Well, they were skittled out for 213 themselves before bowling Worcestershire out for 128, with Dan Worrell leading the way. Surrey's second dig, 286 for 5, 371 ahead in control of the match. McIlroy bowls. Higgins plays into the offside, fielded by a dashing Labuschagne, who holds the ball next to the bails just in case on his way through. Surrey's second innings, 70s apiece for Burns, Smith and Dan Lawrence, who's still there with power to add. So that's it in terms of the county scoreboard. As McIlroy bowls and Higgins defends back to him. In the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the 20 over women's competition, the Blaze beat Southern Vipers by 3 runs at Southampton. lowest scoring game, that 112 for 9, plays 109 for 9. And there is an international T20 men's match going on at Voorburg, as Higgins defends another delivery from McIlroy, the final one of the over. 293 for 4. So Netherlands posted 167 for 8, and Scotland are 2 without loss after 8 deliveries of that over. 8 deliveries rather of their 20. So Scotland chasing 168 to beat Netherlands. Time of T20 warm-ups, of course, for the World Cup. Getting underway in West Indies and USA, not too far away.
Yes, and interesting one it will be. This here's Harris right arm over the wicket, bowls to Fernandez on 23. Ooh, he ducked underneath that, and I tell you what, he did well to get down that low to get underneath it, but it wasn't that far over the middle stump, was it, as it went through? And look at that one. I mean, we'll probably need a side on to be definitive, but oh.
That's gone over the top, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Not far over the top.
Yeah.
That delivery clocked at 83.4 from James Harris, by the way.
Has anyone ever ducked underneath and been bowled? Must have happened.
Probably.
I mean, there are those that have ducked into slower balls, isn't there? We remember that. So look at that one now. That's climbed through towards the chin of the keeper. And that is going to be interesting as the match develops. Now, you've both told me, and everybody has, that days 3 and 4 it can
flatten
out.
out. Yeah, heavy roller, flattens out. Bit of sunshine tomorrow.
Well, is it fizzing a bit more because of this sweating under the covers maybe for the last couple of hours?
May have just added a little bit of life to it.
Here's Harris slipping a gully, bowls, and Fernandez leaves alone. Again, good carry on that one. That was, of the 3, that was the one that probably bounced as he expected it through to the midriff of the...
Yeah, a little bit up and down at the moment. So, yeah, what have we got? Another 8.3 overs we made. Now, do we get more than that? If they get through 8.3 before 6:30?
Harris bowls and a forward defence pushing back from Fernandez. Yeah, cloud cover's pretty consistent overhead now. We'd fancy that we'd be alright through to the close of this one, wouldn't we? We would hope. So here goes Harris again from down below. Bowls now, and it's full straight and defended into the offside. No run once more. Interestingly poised. Middlesex certainly have been slowed down again. That run rate, we were praising Glamorgan for keeping the run rate at 3 for so long. Got up to close to 3.5, didn't it? Now it's back down to 3.1, so well done Glamorgan as Harris bowls, and that's defended 2 point by Fernandez. No run, and another maiden. Consecutive maidens for Harris, I believe.
Yeah, Glamorgan were a little bit off target, to be honest, in the first hour. It wasn't a great start to the day, but since then the Glamorgan attack has largely kept things under control, despite the efforts of Higgins to spice things up. He was a runner ball for certainly the first 30 odd of his innings. He's now back to 47 off 64, which is decent, but not quite where he started. 293 for 4 then. 17 overs remain of bonus point territory. They're going to have to step on us a little to get to 400.
Yes, they've been slowed.
McIlroy bowls and Higgins plays out on the offside, and there's no run. There's just been 12 runs scored since the resumption, which was a fraction before 5:30. In fact, Glamorgan's over rate is a glorious +6 on the scoreboard. Don't often see that without a lot of spin, and while there has been a bit of Carlson and Crane, there's been a lot of seam as well. As McIlroy bowls, driven by Higgins, fielded at mid-off by the skipper Sam Northeast. And there is no run. Higgins not marooned, but just stuck slightly short of his half-century. He has hit 9 boundaries so far, which shows he does have aggressive intent given half a chance. As McIlroy comes in from the river end bowls, and Higgins looking to defend that one fairly late on, so batting isn't easy at the moment for whatever reason. Glamorgan are bowling tightly, and the pitch is just giving them a little bit of assistance, a little bit of up and down at the moment, and maybe with these close conditions in terms of the weather, might be doing just enough, as it did for the Middlesex bowlers yesterday, but they took a whole slew of wickets, as that's driven by Higgins to mid-off once more. Just getting a little bit frustrated, maybe, Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that'll have been some of the chat from Glamorgan is slow them down. They'll want to get on, they'll want batting points, they'll want to boss the game.
Yeah, and it then adds to your chances of picking up bowling wickets and poles, wickets and bowling points. Just one at the moment for the home side, as down the pitch comes Higgins and then mistimes his drive on the onside for a change to Carlson, tumbling Carlson at mid-wicket. And it just sounds as though the ball is not coming onto the bat. It doesn't sound like a ball that's only 14 overs old, does it, at the moment?
Ed Bevan's in full agreement with you at the back of the box.
Edward will be with us, yes, suggesting the ball hasn't come on particularly hard here this season. As McIlroy bowls, worked off his legs, down towards fine leg, fine of fine leg. And 4 runs that brings up Ryan Higgins' half-century off 70 deliveries and including 10 boundaries. Well played, Mr. Higgins.
Yes, he's a man in form. Scored his first double century with beating 199 that he had previously. Scored that one for Gloucestershire when he went to Bristol and back again. And then went to 200 against Glamorgan at Lords on that final day. There was some wonder as to whether yes. There was some wonder as to whether Middlesex might have a thrash and declare, just to see if Glamorgan got themselves in a pickle on that final day, but not so. That, however, was their plan on the final day at Wantage Road. So they didn't do it against Glamorgan, but they fancied doing it against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road in a similar position.
Perhaps there were different wicket conditions there.
Well, indeed, yeah. They felt it was a quicker wicket at Wantage Road. Blue sun, blue skies all day on that final day, but the covers never came off because the winds were too strong to take the covers off. Dangerous.
Saw a lot of rain on the final day at Wantage Road, Glamorgan, which was to their liking on that occasion.
Harris is into Fernandez, and the left-hander is bowled. Swishes at a drive outside the off-stump. Might have got a little inside tickle on that, you'd fancy. Looking to drive in between cover and mid-off. And another wicket for Harris. Third for Harris. And, well, he racked up the dot balls there to Fernandez, didn't he? Consecutive maidens, and then with the first ball, the third over, there's the thick inside edge, confirming on the replay. And disappointment for Fernandez. Fine 23. Showed some more of his potential, the youngster, in that time. Just looking to get a move on. 297 for 5.
Lead 114. If Glamorgan could possibly keep it to 150, at least they'd have more chance of batting themselves ahead, and reducing the time available to Middlesex to win this game, but we will have extra overs tomorrow in all probability if the light lasts, and it is forecast for 2 nice days, so it'd be good to see bigger attendance tomorrow and or Monday as Fernandez trudges rather dejectedly up the pavilion steps and disappears from view. There's another set of steps inside to get up the dressing room, and presumably we will see Jack Davis or Holman next.
That's a fair question. It looks like it's Holman, it is. Oh no! Wait, what? Ethan Bamber.
Really? It's a little...
No, it can't be. No. It must be Jack Davies. No, it is. It's Ethan Bamber.
The incoming batter for Middlesex is Ethan Bamber.
Well, what's this all about then, Kevin? Is he going to have a slog?
Well, no, because if you're going to send somebody
night,
to do
night
that,
watching?
No, he's a proper bat. Yeah,
is he a night hawk or a night watchman?
Yes, he's your. I think even Ryan Higgins comes to meet him. And says, what are you doing here, Ethan? Seems a little early, doesn't it? 6.5 overs for a night watch.
Yes. Yes.
I suppose Davies and Holman. I mean, again, yeah. Oh, look, there's 2 days to go, isn't there? So, that's a lovely view, isn't it? But the camera stationed up above as the static camera at the Cathedral Road has clearly got a slightly higher vantage point and gives a lovely panoramic of the sky. We've got a reasonable one. You kind of look at it and go, oh, yeah, I see what it means. But it's an even better view on the camera than we have from here in our lofty position. Here's Harris. Right arm over to Ethan Bamber, who gets the toe end of the bat on that. It squirts along the floor to Gully, but he was very nearly done first ball. They'd have had to reverse the order. It would have been Helm next, and then Roland Jones, then Holman and Davies.
This is just eccentric, I think, putting a night watchman in at this stage of the game.
I guess they're thinking match situation as opposed to bonus points then. We're probably sitting here thinking bonus points. They're thinking bat for a long, long time tomorrow, bat once in this game, and put Glamorgan under a fair bit of pressure as Bamber gets in behind this one and pushes to mid-on and there's no run, which I think is probably fair enough. They're thinking, look, 2 more bonus points, or let's bat for a long period of time. Don't worry about the bonus points. We'll get what we get, which is probably going to be close to another 2 points. 3, I should say. And got 3 runs away from their second batting point. But
they're going to have to go to make 400 still, aren't they?
Yeah, Higgins, what's he scoring at? 51 off 70. Here is Harris bowls a short one which gets through. The pitch looks lively. I really hope you and Ed are wrong about it flattening out on days 3 and 4, because it feels as though, although it's not a rapid pace, there's just some good bounce in it. And then at times, obviously, we've seen a lack of bounce, which...
It has been the case for the last several years that the pitch has
yes, I recall.
Not deteriorated significantly.
But you don't even want it to deteriorate. You just want it to keep doing what it's doing. Yep. Flattening out's the problem, isn't it?
Yep. But if heavy rollers are applied, and I'm sure Glamorgan will use one between innings, there's Gorvin offering a little thought to Harris, who it seems is going to add a short leg to the fielding situation for the night watch person, Ethan Bamber, anyway. Night watcher. Yes, there was someone asked me that with tongue in cheek on Twitter. There was a non-gender applicable version.
Harris pulls and Bamber just about gets the bat down on that. You'll see he's quite a correct batter though, isn't he? Bamber, we wouldn't for a moment go, he doesn't know what he's doing in the middle. He knows one end from the other.
But I made the point in return that since women play so very few multi-day matches, and it'll be interesting to see whether that changes and we do get any sort of 3-day red ball cricket for women in a couple of years' time. The term is obsolete, really, because you don't have one in white ball cricket.
Harris, last ball of the 95th. He's in, bowls, and up on his toes to defend. Bamber eases back into the offside. There's no run. Higgins 51. Bamber 0 from 5. The night watch is in for Middlesex, and the batter to fall was Fernandez. Played on, bowling. Bowled from Harris for 23 from 73. So Davis, Holman, Helm, and Roland Jones to come.
Been a few played ons, haven't there? Ingram in the Glamorgan side, Duploy, and now Fernandez. That'll tell us something about the bounce, no doubt. Edward Bevan will be back in this seat after this over in 6 balls' time. Have we got another ball check?
Ooh.
Or is it an...
Oh no, Ethan Bamber, what's he done?
Bamber...
He's forgotten something. Look, he's off. What's he forgotten?
He's sprinting towards the sidelines.
Very apologetic to everybody. Sorry.
Surely can't be his box. He's got
Comfort
an arm.
break after 5 deliveries.
I suggestion...
Oh, look, where's the nearest
that,
one? Look, in there on the left. Is it a comfort break?
He's only just come in.
Well, it doesn't mean that.
But Edward suggested
maybe he saw that bounce from Harrison.
They were suggesting from next door that he appeared to be looking for his eyes. So
contacts.
If he's wearing contacts, maybe one of them's come adrift.
Is it Spike's laughing in the middle, but he may not be laughing at that. He could be laughing at. Is it Tim Murter who's in the face of Luke Holman there? In next,
up on the dressing room balcony. But we've got a pause in play now before this. Over with 6 to come.
It's like looking at number 11, waiting for the Chancellor to come out, isn't it? You just it's the shot just remains on the door. He'll be with us soon.
Yes. Well, if he's holding a red suitcase and
yes.
Offering that we never pay any income tax again.
Well, Ethan Bamber's that kind of guy. And that's what he'd do if he was Chancellor. I'm so sorry you've all paid taxes for this long, but nobody needs to do that anymore. The chaps next door reckon he's lost
that he was looking into looking as though something was wrong in the eye area.
Here he comes.
Heckling arrives from the back of the box from E. Bevan. And Bamber rather embarrassed, and he'll be even more embarrassed if he gets out the next
That's
ball.
That's what Ed just said. He mustn't get out next ball now because it will be quite the calamity, won't it? He's back, Bamber. Bounding as ever. Look at him running along. Most would just walk, couldn't they, and take their time, but Bamber's
he's
running.
Probably a bit embarrassed, isn't he?
Probably. He shouldn't be, though. There we go. Was it the box? He's adjusting.
No. Helmet back on. Gloves on. And, a shard of evening sunshine pierces the gloom once more. Don't forget, we'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. We've got a potential 104 overs to be bowled tomorrow. And 6 tonight, and the weather's meant to be fine for the next couple of days. Might even venture into shorts. McIlroy bowls and is through Higgins there with a rather myopic defensive prod. As if he's not quite sure what's going on out there. Little bit of away movement. It's the same story as the successful period for the Middlesex bowlers mid-first day. And the ball is just doing enough, just moving a little bit off the pitch and in the air. 297 for 5. Middlesex 3 short of their second batting bonus point. Higgins on 51. Is playing that one into the covers, and there's no run. So we're back on at 5:30 or just before, in effect, and we have had a further 16 runs since then. In just short of 10 overs, a couple of deliveries short of 10 overs. And 1 wicket has fallen, that of Fernandez, bowled Harris 23. McIlroy in to bowl. Higgins drives towards mid-on. A scampering stop by Gorvin away to his right. And there's no run. Well, we talked about stalemate. That was slightly uppish from Higgins, nowhere near a fielder. We talked about a stalemate at periods earlier today, and this is developing into something of a stalemate. Glamorgan have got one more wicket. Middlesex a handful more runs in the evening session. Down the wicket comes Higgins, but defends when he gets there. Labuschagne picks up and then tosses a delivery as far as Gorvin, maybe to insinuate that he wouldn't mind his first over of the season this evening. But at the moment, Harris and McIlroy are asking questions, and McIlroy drives. Oh, is that run out? It is! Run out at the non-striker's end is night watchman Ethan Bamber. McIlroy got a painful finger on it, and Bamber wasn't far out of his ground, but that one was absolutely drilled back straight by Ryan Higgins, and his partner Ethan Bamber is run out for naught. And he wasn't far out, but he didn't quite get his back grounded in time, and umpire Chantry lifted the digit of doom straight away. And Glamorgan
was run out by
have got another wicket, and that is a second bonus point for the home side.
Oh, look at poor old Ethan with the bat dangling in the air there. It was turn, and then bat's about a foot off the ground above it. He didn't even bother putting it down. He just kept it an inch above. Oh, he did. He just final little tap, head down, dragged himself off. Well, you know what they say, Nick?
What do they say, Kevin?
Should have gone to Optical Express.
So 297 for 6. The lead is 114, and we have a further 5 overs and 1 ball to go tonight. And Glamorgan would do one of those because Sam North East got out in that way at Yorkshire. So
poor old Ethan.
Things
Who's coming down the steps?
Things come around, go around. Tom Helm. And, oh, yeah.
Well, another night watch. Second night watch.
No. Middlesex, what are you doing?
Well, they're reversing the order.
It's not a beer. It's not a beer match, Kev.
Yeah. All right, if it's good enough for Bradman.
2 night
infamously reversed the order, didn't he?
2 night watchmen. Strange. It's not as if they're protecting top order batters, and they're sort of the all-round Jack Davis middle order.
Davies is an opening bat.
Oh, okay.
Holman, they don't quite know whether he's going to be a better batter or bowler.
Last ball of McIlroy's over, and that is defended by Higgins on the offside. So a sort of wicket to Jamie McIlroy's credit. It's a maiden over anyway. And Edward Bevan will replace me alongside Kevin Hand for the final 5 overs of the day here on BBC Sport Online. Look forward to talking to you on tomorrow morning, and read the match report tonight, because that's what I'm about to finish off.
Good man. I look forward to that. You can tell me what happened. 297 for 6. Explain it to me. The pigeons are grazing on the edge of the square at the moment. Some fresh seed clearly laid. 297 for 6. 96 overs bowled. Ed, I think I know what your opinion of 2 night watch. Oh, the umbrellas are up. It's the Holden gang again. Either that or they're hiding. The Holden gang is where Max was sat in amongst them, so we have to assume. I think that's Max's
lady friend.
I'm being very careful, actually. I'm going to retract everything there and just say
yes,
the Holden gang.
He's coming in now and bowls. Thick outside edge there from Helm. Bamber was destined to be run out after running 120 yards.
He was too tired to get back, wasn't he? So he shouldn't have run. Bless him. I'm
going to tell you something you mentioned earlier on about people ducking into full tosses.
Yeah.
I remember it vividly, and it occurred at Trent Bridge. Now, you may or may not, go back some years. A terrific all-rounder called Franklin T. Stevenson.
A
West Indian as Harris bowls, and this is driven back, and he's going to get runs. He's going to get perhaps 4. It's a big chase. It's a dive, and good work there as the ball is handed back. Or did it go for 4? No. It's just that They didn't attempt a run. So Helm gets 2 runs, nice straight drive. And it's common knowledge that Stevenson had the best slower ball in cricket around the world.
Mm-hmm.
And batting for Glamorgan was our dear friend, not longer with us, John Derrick. And, I'll just wait as in comes Harris. Bowls, and that's played into the covers quite confidently by the tall man, Helm. And they've been waiting for it, and Stevenson then ran in and bowled a slower ball. John was saying afterwards he didn't know what had happened, so he ducked, and the ball hit the middle stump. And he got lots and lots of people out like that.
I think Jay Dernbach used to get a few, didn't he? Former Surrey bowler, Middlesex bowling coach, now back with Surrey.
That's,
oh, look at that, Ed. Look at that picture. It looks lovely, doesn't it?
does the evening, the May evening. In comes Harris and bowls, and
Helm ducks.
Helm hurried up then.
Helm and Harris, the Helm, Harris, Fuller and Podmore. Actually, we've got 3 of them here, haven't we? They were the nearly men in the title year for Middlesex. Harris had played a few, but didn't play that final game, I don't think, against Yorkshire. Finn, Roland Jones, Murtagh and Rayner with a quartet with Franklin, the captain, playing as the all-rounder. Helm and Harris, and
Harris is in, bowls, and back goes Helm and pushes it up towards the cover region, and there's no run.
And indeed Higgins as well would have been on the sidelines for that one. I can remember them all in the picture. I'm just trying to think, was Higgins in the picture as well, where they all won the title, and Podmore and Harris and Helm, I think, were in their civvies, which I assume Higgins would have been as well.
Podmore's been here for 2 years.
Yeah.
Hasn't been fit for nearly all of it.
Oh, no.
Is back fit now, and
well, he's not fully fit. He's playing the second
team.
Right.
Well, he hasn't played with the first team.
Match fit. It's got to be match
Harris in again, and balls to Helm. Helm gets down on that. He's got a long way to come down. He pushes it back down the pitch. This has been a very good post-rain session for Glamorgan, because they've restricted Middlesex, and it's 299 for 6, and the lead is 116. And a couple more tight overs, and they'll be very pleased with that. The umpires are conferring.
Bit of rain. There's an umbrella or 2 up. We're all right for now, are we?
I have no idea.
Yep, we're all right. A couple of umbrellas up for those who've stuck with it. All the rest have gone home, watching us over there. Fish and chip supper.
Yes.
It's Friday, isn't it? Fish and chip Friday. What is it, Saturday? What's Saturday's meal, Ed?
Saturday.
Soup.
No, Saturday.
Isn't that how the song goes?
Normally
Saturday
chips,
soup.
Normally, just save my wife cooking. It's chips from the shop.
What do you have on Friday then? You don't have fish and chips on a Friday?
No.
Ah.
Here's McIlroy's coming in, and it's Kevin's turn.
And on the back foot.
Get out of that one.
Yeah, on the back foot. This is turned backwards screw on the leg side.
Another
by
point.
Higgins, who moves to 50. The scoreboard just seems to be delayed at the moment. Does he move to 52? 300 for 6, yes. So there's the points that Ed was referring to. 2 bowling points for Glamorgan. Well, fancy their chances now. Well, they only need 1 more, but they've got a night watch out there. That's 7 down, then 2 more, and they've got maximum bowling points.
Middlesex have got 5-2. Could well be the score tomorrow, Manchester City against West Ham. Hope no West Ham supporters listening. 300 then for 6. 3.09 is the scoring rate. It's gone down. As
it has, yes. Yeah, we got up to 3.5 nearly, didn't they? And back down now. It's a really good effort by Glamorgan, this. As McIlroy's around the wicket, bowls, and forward goes Helm defending. I mean, there was a lot of chatter, wasn't there? Obviously, no Van der Gooten and no Mir Hamza for this one. No Podmore. But, you know, you keep aside who are on top and have been on top with the bat through the innings. They've had a centurion. They've got Higgins on 50 now. Okay, the night watchman's gone down. It's one of the 6, but overall Middlesex have been on top, haven't they, with the bat in this one?
Oh, yes.
But the scoring rate's been kept in check all the way through, and I think that's a badge of honour, really, for a bowling attack, isn't it? Not to let the scoring rate get away. McIlroy bowls, and forward goes Helm defending. That was one of the criticisms of Harris at Middlesex, that there was always a 4 ball. Well, not today, there hasn't been.
it's rather surprising that Middlesex have adopted this strategy, if you like, because there is a lead of 117. They thought perhaps they'd play their natural batting order and, as you mentioned, get on with it a bit. But they decided to keep their middle order batsmen back and put 2 night watchmen in.
McElroy bowls full straight, defended, and back to the bowler it goes from Helm. A little nod of appreciation. Helm, the bowler of the match so far, with his 4 from 44, but Harris is 3 for 76. Well, he could take a 5 for, couldn't he? So let's have a look. It was his 3 for 76 from 24, so he's going at 3s. Helm, how many overs did he bowl for his 4 for 44?
He bowled 17.
Oh, goodness me. That was a good economy. So you went at 2.5.
Yeah, look at Bamba then, 15 overs, 2 for 23.
Yeah.
He's disciplined.
He's outstanding, he is. McElroy in, bowls, and this is onto the hip of Helm. Turns a single down to deep backward square, 301 for 6. The lead is 118, Higgins 52, Helm 3.
You can never predict in cricket, but the scenario probably Middlesex would like is to bat on tomorrow till around tea time or just before. Try and get a lead of 300.
Half an hour before tea?
Well, all depends on the lead, and all depends on if they stay in, because they've lost 6 of 10 wickets.
I'd fancy, Ed, that they try and get to 400 inside. Well, they're not going to do it now, are they? Actually, looking at it, they try and get somewhere around 400. So they'll get the 350 inside the 110. Somewhere around 400. Here's McElroy around the wicket. He bowls and forward goes Higgins. Defends to mid on that. Ends the over. 301 for 6. What have we got? We've got 12 overs left with the bonus points in play. So 350, which might take a wicket or possibly 2, including the night watch Helm. And then they're nearly through, aren't they? So we shall see. Oh, deep in thought, somebody on the live stream we can see, pondering it all.
Yep.
Taking it all in. It is good though, isn't it? It's gripping. You watch what the teams get up to. The
I've seen people, and you probably have, when it's raining quite hard, sitting on their own in the grandstand. And staying eating their sandwiches.
Well, okay.
Until the end of the day. Well, until rain is, or the match is called off.
Fair play. It depends where you come from. So you might have booked a ticket to go home on a train, mightn't you? You might have booked a specific train time. So
they're running.
Aye, that as well.
3 overs remain here. Harris will bowl 1 of them. He probably bowled 2 of them. And here he is bowling to Helm in a very attacking field. He comes in and bowls, and Helm fiddles with that outside the off stump, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. There are, in fact, 3 slips, a forward short leg and a backward short leg, which suggests that Harris is going to mix it up with authentic good length balls that nip back outside the off stump, and perhaps the odd bouncer with those 2 short legs there. They're obviously there for a purpose.
Is Harris telling you again? I thought it was the lad next door tapping. It was you, Ed. I thought I thought they had something to tell us.
Harris over the wicket bowls. Helms gets right behind that and plays defensively back down the pitch. He's on 3, 52 for Higgins, who started very, very positively, but has been reined in by this spell from Glamorgan seamers. And who is that in the gully, deep gully, waving his arms? I want to bowl. Let's have a look. Is he trying to make a point? Because only 2 overs left. Harris passes the umpire on his way and bowls. Oh, and that again surprises Helm, who didn't know a lot about it, and went through to the wicketkeeper. Best spell that Harris has bowled since the last game.
Well, like I said, the criticism of Harris at Middlesex was that there was always a 4 ball in each and every over.
Yeah.
And he was just too expensive, but hasn't he bowled well in this one? So he's got better as the innings has gone on.
Yeah, he got a bit tanked about this morning, if you remember.
Yeah, he's got better as it's gone on, for sure.
Halfway through this over, he's in and bowls. His hand just gets down on that. Lays it up to McIlroy, who's feeling there at mid-on.
.301 for 6. Lead 118. Yeah, I mean, as long as the lead begins with 2, I think Middlesex will be happy, won't they? So 350 inside 110 if they can. Which perhaps even with the night watch, that'll be his job tomorrow, Helm. You know, get out there and get on with it.
Yes.
When he comes out in the morning, try and push them onto that. You know, no point in the night watch just hanging around and taking up time. In this instance.
Next one is firmly blocked by Helm, playing for tomorrow.
In most other instances, you'd say to the night watch, you hang on in there as best you can all day long.
Take the bowling.
Do a Jason Gillespie. Do you remember that? He got a double century as a night watch for Australia against Bangladesh. And it was his last innings, bless him, his last match. Well, because Tate was injured, McGrath was injured, Lee was injured. Basically, the next wave were all injured, weren't they? Well, not McGrath wasn't next wave, but the others were.
He just got a job out somewhere.
He's the Pakistan Test coach now.
Pakistan, that's it. He's been around a bit, is he? There's Harris. Played away under the onside.
He was here, of course, wasn't he?
And there's no...
Oh, I tell you what, you and he must have got on well when Dizzy was a player here, Ed.
He's coach, player, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
You must have sunk a few jars with Dizzy.
Well, I couldn't sink as many as him. Not to say that he was a heavy, he was a steady and he was a great man. Tell you,
Returning to bowl.
Oh, look, have we found another sleeper? I think we have. Someone's asleep in the stands.
I don't know if Nick has heard this, but the Jersey ladies, have you heard of this?
Hey, steady.
Have appointed the former Glamorgan bowler Darren Thomas as their coach.
Oh.
I wouldn't think of a nicer place to spend the summer, would you?
Well, absolutely wonderful.
Jersey. Went on pre-season tour there once to Jersey with Glamorgan. Very pleasant it was.
Hey, them were the days, weren't they, Nick? Pre-season tours. Kevin James used to get on the pre-season tour of Barbados with Hampshire, didn't he? I mean, how he burgled that, I don't know.
I went to South Africa twice, and no, more than that, with Glamorgan.
To where? South Africa?
Yeah.
Oh, Edward Bevan. I can't even get
15 visits to South Africa in all.
I can't even get a pre-season match at Uxbridge with Middlesex. Pre-season tour, eh?
We got a change of bowling for this penultimate over, and
Mason.
Mr. Crane will be bowling, and Mr. Hands will be commentating.
Higgins on strike, bowls, and oh no, it's not going to have done enough. I tell you what, it may have had a chance, but it started so wide outside leg stump that it was really a stretch to ask umpire Chantry to say that one was going to come back and hit. We have seen some rippers from him though.
Yeah,
that was going to slide down.
Outside, yeah.
Slide down the leg side, there it was. But
started to see him and it started to spin.
Well, what did Shane Warne say? If it seems, it will spin. So that's what we fancied here when we saw that grass and Holman plays. And it's not as green today, is it? That sunshine yesterday and earlier today is perhaps burnt off a bit on top. Crane to Helm, 2 slips, a leg slip and a short leg. And Helm awaits as Crane bowls and it's dug out. Back to the bowler, no run. Start of the 100th over of the innings.
Yes, the Derbyshire match was first innings were low scores and then 360 plays 225 for 3.
Oh, Helm looking to defend into the onside, opens up his body and the ball is pushed back just about, perhaps even with the leading edge, was it?
2 slips?
The offside. Yeah, and a leg slip. And some sunshine.
Beautiful evening, isn't it?
Well, it was like yesterday evening when the shadow started to stretch like this. As Crane gives it a bit of flight and goes for the googly, but Helm gets back and behind.
As on your walk back, try and find a park where there's a hostelry, sit outside, order a pint of cold beer and relax.
Is there one in the park there?
No.
Oh. Crane bowls a bit of flight and it looks it was that googly again, flipper. It looks like it came out quite differently, that one from Crane. Helm gets forward to it and defends. 302 for 6. pretty sure to say, having only just caught it released, that it wasn't the leg spinner from Crane. Flips it hands to hand, the leg spinner again as he steps in, bowls down, loses his run up. Come Mason, I've got a hostelry to find. Oh, there's sun cream out of the back of the box. Look at that. Sun cream.
Good Lord. Yes, it's quite powerful, so the weathermen say this time of year.
It was very hot this morning. It really was, that walk in. Crane, that was a leg spinner. Dragged down, but slipping down the leg side again. Dragged down short, and it really skidded through that one. End of the 100. There's one to go today, Ed. 302 for 6.
Yeah, Helm didn't have much of a clue about playing against spin there. So, if Glamorgan can continue and bowl like this tomorrow morning, we could have a longer day than we think. Labuschagne, is he going to have a bowl? He's trying his best. He's got the ball and he's twirling the ball, but no, he's not going to bowl. Or is he? Keeper standing up.
Yeah, he is.
He's going to have a ball. There we are. I thought he was. He was very close.
Has Andrew Hignell ever tried to say his name properly? He'd say it wrong like the rest of us.
He used to.
Labuschagne,
yeah.
The Labuschagne fan club's in.
Yeah.
And the sun's out.
And what is he going to bowl? Goodness knows. He's a very good exponent of the bouncer.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, well,
the Aussies are in.
How about
he's given him. Who's he waving? Oh no, he's sending deep square. I thought he was waving over toward the grandstand there.
That's all of the day. Marnus is going to have a
slow clap as well. The Marnus Labuschagne fan club. Where did the Ed Bevan fan club sit in the ground?
They don't sit anywhere. Here he is then, coming in, bowls the first ball to Higgins, and it hasn't hit the bat. It goes down the leg side, taking. I think the beer has been flowing over to our friends.
Is it our friends with Fez? There we go.
Labuschagne in and bowls to Higgins. Higgins has hit that very hard, but straight at the fielder. 2 dot balls for Labuschagne, 302 for 6. The lead is 119. And he comes, bowls short, played away gently down to deep extra cover. And he is going to get a single. Bowling it a little bit too quick, possibly, which brings Helm down to face the last 3 balls of the day. Or 1 or 2, if he can defend.
Higgins has a chat with Helm.
What's he doing, he says to Ryan. Ryan says, I don't know. Never know with a leg spinner. Never know.
Has he got his toasted cheese sandwich makers in? Does he put it in the microwave? Is that what he did?
That's a little bit too short and too quick, and it's pushed away onto the offside.
Oh, you must have watched that documentary. The what was it called? The Edge? No, not the Edge. The Test. The Australian team. Oh, it's brilliant.
No, I didn't watch it.
Marnus is the star of the show, as you'd expect.
Yes. 2 balls to go. Here he is and bowls. This nudge to short leg. Now, I bet you will adjust the field to this last ball. Something always happens with the last ball. Yeah.
I'll bring them all up. I mean, last ball of a session, last ball of a day. You just
they always do this, every team now. I think it's good.
Well, why would you not?
Yeah. You bring in a man to slip, short leg. In comes the deep extra cover. And Helm will probably prod forward. And that'll be the end of the day. Here we go. Then last ball of the day is bowled, but it's too short for anything. Push to mid-off. That concludes the entertainment, ladies and gentlemen, for today, at the end of which Middlesex have reached 303 for 6, and the lead is a healthy 120. Top scorer, Mark Stoneman, for 129, and he's been backed up by Ryan Higgins, who's 53. He's still there. Expect a very interesting day's cricket tomorrow. I am not working tomorrow, but I shall be coming up and sitting out in the sun and coming to see you. But at the moment, it's going to be a good day's cricket, so do come along. If not, come and listen to us, well, all of us, And
You'll come and say hello, though, Ed.
I'll come and say hello and have my lunch and tea.
Oh, no, you can't do that.
So there we are. No, it's been a good day. As I say, we have a very good weather forecast for tomorrow. That's the position here. Thanks to Nick Webb and to Kevin Hans and myself, Edward Bevan. We'll see you in the morning.
Harris is in, bowls to Stoneman, and he's squared up by that one, but it's edged away for 4.
Real sprint, kicks up those heels behind him as he runs in, bowls, and that's punched beautifully by Robson. Glorious shot.
River Taff End at 74 for naught is in to bowl. That's clipped eerily for a moment on the leg side by Stoneman, but it in that half century. Harris bowls, and that's another thick edge, and it's another boundary down to third man in. From the river end bowls, nice drive from Robson, beats Carlson at cover. Email.com. Harris on his way, shorter ball lobbed up in the air, but caught.
What I should have said is here he comes in bowls, and that one's given a little bit of width. It's a little bit short, and it's late cut down to the deep. Here's Gorvin bowls. It's short and it's heaved over the short mid wicket for that.
Al Hassan bowls, cut again away, and this time it's beaten. The dive of Crane.
In comes McIlroy from the river end, bowls, and Stoneman flicks that away down towards fine leg. It'll be 4 runs.
Opportunity to succeed.
Down the wicket comes Holden and goes big. Where's that one pitch?
Turned away down the leg side. That was a big turner. And now this is swatted up into the air, into some space. A bit of a percentage shot from Stoneman. It gets just betray him trying to refocus as his Crane bowls a low full toss, and it's swept fine for 4. He moves to 99. 174. The river end is in bowls, and Stoneman works him away down to long leg.
Changed after 49 for a different ball, as that's down leg side for McIlroy. Has he been caught behind? Yes, he has. Holden has been just 1 run behind Glamorgan on first innings, with 8 wickets still in hand, and there's another boundary. Faces up then to James Harris, who's round the wicket and deployed, driving through the offside elegantly. More thankful than Glamorgan that the rain stays away. I don't think there's any doubt there, as that's chopped nicely by Stoneman down towards
as he releases the ball there. I suppose it just dips down.
Yeah, it puts a bit into it.
It's pushed down to deep cover for a single. That's 200 up.
Today, they know. Harris around the wicket, comes in, bowls, and he's gone in a little bit. This to complete the over. Again, guides that away, and it's a misfield at mid-wicket.
Generations. As that's floated by Carlson, edged past slip. Ingram, I don't think. In comes the next delivery. Reverse sweep comes out, and it's nailed this time. Down toward.
In comes. That's short. That's 4 runs. Got it.
So now doing a bit of writing after retiring from teaching, as that one smashed away on the leg side by Stoneman. Gloves on because they didn't have a spare pair on the ground. A big smite from Stoneman, and he's gone. He's drilled.
As here's the next ball, that's too short, and clobbered away for 4. And gets the young man off the mark.
Cardiff. Chris Cook did take a banger, I think, during the morning, as that's swept away very firmly by Higgins. Colin Ingram could do it. Another reverse sweep, and nailed nicely from Higgins this time. It's gone.
There's Crane in again, bowls, and that's hammered through mid-off for 4 runs.
Overflighted.
Bowls, and this is short, pulled away powerfully by Higgins. Deep mid-wicket, won't stop it. Fernandez poised. Forward he goes, a little edgy, but got a point. They're going to pick up 4 down to the vacant in the nursery. So here is another ball hit on the up, and that's even better. Goodness me, that's got to be the shot of the match, hasn't it? Front foot driving in between points and cover from Higgins. That was an extraordinary shot.
Around, yes. McIlroy bowls. Higgins flicks this one through the leg side. There'll be, I think it opens on Tuesday. McIlroy bowls, driven down the ground. Handsome shot by Higgins. Hard here this season. McIlroy bowls, worked off his legs down towards fine leg. Fine of
Harris is into Fernandez, and the left-hander is bowls. Swishes at a drive outside the off-stump. Might have got a little inside tickle on that, you'd fancy.
And McIlroy drives towards that run out. It is run out at the non-strikers, and
McIlroy's coming in, and it's Kevin's turn.
And on the back foot.
Get out to that run.
Yeah, on the back foot. This is turned back with a square on the leg side
Another
by
point.
Higgins, who